very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching at home on YouTube. It's great to have your company here for day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, live from Champion Lakes here in beautiful Perth. My name is Travis Jenkins, and sitting alongside me this morning is our expert commentator, Rob Glendenning. Rob, you look well rested. The back looks like it's pulled up really well after an exciting first day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, the back is good, and thank you for asking. Yeah, look, it is a beautiful day. We've had a bit of weather overnight, but it looks to be, although we're looking to where I'm imagining it comes from, and we might get a little bit of rain later. The radar's showing that there's going to be sporadic showers coming through. So, but the conditions out on the course at the moment are, just amazing. So, no wind. And that's due to come up this afternoon. So it's going to be a very mixed day as far as the weather and conditions go.
Absolutely, and looking ahead to day 3 and day 4, the wind looks to be light. There might be a few showers around for the next couple of days, but the wind is looking very favourable, which I think will put a smile on the face of all of our competitors who have turned up from interstate and internationally as well. We saw a few tyre crews yesterday here on the water, which was great to see. So there's the scene. It's a beautiful morning here in Perth. There was a little bit of lightning as I went to sleep last night, Rob. It was a bit cosy just hopping into bed, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was asleep after a big day 1. And now day 2 looks like it'll be very, very exciting, Rob. And looking through the program, it's great to see this morning we've got plenty of heats, which set up the racing really nicely yesterday, didn't it, when we get a first look at a few of the athletes and they come back for the final. Today we've got plenty of heats to look forward to.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm just looking at, even in we're starting off with the women's D pair, but when we move straight into that men's D single, and just looking at the names that have popped up so many times in the record count, the medal count, on day 1, it just looks for an exciting day of racing, and we've got that all the way through the day, and it probably reflects what happened yesterday. We had just such a mixed view of races, but it was just go all day, and it was great racing. So, looking forward to it.
The heat progression, when we have a few heats this morning with 3 heats. So the progression will be pretty fierce with only the top 2 going through. So that'll be exciting to see, and it will be really go from the start, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not getting the out to the grandstand at the moment, but certainly it's something the competitors have to be aware of. There's not a lot of chances here. You've got 2 in a 3-heat event. You've got the top 2 only going through to the final, so it's going to be fierce. And in that event, I think one of the events we're looking at, there was 3 heats and now 3 big heats. So a lot of disappointed people today to be going home. But look, for those that get the glory, it's a good thing.
And what I've really enjoyed about these championships, my first Australian Masters Championships, is just the opportunities that so many of the competitors get throughout the 4 days. They can turn it around, come back, respond to some disappointment if they get it, and they can get back into the water and prove themselves again. And it's just getting out there with your friends and having a great time. It's so exciting.
And it's not all about winning. We watched the Thai teams yesterday, and just getting out here, that experience, and they were certainly. Certainly it was just such a great occasion for them, and such an exciting thing for them to do. So, and for other people that are coming here that aren't going to get first or second, might not get a place, but it's just the whole thrill of racing an Australian Championship on a course, which today is looking like this.
Absolutely. So we're underway on day 2. Great to have your company here at Champion Lakes for day 2 action, and we're in the water now with the women's D pairs, and we have 4 competitors here that we have 2 heats to enjoy this morning. And let's take you through the lineup here. In lane number 3, top of screen, it is the A&A Rowing Club, represented by Alyssa Mansell and Rennie Bravelli. Have started well too, the West Australian pair. And then in lane 4, it's Dragons Rowing Club with Claire Farley and Saoirse Cruikshank in the boat, with Kathy Phillips watching on as coach. And then in lane 5, Fremantle, Sarah Belitho and Caroline Foster. And then in lane 6, bottom of screen, it's the New South Wales team from Glebe and Skilton and Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney. And at the moment, it's the West Australian pair setting the pace early.
Yeah, and Travis, I noticed that yesterday a number of these pairs in this 2 heats raced in the younger age group. And that's the great thing what Masters does. So if you've got particularly a pet event and you want to have a run before you actually get into your actual race. You can go in a younger age group and race in that, and that gets you that sort of bloods you into the course and what's going to happen. So it was a great it's a great initiative, and I know a couple of these and some others in other events have done the same. But we were down to the 500 metre mark, and that ANA crew they have currently streeted the field. They're out. I'm going to say. They're 2 minutes 03 through the 500, 6 seconds. So a bit over 2 lengths back to the next crew. Absolutely nothing in it. 0.62 and 0.85. Remember, only 3 of these go through. So that Dragons, Fremantle, Glebe tussle is going to get very real very soon.
And for everyone watching back at home, it is absolutely perfect conditions. There will be a few competitors, I'm sure, who are thinking about coming to Perth, who will see these conditions and just be thinking, gee, I wish I was in the boat right now, because it is absolutely glorious here at Champion Lakes this morning. Not a breath of wind at the moment, which is fantastic to see. So it's Mansell and Brevelli just controlling this race. Brevelli is an important part of the Rowing WA fraternity. She does a lot of work for Rowing WA over here, and it's good to see her having a hit out on the water. She's put a lot of time and effort into preparing the program for this event, and she's doing it nicely at the moment. The Dragons have just perhaps edged just slightly clear of Fremantle, and Glebe at the bottom are still in it, because 3 will go through, so only 1 crew will miss out. There's the team of ANA, of Mansell and Brevelli. They're just controlling the race, and it's really nice to see the West Australians putting on a good show here. They won the Club 8s yesterday, the UWA team, and it's nice for the West Australians to get their opportunity on their home soil. Yeah,
and what I like to see with this WA crew, the ANA crew at the moment, is that they're actually just lifted their rate. They're going for a little bit of a finish. They're sprinting, so they're practicing what they're going to, if they need to do that in the final. So it's not just ramming home the advantage. What they're trying to do is just make sure that they know that when they've got to do it in the final, that they've already practiced that out on the course today. So and they're looking very good. They've obviously spent a fair bit of time in the pair. Or I might be wrong, but I think I would count on that. But look, the race for second and third is very hot at the moment. We haven't quite got that picture, but it does look like Glebe is the one that slipped off the back. There we go now. Glebe has slipped off the back, allowing Dragons and Fremantle to come through, and they look like they will be the 3 crews going to the final. ANA, Glebe, ANA. I think we've got that a bit around, a bit twisted, because I think it was Dragons, ANA Dragons and Fremantle, and Glebe on this side of the course were the ones to miss out, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison. So congratulations, Alyssa Mansell and Renee Brevelli. You're on your way to the final, which is race 84, so obviously a little bit later in the program.
So nice start to the morning for the ANA crew, as we now take a look at the second of our heats. So first 3 again. So we've got 5 crews here battling it out. Let's go through it for you from right to left. In lane 2, it's Torrens with Simone Ellis and Belinda Jankowiak. In 3, it's Adelaide University, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. In lane 4, it's Curtin, Fiona Bell and Alison White. For University of WA in lane 5, Liz Carson, Tamsin Keeville, coached by Ava Myler, the team there. And in lane 6 left of screen, it's the Leichhardt crew of Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Borget, coached by Steve Sherry. So they're left of screen, Leichhardt sitting at about 3rd at the moment. They're going to have to chase down Torrens and Adelaide University, who have both started really well here.
Yeah, and we just had that drone shot off the start there. I could sit there and look at that all day. I got to say, it was so good. What we did notice in that shot, though, it highlighted that Curtin University composite with Fremantle were having a lot of trouble with their steering, and I think that's still the case. But it does appear this Torrens crew of Simone Ellis and Belinda Jankowiak have really shot out of the gates, and they're going and the Adelaide University crew trying to go with them. Now, I'm imagining that they have spent a fair bit of time rowing against each other. It's not that big a area down there and I think they're both out at Westlake. So they're certainly taking that challenge and getting away from the rest of the field. The big race is between University of Western Australia's Liz Carlson and Tamsin Keeville, and the Leichhardt crew of Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. They are the ones that are fighting out for that all-important third place. At the moment, the University of WA crew has got the better of them. They've gone through the 500 metres, slightly in front, about 2 seconds in front of that Loco crew, but there's between Torrens, Adelaide, about a length and a half, 2 lengths. I think that might be a little bit skimpy on how far they are actually in front. So we'll obviously get that time as we come down. But now you can see WA University over on this side turning it on and just moving away from that Leichhardt crew. Now I've got to tell you, that Leichhardt crew is a very handy crew. So this is these guys are something else. So they're just augurs well for a great final. Now they're just drifting over onto the buoys a little bit. Once again, as I said yesterday, these boats, because of the bias, one oar each, it's very easy for the boats to start going all over the place. And that's why you really should, you're supposed to have a rudder in these boats to keep them straight. So the important thing is less time on the rudder, less drag. But no problems at all for Torrens. Coming out 250 metres to go, just taking, as I said before, Adelaide University tagging along with them. A little bit further back to University of WA and Leichhardt over here in lane 6.
So it's a sizzling start for our Torrens pairing of Ellis and Jankowiak. They've gone through the halfway about 5 or 6 seconds quicker than heat number 1. So this could be the team to beat on screen here. They've controlled the race. You can see that lovely rhythm. The oars just hitting the water in perfect harmony at the moment. And they're in their final few strokes towards the line. Adelaide University have secured their qualification, and it's been a good row from the University of WA, pairing of Carson and Keyville. They've been able to, there they are, just at the bottom of screen, they've been able to book their place into the final as our leaders hit the line with a style, and they booked their place into the final a little bit later this morning, along with the Adelaide University pairing, and the University of WA have gone through as well. And for Leichhardt, they have just missed out on progressing to the final. So 4:02, not too dissimilar to heat number 1. So I think that crew from A&A and Torrens is going to be something to look forward to a little bit later on today. As I was working in this morning, Rob, I saw a few teams just warming up, and one of the drills I saw them doing was just really holding their strokes, and they were just having a long pause before they would then be instructed to row again. Is that part of the drills and part of the warm-ups that you see a lot of these crews doing?
That is a drill used a fair bit. Now, I think what we're looking for is just to get that acceleration into that point. Holding it just lets the boat go. It's just getting that feeling of the boat moving, but it also is it's a point in time. So it's a point in time where we stop at the back and can move off the back together. That we talked about yesterday, that all important thing about getting the bodies, the hands, everything moving in unison as they're coming forward. So that just is a drill. It just allows them to get clean out of the water. We call it a pause exercise. Hold that and go. A lot of people, it's very distinctive in some of the when we get to elite level. That a lot of crews do it, and when they're rowing at low rate, it almost looks like they're pausing at low rate. They're not, but that's just that. It's that differentiating that speed in and that movement away, and just get that flow away to match the speed of the boat and the rate that you're doing. So, I think it's and the thing about rowing is it's ultimately when you've got a big crew boat like that, you're just trying to get them all doing the same thing. Now, sometimes it might be hard to completely change their technique. What you're trying to do is get them to do at least the same thing, and then you've got a starting point. You've got somewhere for them to work with. If 7 are doing the thing and one's not, well, you're probably going to be a bit more direct with that person. But as a crew, that is just a good warm-up, and there's a whole myriad of warm-ups that different coaches will use, and at different times. So it's a very... Just as we're talking there, we have noticed a little bit of rain coming in. We're going to just get onto this race. So I'll just call out the roll call for the race first. Race 68, it's the men's Masters D single. And once again, we have 2 heats, so first 3 to the final. We have in lane 2, Swan River's Paul Griffin. In lane 3, Western Australia Rowing Club's Simon Wall. Lane 4, Newcastle's David McCready. Lane 5, Leichhardt's Terry Bridges. Lane 6 is North Essex Patrick Bird. And lane 7, Fremantle's Damon Hanson Nahoy, and they're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and it's quite a close race. It's only really probably Fremantle's Damon Hansen Naapoi over here in lane 7. It slipped off the back a little bit, but question asked yesterday, Travis, about, you know, will they cancel a regatta or stop the regatta for rain? And no, they will not. Introduce a little bit of lightning, and it's pretty dramatic. Everybody's out of there, but generally for rain they won't. Excessive wind they will. They're the sort of thing. So it's about safety and rollability, and rain. Unfortunately, you just get wet. But as we went through that 500 metre mark, no, we don't have any splits, but it does appear that Scullers in lane North-esque Patrick Bird, Terry Bridges over on this side appear to be about a length up on the sculler from the West Australian Rowing Club, Simon Wall, and a little bit further back to Swan Rivers, Paul Griffin. So as we get a little bit closer, we'll be able to tell. Yeah, and looking at that North-esque sculler, Patrick Bird, looking very comfortable, although Terry Bridges from Leichhardt next to him is just stepping it up. Terry, a former New Zealander, I think he was in a national team at one stage some while ago, and he's a very, very handy sculler. So as are all these guys, this is a, as I said, a quality field in these D's and E age groups in both men's and women's. But yeah, they're having a little bit of a tussle over here, which I love to see in a heat. Remember, 3 go through, so they're just making sure they're going to get through safely. So the one that's really got to do a bit of work if they're going to get in the final is Paul Griffin. But I just think he's a little bit too far back. So it does appear that it will be, the race, the sprint to the line, you've got to love it. Patrick Bird from North-esque will cross the line just in front of Terry Bridges, and about a length behind will be Swan Rivers' Paul Griffin. We then go back to Newcastle's David McCready, and then over on this side, Damon Hansen Naapoi will come in to close out this field.
There's Damon just going through the line there. I spoke to him yesterday as he was leaving, and he was heading home for an early night in preparation for today. He wasn't feeling too hopeful about making the final in this event. He'll be back a little bit later on, Damon Hansen Naapoi, to contest in a pair. So big program for him. He was also rowing yesterday, like many of our competitors, and he won't progress to the final. But good to see Terry Bridges go through. He finished second last year in the final, and Patrick Bird finished third. So they were both on the podium last year, those two men. So they've booked their place once again into the final as we now move to the next race. And the defending champion is featuring here. It's Dale Hawkins from the ANA crew. He was the gold medalist last year. He's second from the left of screen and has started pretty well. Let's quickly go through the lineup for you. We have Brad Smith from Newcastle in lane 2. It looks like lane 3 hasn't made it to the start line today there, Rob.
Yeah, it does appear he's missing.
Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra. That was a name that featured very prominently yesterday, didn't it? And so he's backing up this morning nicely to try and make this final. Dale Hawkins from ANA Rowing Club, the West Australian club. He is the defending champion. And then Gregor O'Nions from Melbourne, also a very good rower too, is featuring here. So a bit of a loaded second heat, so it's going to be pretty tough to make it through to the final. But at the moment, it looks like the favourites have all got away pretty well. And for Hawkins, coming back to defend his title here on his home ground, he'll be pretty hungry to put on a good showing today.
Oh, look, I'm sure. And just a bit of a thing with the because they don't do it on a prognostics or past results and put them into the final. It's really is the luck of the draw. You could end up with the 5 best scullers out there in the same heat, and we often see that. And as such, at world rowing level and at national level, they've moved to first only gets through, and then it's the next how many places the fastest crews to go through to the final, which is a much fairer way of doing it. So if you happen to score a slow heat, you've really got to push all the way to ensure that you get a place in the final. So at the moment, we've got these 3 over on this side. So it does appear that it's the Melbourne, ANA and Yarra crews that are looking the goods at the moment. And Dale Hawkins has just got out there in front now. He's just going to show them that he's the boss around here, right? I'm the defending champion, and I've still got it. So he's moved out now to about a length over the other two, which are either side Yarra Yarra's Nick Inglis and Grigor Nyans. And right over the other side, not out of it totally, Brad Smith, and he is certainly, knowing Brad well, he will be working extremely hard. He won't give up, and he has a really big finish. Some might even say grandstand finish. I've got that one in. But these scullies looking very good over on this side in perfect rowing conditions. You know, the cool weather, the flat water. They'd be really enjoying this. And these guys all look to be reasonably tall as well, which is a great trait when you're sculling, although there have been a few notable exceptions at World Championship level of late, where shorter scullers are getting into it. But here comes the distinctive lay back over there on the other side of Brad Smith. Yeah, he's got leans back a fair way in the boat at the finish, and has always done that. But it's worked for him, so he uses that to his advantage. So the race is on down here now. It does look like Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra has just kicked it up a bit. As we said, Brad Smith is coming home like a train on the other side, and I think I'd say the Gregor Nyans needs to look across, because he's coming back. Look, he's going to run out of water, so it will be Dale Hawkins crossing just in front of the two Victorian scullers, Nick Inglis and Gregor Nyans, and now crossing for fourth, unfortunately, is Brad Smith, who will miss out on the final.
So 3:58, slightly slower than Heat 1, which was won by Bird in 3:56, but still a nice showing there from the defending champion, Hawkins. He's going to head to the warm down area and prepare himself for a big final, and that's going to be a sensational race a little bit later on. Rob, have you spent much time down at the Newcastle Rowing Club?
I have never been to the Newcastle Rowing Club. No, and I've recently moved, and I'm not too far away from it. I spent a bit of time out at Endeavour Rowing Club, which is out on the beautiful Hunter River. Our oasis Newcastle, but now I having known quite a few of them, Ben Homer down there, something I'm going to have to do in the near future, I'm sure. But Newcastle is very progressive town. It's moving ahead in leaps and bounds, and they're about to do a big development down the club end of town. So it's going to be very good for the area and very good for rowing, we hope.
Now, this was one of the featured events on the program today, because we have 3 big heats, terrific representation from all clubs here in this event. It's the Women's Masters G pairs, and we can see in the sculls and the doubles, and we can see that the Exeter Composite crew have started pretty well. That's Louise Phillips and Julia Wood who are leading the way. But let's go through it from top to bottom. In lane 2, Commercial, Barbara Hall and Louise Street. In lane number 3, it's the ANU Composite team of Amanda Cavill and Elaine Bissica. And then in 4, Perth Composite crew of Evelyn Bowen and Celia Cornwell. In 5, our leaders early, the Exeter Composite, Louise Phillips and Julia Wood. And then at the bottom of the screen, it's Bunbury's Michelle Cox and Pina Barbara, coached by Chris Iredale. So there will be just the first 2 to go through to the final, and it's the Exeter Composite and Perth Composite crews at the moment setting the pace. Commercial top of screen, just getting into their rhythm now and looking like they're prepared to mount a bit of a challenge. Down there in lane 5, just a little bit close to the markings there, the Exeter Composite crews. They've just had to get things back on track, and they look like they've done that nicely there, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. They just got a bit wayward with the steering, but have regained that and back on their way. It does look like these 2 crews out in front have the look over the rest of the field. So their strategy was obviously to get out there, establish a position early, understanding that only 2 are going to go through. You know, if you're sitting back there and you look around at the 500 metre mark and you're in 3rd or 4th, yeah, it's quite a demoralising thinking what you've got to do over the next 500 if you want to get back there. But we've just going through the 500 metres now, and we have the Exeter combination just about a second over the Perth Western Australia combination, another length and a half back to Commercials, Barbara Hall and Louise Street, and then it's probably about 3 or 4 lengths back to the following crews. So it does look, and we've got ANU, Manning River and Bunbury coming through the 500 now, but they're about 3 or 4 lengths behind the Commercial crew. So this is where the race is. The race is right up here on the top of the screen with the Louise Phillips and Julia Wood and Evelyn Bowen and Celia Cornwell, and looking very good at the moment. Yeah, there are a few steering a bit of steering, we'll call it that, in this crew from Exeter and Melbourne. They're crossing those buoys again, certainly pulling around to this side. And we notice even the Perth Composite crew is doing the same, all wanting to hug this side of their lane. So best place to be is in the middle of your lane, and that just gives you the scope, and it means you're not having to think about the steering all the time. But it's going to be a very close race in the end. It's probably 250 metres to go. These crews have certainly cleared out from the commercial crew over in lane 2. So this it would appear at this point in time, although we've still got a lot of race to go, that it could be these 2 crews going through.
So our leaders are the Exeter team of Wood and Phillips, who finished with a silver medal last year at the National Championships. So they're looking to once again make it through the final first, and then perhaps appear on the podium once again. And there's the crew of Bowen and Cornwell, the Perth Composite crew, looking to make it through to the final. Just the first 2. Interestingly, Cornwell and Bowen, they finished 4th in the final last year. So both these 2 crews finalists last year at the Masters Championships, and once again they will be lining themselves up on the start line for the final, because they're going through nicely. It's Exeter and Perth Composite just stroke for stroke into the line. They've booked their place in the final. Job done here this morning for our 2 crews from Perth and Exeter. So the 2 probably favourites to go through have made it through to the final. There's the commercial team of Hall and Street. They finish in 3rd overall, and we're pretty happy to be out there on the water. As we now move our attention to the second heat, and we'll go through the lineup here. Looks like there might be a few crews missing here from our start sheet, but we'll do our best to pick them up. So it looks like we've got in lane number 2 the Curtin University crew of Cooper and Sharon Ann Jones, and then no, in fact the Curtin crew might not look like they've started, so it might be the Perth crew here of Judith McComb and Elizabeth Aman on the right of screen, and then we've got Bunbury with Jennifer Coote and Nola Jigalev, coached by Chris Isledale. And then it looks like Tablelands have not made it to the start line as well, because then we've got that Drummoyne crew, composite with Lindy Nisbet and Caroline Vernon, have started really well. It's a nice looking boat too, that blue coloured boat. It's out in front, looking pretty good at the moment. ANU Composite in lane number 7 with Sue Edwards and Sue Donahue on board. So our leaders though earlier is that Drummoyne Composite crew of Nisbet and Vernon. They've cleared out by over a boat length now. They've set the race up early as we approach the halfway mark.
Yes, certainly they've obviously had a very good first 500 metres, and yeah, that distinctive blue boat that they've, I'm fairly certain they've hired that boat, so it's they'd be happy with it. You know, you move into a boat that you're not familiar with, there's always those sort of you know, a little bit of anxiety, but once you get in there, get going, that fades away fairly quickly. But it does look like the Drummoyne Composite of Nisbet and Vernon and the Bunbury Rowing Club's Coote and Jigalev have cleared out from the field. Still with a chance though is the Perth Rowing Club crew, but with 400 metres to go, if they're going to sprint, now's the time. Because they aren't going to get another chance, and it looks like exactly that's what they've done. They just kicked the rating up a point or 2, and are trying to bridge that gap behind Bunbury. So, said they've got a lot of work to do. They've probably got about 6 seconds, 7 seconds. They've got to try to get back in the space of 300 metres. So, still holding down that lead is the Drummoyne Composite. Drummoyne and Endeavour Composite. Bunbury just making a bit of a push as well now. So I think it's more about not trying to get up there with the Drummoyne Composite as it is to hold off the Perth combination of McComb and Aman.
So the Drummoyne pairing of Caroline Vernon, Lindy Nesbitt. Rob, have you had a bit to do with this crew?
Actually, I have. So I coach Caroline regularly, and I used to coach Lindy, but Lindy was but they were both at Drummoyne Rowing Club. Lindy was a long-time administrator in that club, I guess you'd call it, and board member, and she's moved up to the beautiful Stockton, which is a place north of Newcastle, big beach there, and but they use every opportunity they can to get together and have a paddle, so which is great to see them out there. And you know, I would argue that every time Lindy goes out there with Carolyn, she or Verno, as we know, she learns a few new colourful words. So we were laughing about that yesterday with Carolyn's husband. But look, they've just punched it up a bit, so they're just looking for that a little bit of a lift as they come into the line. Probably only about 7 or 8 strokes to go. They're looking fairly comfortable, as are the Bunbury crew. I'll just stress that they are looking very comfortable as well. The attempt to come back by the Perth crew, you know, they just ran out of steam. They just couldn't keep it going. It was just too big a bridge to cross. So will be Drummoyne Composite, followed by Bunbury. They're the 2 crews going through to the final. Great row by the Perth combination, but just not fast enough on the day. And so they get a rest for the next hour or two. And ANU Composite of Edwards and Donahue just coming across the line now. Sue Donahue there in the stroke seat, coming across the line to close out this field.
So a 4:31 winning time for Nisbet and Vernon, which just slightly outside, but only slightly outside the winning time from Heat 1, which was 4:29. So, and also the Perth crew in that first heat rode a 4:30. So we've got 3 crews within a couple of seconds of each other at the moment. So the final is going to be one for the diary a little bit later this morning, just to pencil that one in. We still have 1 heat remaining. Here it is on screen. This is the 3rd and final heat. First 2 to go through, 5 to contest, and we'll take you through the roll call now. At the top of the screen in lane number 2, it's the Melbourne pairing of Irina Benjamin and Lisa Gandolfo. In lane number 3, Ulverstone Composite, Eve Beecroft and Gina Anderson. In 4, Corio Bay, Mandy McRae and Pam Westendorf. In 5, St George Composite, Jacqueline Dijon and Christine McCready. They've been in good form at these championships already, so that's a strong pairing. And then the Perth Composite crew of Michaela Main and Carolyn Finelli, representing Perth and Fremantle rowing clubs. So we're away, and it's the St George team who have bounced out well and are in front just by probably a quarter of a boat at the moment. The Perth Composite team sitting in 2nd, and then right of screen Melbourne are in 3rd, Corio Bay, and then Ulverstone Composite not too far away there in 5th position at the moment. In the early stages though, it's the St George team just looking really nicely, nice and composed. But as I say that, they've just wandered a little bit close to those boys. They might actually collect one as they go through here. They've got it back on track. You can see the boat just coming back to the centre of the lane. Who's controlling that, Rob, and where does that power come from just to move it back to the centre?
In that instance, because the bow person has got the leverage, you're probably better, because you don't want to have any sharp turns. So you're probably off better just the bow pulling it around. So more likely, if they're rowing at full pressure, they just take the pressure off their right hand oar, and that just brings it across. You know, if a well-drilled crew will just automatically do that. As they come down there, they'll just compensate. Because these guys don't row together very often, you're going to see this, you know, where they've just got to try to work out those, you know, those sort of calls and how they actually manage that. But, you know, look, I think that this Dijon-McCready combination is a quality combination. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought the Corio Bay crew with Pam Westendorf, I think she's an ex-national representative, and Mandy McRae, I thought they might have been a little bit closer than this. So it may well have, this pace off the start may well have just caught them on the hop. So there is a tussle back there, but needs to be in the first 2. So the game plan or the race plan for these 2 crews over on this side, the Perth Composite and St George Composite, is just what they needed to do. Get out in front and then hold on to that position. So.
And Rob, is that a skill that a lot of the crews would practice? Is that manoeuvring during race pace, that ability to come off the lane rope at certain times?
Probably not enough.
Right.
Yeah, they practice it on race day. I think that's the practice on race. Look, you wouldn't go with the expectation that was going to happen. As we mostly row, like you know, in the Swan River here, we know, for most places, the Yarra River, you know, down the Derwent or where the waterways are all bendy. So you know how to turn a boat. Typically on a big river, or even a small river, the turns could be quite tight. So it's just trying to temper that technique so that you just get that nice easy move back in the boat. You don't want the boat being sideways to the finish line. That's certainly not a fast way to go. But we're just watching that McCready-De Jong combination there, and they look really comfortable. They've do we have a thing from last year, a result last year on this one? I would suggest they could have rode this last year, but they've dropped their rating right down now, so they're not going to push themselves overly hard in this race. And I think now the Perth composite of Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell have also looked across and thought, this is looking fairly comfortable. Probably 3 crews behind them that are only about a length behind them might argue that that's not the case, but they've just kicked up. They're going to make sure of their position. The crew from Cryo Bay are coming home very fast, as are the Ulverston and Derwent Mercantile Collegiate composite on their right-hand side. But no worries at all for St George composite of Jacqueline De Jong from Riverway and Christine McCready from St George Rowing Club. Coming down with about 2 strokes to go, and they will cross the line to get the first place into the final. Followed quite closely in the end. So one of the Perth composite scullers stopped rowing before the line. Not a great idea. They will come across in second. Will be Cryo Bay, followed by Ulverston composite and Melbourne. So the crews going through the final will be the St George composite of Jacqueline De Jong and Christine McCready, and the Perth composite of Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell.
So the final has been sorted out quite a bit faster here in Heat 3, a 4:19, the winning time. The previous heats were won in 4:30 and 4:31, so that is quite an interesting difference in time, isn't it?
They look pretty comfortable out there in front, so it'll be interesting. But I do suspect the crews in that first, the Des Moines composite had a bit more, and the Exeter composite from the first heat have a little bit more. Now, whether they've got that 12, 13, 14 seconds, we'll be interested to see, because I dare say that combination there has another 8 or 10 seconds in them. So the final will be very interesting.
And congratulations to Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell from that Perth composite crew. Finished second in that race. They make the final for their 2nd year in a row. So congratulations to them. That's a great achievement. So those finals will be a little bit later on this morning, which will be definitely something to look forward to. Conditions here are still lovely and calm. There's been a few showers just drifting through the course, and will continue to do so today. But the wind will, for now, be very pleasant on the water.
Yeah, we've just got a slight break before this starts, so we'll just start off with the roll call till we get a little bit closer. It's an 8:45 a.m. start for this, but the rain has looks like it's gone through, and I can't see anything off of. I'm assuming it's going to come from the west. Sorry, so it's looking fairly clear at the moment. Winds are expected to pick up later in the day, and I think that's not an uncommon thing for Perth, Travis.
Yeah, absolutely. We often are welcomed by what many know as the Fremantle Doctor. Generally this time of year, though, it's a little bit more from the north, the wind, especially when there's a little bit of storm activity around. So today, at the moment, it's looking lovely and calm, but as you say, it will pick up a little bit this afternoon, but it shouldn't be enough to worry us here. We should get a full day of racing in, and then the next couple of days, the wind's looking nice and calm.
Yeah, and I think that, when I looked at it, I think it's calling for about 10 knots. 10 knots at its maximum. It jumps around a bit. What I have noticed is the wind does jump around a bit, so it's up and down a little bit, but generally it's only short bursts. So we should be able to cope with that as scullers. There will be a few gusts coming across course. That's every course everywhere in the world. So you couldn't ask for better conditions than we've got right at this point in time.
Now, Rob, it's great to have your company here and everyone at home. We might just move to a quick commercial break. Our panel operator, Richard, is ready to go. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our sponsors, so we would like to take a moment to hear a few short messages from our key sponsors here at the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market. The Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market. The Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Looks good, eh?
Ken.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes. It is day 2 of the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Rob Glendenning and Travis Jenkins taking you through. Just having a very interesting conversation here with Rob off air, just around the footwear, Rob. And I asked the question about the Achilles heel has been removed from the Bont rowing shoes, and it's all very scientific and everything is very purposely done, isn't it, in the Bont shoes?
Yes, well, you've got to, you really need to have a shoe that is very functionally and effective performance-wise, but also you've got that safety overlay. So that's the very important part of rowing. As I think I mentioned to you, in a catastrophic fail of the boat, where the boat rolls over, you're underneath the boat, and as I said, your thought processes aren't so to think, oh, I'll do this. You're upside down, you're tired, you're swimming about, and on Sydney Harbour or one of those sort of places, you've got other things to worry about. So you want to be able to get your feet out. So it's how you get that. It's how you combine that safety with the performance angle. That cutaway is mostly so that it doesn't hook your heel when you go upside down. So look, there will be still instances, because of the angle you come out or whatever, in all rowing shoes, that you will get caught. But it's just a feature of those rowing. And as I said to you, in all rowing boats, part of the getting on the water here, and I believe they will have checks here, is that you've got to have your strap across the shoes that release the Velcro very quickly, and also heel ties, so the heels only come up to a certain height and then they stop, so that if you do get upside down, they'll open up, the tether will stop them going any further, and your foot will pull out. So pretty simple safety things, but very, very necessary, because at the point you actually need those, you're likely upside down, so and you're in water, so you need to get out of that fairly quickly.
And is footwear compulsory in rowing?
Oh, there is. They used to have clogs, what we call clogs, and that was just a leather strap across the toe. But at a performance level, they're just not effective. The important part with the footwear is is about that transfer of the drive into the foot plate, and how you can get your heels down and engaged. And so, and I think the other manufacturers probably have them too now, but the Bondshoe has a set of high heels, I would say, the inserts that actually can reduce the distance between the bottom of the shoe and the foot plate to allow you to get them engaged a little bit earlier. So yeah, look, I think we take footwear for granted, and I think these footwear is quite expensive, but you go out and pay the same for a pair of runners and you'll dispose of them in 12 months. These things, typically footwear in boats last many, many, many years.
But a big thank you to Bont, a proud sponsor too of the championships, Bont Rowing, and their footwear, though, Australian company you were mentioning, Rob, and they've done a mountain of work, haven't they, to really design the best footwear and equipment for rowers.
Yeah, they have, and I think that because they are all rowers is a great thing as well, and the people involved, and so what it does do is it allows them to do a lot of testing. Because the industry is quite small, you get out and get testing out into the market itself. And I think I was saying to you, Travis, the shoes are used by the Australian rowing team. They're also used by the Canadian women and a few other notable people around the world. But we're into race 73. One of the race heats, or two of the heats that I'm looking forward to, the Women's Masters E-Single Scull Heat 1. The progression once again is first three to the final, the rest eliminated. In lane 2 we have ANA's Michelle Blake. In lane 3, Balmain's Anya Weaver. Lane 4 is Melbourne University's Penny Rattray Robertson. At lane 5, Newcastle University's Jules Bosco. Lane 6, Windery Ballarat's Leanne Martin. And in lane 7, Torrens' Simone Ellis. So this is a quality field, and I did think that Simone Ellis would get away very strongly, and she has indeed done that. She's stepped out to a good lead over the Windery Ballarat sculler Leanne Martin, and certainly those two looking to try to consolidate that first two places. I will say though, Anya Weaver there in lane 3 is not far out of it. Anya's problem is she's drifted onto the buoys. She's either going to get, so the buoys are right next to the boat, or that she gets away from them because it's her blade is actually hitting the buoys, and that's while it might not necessarily cause any major action in the boat, what it does do is it's just something you become aware of, and it just rides on you as you come down, and that has allowed some turns and twists and turns in her steering, has allowed the Newcastle Uni's Jules Bosco just to come back at her a little bit. We can see that third from the left of the screen.
So the progression is first 3 across the line into the final, and it's Simone Ellis, silver medalist last year in this event, so she'll be looking to upgrade this year. She's got a big task though, because Renata Ichima, who'll feature in the second heat, is defending champion and will feature prominently, you'd think, in the second heat coming up immediately after this race. But at the moment she's controlling the boat nicely and has got a nice line, and Rob yesterday pointed out to all our viewers at home, if you just take a look up the lake, you can see often the path that the boat has taken, and it gives you a good idea of just how the steering has gone for the race. And you can see a perfectly straight line for Ellis at the moment, just looking nice and controlled. And Marta now just starting to pick up that rate a little bit. You can see that pause there in her stroke there, Rob, of Martin from Mundarie Ballarat. Just a lovely pause there as she comes through, and it looks very comfortable out there for her also.
Yeah, so what she's trying to do is reduce the rush off the back, that could induce rush down the side. So it's just allowing technique to allow them to get that flow in the boat and less disruption to the flow of the boat. We can just look at this boat now with, we've got Simone Ellis on screen now, and what we can see is very little of the bow bouncing up and down. It's going up and down a little bit, and that's what we're trying to do, trying to get the boat to sit as flat in the water as we can. You'll notice that she's got a bow-mounted rigger on this boat. One of the advantages of a bow-mounted rigger is they're very, very stiff, very strong, transfer the load into the boat, but also allow the bow to lift up a little bit more, because the mounting point is in front or behind the, more towards the front of the rower. So it does allow the bow to just lift a bit more out of the water, less wetted surface area, more speed, less drag, more speed. But yeah, look, they both look pretty comfortable. Simone Ellis just rang it up a little bit again, once again, probably just practicing for that final if it's needed, and she's in perfect conditions here. So it will certainly be Simone Ellis going across the line in first. It will be Mundarie Ballarat's Leanne Martin coming across in second. Now the race is on here, and it does look like, just looking across there, it's a bit confusing. That looks like ANA's colour. So so the Melbourne University's Penny Ratton Robertson. So they certainly looked a lot closer than that. I'm a little bit confused with some of these because Anya Weaver was due to be out there, but certainly the yellow and the bumblebee stripes aren't there. So we'll have to try to work that one out.
So heat one, there you can see the official time, 4:27 for Simone Ellis. As we look now at heat number 2, and we're underway here in heat number 2, and it does feature the defending champion, and we'll quickly go through the lineup for you. Top of screen in lane 2 from Leichhardt is Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. Then in lane 3 from Drummoyne, it's Renata Ichima, coached by Robert Glendenning. Apina, my apologies to Renata. And then in lane 4 from Fremantle is Alexandra Thornton, 6th last year in the final, so she made it through. And then in lane 5 from Endeavour, Rosalie Furness, coached by Peter Bond, 5th in the final last year. And then in lane number 6, it's Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne in lane number 6, who probably is just slightly ahead of our Drummoyne competitor.
So the interesting thing here is Tanya Nishibata has just come up. She's a Melbourne competitor, has just come up from D grade. I think she won the D grade single last year, and she's moved up to this to the E division. Renata's probably come in. She's been in that division for about 3 years, so just a couple of years difference in age. So certainly we have been totally aware of Tanya coming up, and she's a very, very experienced clean sculler. Renata's running to IPMA, it is. It doesn't read that way, I know. But Renata has been just practicing that. She's running a game plan that was a race plan that would just get her out quick and then just back it off and get over the line and conserve energy. So, so she'll be pretty happy with where position is. We're just moving back now, and it does appear that it's the looks like was Rosalie Furness, who's currently holding down third place. So she's got to hold that third place if she wants to be in the final again.
So she is in a nice little battle with Alexandra Thornton of Fremantle, both finalists from last year, 5th and 6th place respectively. And at the moment they're going to have to battle it out now with the inclusion of Nisha Bhatta, who is on screen at the moment and is showing a lovely clean pair of sculls, and you can see the clearance over the water is lovely. There's not a lot of touch as she comes through, and the timing just looks to be right on point here this morning in perfect conditions at Champion Lakes. And she, in her first year of Masters E category rowing, is looking really comfortable out there on the water. Top of screen we can see Renata Ipma, who's going to book her way into the final. And these two competitors will be back a little bit later and they'll battle it out for gold here on Champion Lakes. So Nisha Bhatta is through. Ipma from Drummoyne, under the watchful eye of Coach Glendenning, is through. And then in the end, it looks like Rosalie Furness has just been able to row over the top of Alexandra Thornton to go through into the final. So congratulations to Rosalie Furness and Coach Peter Bond coming in to the final a little bit later on this morning. So 4:23, the winning time for Nisha Bhatta. A solid hit out, and we'll look forward to seeing her back here on the water a bit later this morning.
Yeah, look, I think that final, that combination of Simone Ellis from Torrens, Ipma from Drummoyne and Nisha Bhatta from Melbourne Rowing Club is going to be a great one to watch. And that's if you anywhere near the course or the live feed, I'd just get out and watch that one.
There'll be race 92, which will be featuring at 10:40 this morning. So not too far away, actually, only an hour and a half sort of turnaround.
Okay, and we're on to race 75, the Men's Masters E pair. In lane 2, we have ANA Stuart Clark and Robert Boylan. In lane 3, Hawthorn's Shane O'Connor-Smith and Conrad Tulloch. In lane 4, University of Western Australia's Alex Harrison and Andrew Brown. Lane 5 is ADF Rowing's Chris Austin and Jeffrey Squire. And in lane 6, Manning River's Glenn Herbert and Paul Hawke. And it looks like the crews, the ANA crew and Hawthorn crew over on the far side of the course do appear to be where all the pace is at the moment. Once again, only first 3 to the final, 2 heats in this event, so only the first 2. So the race is back there between, it will be University of WA and Manning River, and certainly University of Western Australia just had a bit of a wander with this during, got it back on track now, so that's where the race is going to be for this 3rd place, but no stopping these 2 out in front. They have established a substantial lead over the chasing pack.
So O'Connor Smith and Tulloch doing it nicely for the Hawthorn Rowing Club. Alongside them, the West Australian pairing of Clark and Boylan, just trying to match this early pace of Hawthorn. They've been able to, in a very short space of time, because you can see we're just approaching the halfway mark now, and they're going to be well and truly under that 2-minute barrier, which is good rowing here this morning. As I've mentioned, the conditions, a bit of sunshine now and very calm. So A&A holding 2nd, and then it's Manning River who have just secured that 3rd position for now. The University of WA, you can see them in the middle. They just need to get their boat moving now if they're going to feature in the top 3 to go through to the final. They look like they've just got things up and rowing now a little bit better, and have just sensed the moment to drive the legs and get the boat moving a little bit fast. You can see the stroke rate has just gone up for this UWA crew of Harrison and Brown. Our leaders, though, continue to do it nicely in the heat row this morning. It will just be a good little hit out to shake out the cobwebs and roll through a little bit of technique and get the boat moving nicely in preparation for the final a little bit later on. So the Hawthorn team, as we like to see in the heats, just to push towards the line a little bit faster and just do a bit of practice just in case the speed is needed a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. What we are noticing about the Hawthorn and the A&A crews is the length they're rowing. They're rowing a lot longer than the two crews, the crews from the University of Western Australia and Manning River. So, it's important. As we get tired, we all tend to shorten up. Tend to shorten up in the boat. We really want to keep that length out as long as we can. Just get into that rhythm that allows us to get that, be very consistent with our length, our hand heights, all those things, and certainly that is working for O'Connor Smith and Tulloch now, and they are just, as we can see there, they're just cruising, and they've just had a bit of a look around. They know they're home in this one. I just think just got a blind spot here, but they're coming down to the line now. So it will be the Hawthorn combination of Shane O'Connor Smith and Conrad Tulloch in first. The A&A's Clark and Boylan in second. A bit of a race early on between Manning River and University of Western Australia, but it will be the Manning River crew third across the line and into the final, followed by University of WA and ADF Rowing.
So bang on 4 minutes for the Hawthorn crew, and that has set the standard for the final as we now take a look at heat number 2, which is underway. It does feature the defending champions from last year in this E category. It's the Melbourne pairing of Tobler and Harrison. They're rowing here in lane number 4, second from the top of screen, and they've started well out of the blocks. Let's go through the roll call for you. On their outer side in lane number 3, it's the old Scotch collegians of Flecker and Matthias, and then it's the Melbourne crew, Tobler and Harrison, the defending champions. And then in 5, University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday. And then in lane number 6, left of screen, it is University of WA composite crew of Simon Wall and Thomas Warner.
Just before we get onto those crews, a mistake that I've made for many years, Andrew McEnroe. He pointed that out at the airport the other day. He claims it was all in friendly thing, but I think there was an underlying message there. So I'm passing the word. It's McEnroe, but it's only one of these crews to miss out. So at the moment, it's very tight between the. Well, it was a little bit tight before, but they seem to have dropped off the old Scotch collegians of Flecker and Matthias just in the last 200 metres. And this crew from, as we mentioned earlier, Tobler and Harrison, defending champions, they are looking very comfortable there. And certainly Matthew Harrison was, for a long time, I think, stroked the Victorian Masters 8, and certainly knows how to finish fast. So I would be surprised if they don't have a little bit of a kick in a little while. That combination of University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday, have been faring very well. And but I think the University of Western Australia composite of Wall and Warner, because we probably don't get to see them as much on the East Coast, they will be throwing out a little bit of a surprise. And I think both these crews on the other side will be thinking, oh, well, we got a bit of work to do once we get to the final, because they are not going to be easy to beat. So they're looking very comfortable here. The race right down once again, drifted over the boys again. I guess it's all part of that. Not rowing together a lot.
And there's no penalty for that, Rob, if you don't remain within your lane?
So there's only a penalty if you go across a lane and impede another crew. But unfortunately, it's more like you impede the other crew, you affected their race, and by the way, you won't be included in the results. So that's, as I said yesterday, that's the only time the umpire will step in. If there was a crew that was going to get impeded by them drifting across the lane, he would head them back. Otherwise, it is the rower's responsibility to stay on course, and sometimes you'll see them cross 2 or 3 lanes. But you can see from there, you can see here that they are just cruising. These guys are just cruising towards the line. That's a very confident combination right there. They don't look like they're going to lift it all. I'm just seeing a little bit of an effort come up in the, probably not a lot of rain, just a pressure increase in the other 2 crews, the chasing crews. But clearly these 3 crews are those going through to the final. So auguring well for a great final, because this is a quality field again. So it will be the University of WA, Western Australian Rowing Club combination of Simon Wall and Thomas Warner, who will take out first place. Was the Melbourne combination of Tobler and Harrison in second, followed by the University of New South Wales combination of McEncroe and James Halliday.
So 3:54, the winning time. Slightly quicker than heat number 1. That was 4 minutes bang on for O'Connor Smith and Tulloch. So the gauntlet has been laid for Simon Wall and Thomas Warner. They're into the final and they look like they will be pretty hard to beat. But as Rob mentioned, there was a couple of crews there just cruising towards the line, just saving a little bit for the final, which is race 94. That scheduled time will be at 10:50 Western Standard Time this morning. So 10:50, the final for the Men's Masters E Division. So we're well underway here on day number 2. It's been a terrific start to a competition this morning. Heat racing, it really does just whet the appetite, doesn't it, when you get a look at the crews before they prepare for the final, and you can just see that it's not always easy to get through to the final. You have to do a bit of work, but it's just nice to see the opportunity here this morning.
Yeah, and I'd have to say, Travis, the crews that we've seen to get through on the rowing and seeing how they're not having to work overly hard, but they've still got a lot of boat speed, augurs well for some great finals in all the events we've seen today. It's going to be, I'd suggest those finals are going to be fast and they're going to be very close. A little bit of frustration. We've got a 15-minute gap here, and that's all related to how the system does the draw. So it'll pick up if there's some oars people that don't have a tight enough, the turnaround is too tight, and it'll create a gap in the program. But they don't do it. They'll do it to a point. I think they review every time it does that and say, well, should we do this or not? They've decided to. In this instance, the 15 odd minutes between races. The frustration is the conditions are perfect. You want them out there racing. We know that's not going to stay all day. So you sit there and understand why. But just the frustration of not having races coming down every 5 minutes on this fantastic conditioned course this morning.
Great to have your company wherever you may be watching through the YouTube live stream. It's Rob Glendenning and Travis Jenkins taking you through this morning's Day 2 action of the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Pano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here. Cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, and where else, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. Zeekr-X.
And welcome back to rowing for the welcome back to racing after that short break. And we're in Champion Lakes in Perth, just south of Perth, for the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. And thank you again to Rowing WA for supporting and holding this event. As I said, if we could just take a snapshot of these conditions out there and carry those through for the next couple of days, we'll be very, very pleased. We can move on to race 77. It's the Women's Masters C Single Scull. Once again, 2 heats of progression, first 3 to the final. In lane 1, we have Mosman's Nikki Lepresti, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 2, University of Western Australia, Janelle Austin, coached by Ava Myler. In lane 3, Yarra Yarra's Ebony Ebenwalder. In lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club's Belindy Rowe, coached by Robert Dallymore. In lane 5, Laurel Clarence's Vanette McLennan, coached by Candice Jago. In lane 6, Murray Bridges' Kelly Lewis, and in lane 7, ANA's Sophie Pilot. They're just lining up at the moment. They look like they've got a line. Now, we do appear at this stage to be missing, it would appear to be Kelly Lewis in lane 6. Yeah, we're not seeing her at the moment, and they look ready to start. So I'm assuming there's been a scratching there. So, as I said, conditions at the start looking absolutely perfect. And what a great scene. And I'm excited. I'm hoping we get to see that great drone shot as soon as they get the start underway. But the pontoon holder has just moved in onto the end of pontoon number 6. So whether they're just getting prepared for the next race or they're going to wait for Kelly Lewis, I can't really tell. Yes, just coming around the end of the starting blocks now. Now she is going to be in a little bit of strife. I would imagine that would be a yellow card because she's late to the start. So the system is you get 2 opportunities for with yellow cards. On the second one, you get the red card, which means you're disqualified. So if, for instance, Kelly she had a false start in the next on this start here, I would imagine, I'm certainly can't absolutely confirm that she's got the yellow card, but then that would mean a disqualification. So she's going to have to be very, very careful coming off the start. Thankfully, I think we've got the skill level of the rowers at this regatta. We're not seeing false starts, because if they false start, they have to stop the race, turn around and bring them back and start again, and issue warnings for the crews that broke. So not unlike other sports, there's just a little bit more involved in getting them back to the starting pontoons to have that have the second go at it. But Kelly is back into this race. She's on the line, starting up, just straightening up now. Just trying to keep it, she's probably a little bit anxious because of being late to the start. So, but she looks like she's just trying to actually ease into it and make sure that she's not panicking about that, and that's not going to affect her race. So, the full field is now in place, and we're watching for the lights. They had a few problems with them yesterday, but we're working yesterday afternoon. But they are all looking at the ready, so they should be doing the roll call. As I said, they've got a 2-minute from when they say they give a 2-minute warning. They can start any time between them. They don't generally go off too early, but if all scullers are there and everybody's happy to go, they will start the race early. And so we're just looking around and just doing a little bit of a visual, and we're fairly cloud-free for the next little bit, so I'm reasonably confident. But a very failed weather forecaster, but very confident that we're not going to see too much more rain in the next couple of hours. So that augurs well for racing this morning and the conditions that are. So we now have that line. Not quite sure what the hold-up is now. But yeah, so we can see the umpire boats. You'll notice the umpire boats are off to the side of the course. They're stationed down the course. So what they'll do is, in some instances, I think they're doing it here, they do a shuttle. So the one on the other side will follow them down for the first 500 metres, then drop off. The second one will pick them up, and the third one will be there just to make sure they get across the line. Or in some instances, the one at the top will go all the way and the others shuffle up to the top. But we have a nice clean start, and it is not only a clean start, it is a fast start. All these scullers have gone off at a cracking pace, and at the moment it just looks very even. Probably the Sophie Pilot, the A&A sculler, is probably the only one that's just dropped off the pace a little bit, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough to worry at this point in time, as long as she doesn't lose touch. Kelly Lewis, that sculler that was a bit late on to the starting blocks, has had a very good start, as has the Yarra Yarra sculler, Ebony Ebenwalder. So we're just looking over them at the moment. Gleb's Blindy Row, probably just about half a length down. They were a good start by Vanette McLennan and, as you said, Kelly Lewis. But it does look like the Yarra Yarra sculler, Ebony Ebenwalder, has gone out with a purpose. She, remembering, 3 through to the final. So the 3 that we can see on our picture on this side are the ones that need to get a move on. As we get square to the course, you'll notice the boys will line up. So as soon as we're square to those, that gives you a good indicator of the gaps between each one. It is neck and neck with Nikki Lepresti, Janelle Austin, with Ebony Ebenwalder just about so. I would hazard to say, Travis, that it could actually even be Nikki Lepresti that might have moved into the lead here. So it's whichever way, it's very, very close.
Fantastic start also from our University of WA competitor, Janelle Austin. She's there in lane 2, just holding that 3rd place for now, which will be important for her in that run to the line. Then there's a little pack of 3 left of screen that are just looking to mount a bit of a challenge. It's Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge, who's just leading that little trio left of screen. She's 2nd from the left. And then Vanette McLennan, coached by Candice Jago, is just needing to find that little bit of a burst now. So we've reached the halfway, 2 minutes the time at halfway, and our leader, Ebony Ebenwaldner from Yarra Yarra, continues to just glide along beautifully here. Bathed in sunshine, Champion Lakes. It's a glorious day here in Perth as Nikki Lepresti just starts to wind up and start her drive to the line. Janelle Austin just sticking there beautifully in third position. And it's been a nice showing, though, so far by Yarra Yarra's Ebony Ebenwaldner.
Oh, absolutely. She started off really well. We thought she got out to a bit of a flyer. And these three, and often that's the case when you're around other fast scullers, you'll go with them. And so they have now put lengths on them between them and the chasing pack. The chasing pack are moving very well. That's the Glebe, Lower Clarence and Murray Bridge sculler. But they're almost in a line and they're competing, having a great race amongst themselves. The problem is the three are currently that look like getting to the final are a couple lengths in front of them. So, and it's all happening on the other side of the course. So we have the Yarra Yarra's Ebenwalder, Mosman's Lepresti, and University of WA's Austin, all looking fairly comfortable. I don't think there's been any big moves. Yeah, just as I said that, Janelle Austin's just kicked it up. She's doing, probably just practicing that finish. We see Ebony Ebenwalder reacting at the same time, and she's just put a little bit more effort into her drive. There's a bit of this is a real race going on. We're watching the other places, and as Ebenwalder crossed the line just ahead of Lepresti. It will be Austin in third. They are the three going through the final, but the great race going on here between Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis, Vanette McLennan from Lower Clarence, but it will be Murray Bridges, Kelly Lewis who came in fourth, followed closely by Vanette McLennan. Fifth, then it will be Belindy Rowe in sixth, and a little bit further back now to ANA's Sophie Pilot.
That's a lovely morning row for Ebony Ebenwaldner, silver medalist last year at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. So she was able to complete the course in 4:02 in that final last year. A 4:08 this morning, looking pretty comfortable. The defending champion, she'll feature in this next heat. It is Sefke of Yarra Yarra. Sarah Sefke will be competing here, and there she is in heat number 2, first 3 to qualify. She's at the bottom of our screen, the defending champ. She is rowing in lane number 7 in the Yarra Yarra colours. You can see her there getting off the line really nicely. Let's go from bottom to top. In lane number 6 from the University of WA is Marianne Amato, coached by Ava Myler. In 5, it's Shoalhaven's Lorraine Haywood, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane number 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Jorian Ledecker. In lane 3 from Torrens Belinda, Janko Wiak. And in lane 2 from Glebe, Jocelyn Harris, coached by Rob Dallamore. Top of screen, lane number 2 on the right. She also too is right up there, pushing forward nicely is Jocelyn Harris in lane number 2. But our early leader is the defending champ, Sarah Sefke.
Yeah, and Sefke, does look like the big moves come from Jankowiak from Torrens. So Sefke is holding down that lead. Once again, part of that very strong Yarra Yarra contingent at these championships, and certainly is trying to make sure that she's got it covered. First 3 going through to the final, a reminder, and so it is going to be a real race on. We're looking at the scullers just behind. University of Western Australia's Amato, Shoalhaven's Lorraine Haywood, and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe, and they're going to have and West Australia's Jorian Ledecker. So they are going to really have to fight it out for that 2nd and 3rd place, but they're not too far out of it, Travis. I'm going less than probably only about 3 or 4 seconds off the pace of these front runners, Sefke and Jankowiak.
The interesting last year in the final, I was just having a look at the results from last year here, Rob, and Sefke had about a 5-second lead at the halfway mark and only went on to win by a second. So she really does start well, and we've seen that again here, going through in two minutes. She went through in that final in 1:57 and ended up only winning by a second when Eben Waldner just absolutely flew home. She was in third at the halfway, and we saw her win that previous heat, and she'll be definitely one to watch in the back end of the race. But that'll be something that I'm sure that Sarah Sekfi will be aware of, and perhaps a little bit more training under the belt over the last 12 months just to work on that last 500.
Yeah, look, I'm sure that she would have focused on that in the 12 months we've had since the last championships, and certainly we're into that third 500 of the race, whether it's 2,000 or it's 1,000. It's the tough part of the race. You get to halfway, and you're starting to really feel the pinch. And so, if you can push through that third 500 and not lose any time, even split it, as we'd say, you're in good shape. Just feel that boat bouncing around a little bit. I mean, just could be conditions out there, but she's moving it very well. Otherwise than that, and she's probably extended that lead now as we've been talking about it, just a little bit further back to Torrens' Jankowiak. And then it does appear to be WA's Amato holding down that third place at the moment. So that looks like where they've got to be to get through to the final, those first three places. And yeah, looking very strong. You know, Sekfi is looking very much in control. You know, she's just taking the glance over. She glance over the other crew. She's not looking every stroke. She takes her time, just takes a few strokes, has a bit of a squeeze over to see where she's sitting. She's pretty confident, pretty happy with where she is, and she should be, because she's really got, she's well in front of this race. Now the big challenge coming, though, from University of West Australia's Marion Amato. She wants to get into this final, and it's Jacqueline Harris who is in danger of missing out here. Hold third place all the way down, but Sekfi, no problem for Sekfi. She's coming down the line with about 3 strokes to go, and she will cross for a good win in the end, followed by the Torrens Sculler. There's going to be nothing between the Sculler, Amato and Harris, and coming to the line, and Harris will just pip out Amato, followed by Shoalhaven's Haywood, and then a little bit further back to Lydica, coming across the line to close out this race.
Well done to Harris. Had to really work for it towards the end of the race to row over the top of Amato. So terrific work from Harris. She's booked her place into the final a little bit later on this morning.
So we move on to race 79, the Men's Masters F Single Scull. Once again, a very well contested event. So 2 heats, first 3 to the final. In lane 2, ANA's Adam Ramshaw. In lane 3, Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker. In lane 4, Melbourne's Warwick Grant. In lane 5, Yarra Yarra's Chits Kumis. In lane 6, Torrens' Kevin Tankard, and Toowong's David Bellamy in lane 7. And once again, we've had a frantic start. A couple of scullers just struggling with that early pace. But it does appear that it's ANA's Ramshaw, Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker, who are the pace setters at the moment. Across, a little bit further across, it does appear we could be missing somebody here. I think we might be missing Melbourne's Warwick Grant. So we just move across there, and it's so Yarra Yarra and Torrens Scullers on this side. We just can't see the whole field. Yes, falling back now is the Toowong's David Bellamy, just falling back a bit. So we're just looking there. It is Torrens, Kevin Tankard, and I'd say Kevin Tankard's pretty close to being in the front as we come through, although we've just gone through the 500. It was Ramshaw, Tankard, and then the Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker. So that's the race. It's a straight line at the moment. Just watching those boys, lining it up with the boys. It's an absolute straight race. Remembering they don't really have to race overly hard here, because if they continue on the way they're going, the challenges don't look to be too close. So they've got a bit of respite from the fast and furious, but still have to keep an eye out. We can just see the bow of Yarra Yarra's Chats Kumis coming into play there, but I've got to say about 2 or 3 lengths down, so it would have to be a phenomenal effort from them to come back. The Sculler, Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker just maybe has just lost a little ground to Adam Ramshaw over in lane 2. But certainly this is where the race is. But not giving up at all is Yarra Yarra's Jatsi Kumis. Just said I think he left himself a little bit too much work to do over the last 250 metres to try to pull that back. The Toowong Sculler, David Bellamy, just a little bit off the pace, about 4 or 5 lengths behind. But coming down the line, the Torrens Sculler here, Kevin Tankard, looks really, really comfortable. Looks really, really comfortable. If we look at the work going in with the Shoalhaven and ANA Scullers, I'd have to say the one that's looking very confident and just cruising to the line, just kicking it up for the last 4 or 5 strokes, just because I can, is Kevin Tankard from Torrens, coming down to the line now. Now, Mark Whittaker must have heard me. He's reversed that advantage that he'd lost to Adam Ramshaw, and he will go. In fact, he'll go across the line to take out this heat. So he's had a big sprint over the last couple of 100 metres, followed by Torrens' Kevin Tankard. It will be A&A's with Adam Ramshaw in third. They're 3 going through to the final. Jack Chatziakumas just missing out in 4th, and then a little bit further back to Wong-Sculler, David Bellamy, crossing the line in about 4 or 5 strokes.
So Kevin Tankard, the defending champion from last year, is into the final. Mark Whittaker, he finished 4th in that final last year. He was just perhaps getting bragging rights getting into the final. He's just rode over the top in the end.
A shot across the bow,
A little shot across the bow. Just to say, don't forget about me, Kev. I'll be seeing you in a couple of hours' time at the start line. So congratulations. The favourites are through there in the first heat. So now on the water is the second heat, and we'll run through the roll call for you. At the top of the screen in lane number 2 from Tablelands, it's Doug Rolfe. In lane number 3, Riverside's Brian Glawson. In lane number 4, we struggled with this name yesterday a little bit here, Rob, but it's a beautiful rowing club in New Zealand, I'm told.
Now you've got me.
Horafua. Kevin Horan is representing them today from New Zealand. In 5, it's from Barwon Rowing Club, Christopher Bishop. In lane number 6, for the West Australian Rowing Club, Daryl Salisbury. And in lane number 7, our early leader from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, it's Justin Negree, who's opened up a nice little lead in this early stage, 2 to 3 boat lengths already from Daryl Salisbury, the West Australian royalty, that name here, the Salisbury name. It's a phenomenal name in rowing, and it's once again on full display here. Probably pushing up for third now is Kevin Horan. He's looking like he's getting to work as we approach the halfway mark. In 4th place is Brian Glawson of Riverside, and then it's Doug Rolfe from Tablelands in 5th place, and Christopher Bishop from Barwon not too far behind in 6th place. But there's our leader, Justin Negree, 1:49 through the halfway. He means business this morning.
And how many times have we said that name over the first day and a little bit? You know, it seems that he's in every half a dozen races or so. So certainly, and is generally at the front or near to the front. So, and showing us again why that would be the case. I think he's taking his rating right down. He's very confident with his movement in that boat. It looks like. What type of boat he has there, but yeah, he certainly is looking very, very comfortable, and he's thrown out the catch me if you can, and they're trying. They're putting a lot of effort in, but not quite making the gains on him. It does look like the Western Australian Rowing Club's Daryl Salisbury is currently holding down second. Are we right on that one? Yes. And then a bit across the other side, it was that Horowhenua sculler, Kevin Horan.
He's doing really nicely. Kevin Horan, he's just moving up in positions in the race. He's just pressing for that second placing ahead of Daryl Salisbury at the moment. But there's our leader, Justin Negree. He's just really turned off the jets. He's just absolutely enjoying his time out here on Champion Lakes this morning. He's having a look to the right now. He's just absolutely cruising down here. He's definitely got plenty of stamina. He's got beautiful technique just to keep the boat moving as fast as what it is when his stroke rate has dropped off so much. It's just lovely to watch. He'll be probably the favourite looking at this performance here this morning. It's Justin Negree cruising down to the line. The battle for automatic qualification of the final is starting to heat up a little. Salisbury is just holding out. Horan and Glawson just starting to flash home. He's just sensing the moment. Brian Glawson of Riverside, he's just needing to find about another boat length if he can in the sprint to the line to get into the final. I don't think he'll quite get there. But there's our leader. He's going to be hard to beat. It's under 4 minutes. It's 10 seconds faster than heat number 1. And then Salisbury books his place alongside Kevin Horan. Brian Glawson, he's had a good row. He threw everything at it today. He'll be happy with that. Doug Rolfe next in, and it's rounded out by Chris Bishop from Barwon. But Justin Negree from Yarra Yarra, He has stopped the clock at 3:56, quite a bit faster than Heat 1, which was won in 4:09. So he will be the one to watch a little bit later on. A strong row there, Rob.
Yeah, very strong row. And to think that, he's come over that course, like what is that, for 15 seconds faster, 13 seconds faster, than the heat before. And, it looked like he was rating about 26 at the end. Puts him in pretty good stead for the final. But, you don't, we can never assume how hard the others were going. So it's going to be very interesting to see that final. Once again, all these heats are just setting up for some great finals over the next hour or two, and looking forward to that. We've just got on the course at the moment the race 81, which is the men's Masters J2M quad. And we have a start time of 9:45, so we've just got another 10 minutes or so before that race starts.
So the J category is for competitors 80 years or more. So there's some terrific stories here, I'm sure, amongst the teams from Mosman and Drummoyne. The Mosman crew on their way to the line for this quad event, due to get underway in about 10 minutes time. Great to have your company here. Day 2 action of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. There's a good crowd coming into the banks here of Champion Lakes. It's building nicely. The car park across the other side of the bank is starting to fill up nicely. It's a glorious day here in Perth. Great to have your company. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with plenty more rowing from Champion Lakes in just a moment.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Raptor Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle.
welcome back to the resumption of racing after that short break. Once again, the conditions are still great. Just a little bit of breeze coming in, and just down in the boat park. And we've been talking a little bit yesterday about the Carrum Rowing Club, and just ran into Jess from Carrum Rowing Club, and she tells me that they've only got a bit over 30 members in total, but only about 23 currently active. And they row in the State Sports Centre down there at Carrum, but it's just reinforced with me just what a great regatta they're having, for the amount of members they've got. So thank you, Jess, for passing that on, and we wish you well for the rest of the regatta.
Yes, it was a real feature yesterday of the rowing championships, the emergence of Carrum as a very competitive club. So a great program, and great to see them there, and great to see Rob mixing it with the all people down here at the Rowing Centre in Perth as we're underway in the Men's Masters Jada M category. That is for men who are 80 years and over, and what an absolutely loaded boat we have here for this Mosman Composite crew. There's Graham Wern, K2 gold medalist at the World Masters, Australian representative as a lightweight. We've got John Hardy from Mosman, John May also from Mosman, and Philip Titterton. He's been around a long time in rowing circles from what they tell me, Rob, and he is part of this great crew. Great to have them out here, and gee whiz, there's a lot of experience in this boat.
Oh, absolutely there is, and we saw them yesterday coming down that course as a Coxed 4, same combination, so just showing their versatility, sculling, sweep oar, they've got it all. Philip Titterton, of course, has had a very long association with Mosman Rowing Club, and as has John May and John Hardy. And there's another John normally in there, John Struick, but I'm not sure that I've seen John or he's coming across. So probably hence why why Graham Wern has joined that crew. Philip Titterton also had a long association with what was then Sydney University Women's Boat Club, and did a lot of coaching there and a lot of development of Oars women over many years, and that's sort of been absorbed now back up into the main Sydney Uni Boat Club, and so I think Philip still does a little bit with them, but probably not what he used to do. So, but certainly these guys are all about giving back to rowing, and not only can they row and they get out there and they enjoy their rowing and they're 80 plus years of age, but they also give back to rowing, which is great to see.
The one thing you talked about yesterday, Rob, was just the movement of the body, and the coordination and timing is just so important. Look at these four gentlemen. They're just absolutely in perfect harmony. They just know how to keep the boat moving, don't they? The clearance in the water too. It's almost like their shoulder muscles just have that muscle memory. You just put an oar in their hands and they let the body do the rest.
Yeah, look, they certainly, their leg drives together. They spend a lot of time in boats together. Graham, of course, is a real journeyman as far as that goes too, so he can jump in basically behind anybody. Doesn't mind telling you, giving you a few bits of advice on the way, but I think that the fact that these guys are all in their 80 plus, I'd just be happy to be moving at that thing. And these guys are making this look easy, and it's a quality row by this crew.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Rob? It's just they're making it look easy. And, if you were to put you and me into that four, we'd absolutely look like a duck out of water, I'm sure. Maybe not you, but definitely me. But they are just doing it nicely.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's probably a lighter weight boat, so I'd put it underwater at the moment. Let's run with them. So, but they are a well polished crew, and they will be still putting it all in.
Absolutely.
There's no backing off. They're going to row it. One crew or 15 crews. It doesn't matter. They're going to row it to the end. And we do. I always enjoy it with catching up with. Particularly I see John May at most regattas and Philip Titterton and Graham Will. So always good to catch up, get a few stories and find out what they're up to. But they're coming down to the line now and getting a really good run out of this boat. Remember.
And they'll be very happy with the time too, Rob. Last year they rowed a 4:19. It had a very similar crew. Beaton was in the crew last year. And today they've rown a 4:13, so faster than last year. So they are just getting quicker and quicker with age.
Quicker at this rate, and when they're 90, they'll be competing against the A's. So, no, look, that is a great row, and it just shows you it's not all about out-and-out power. It's the ability to move a boat, which is paramount before you can make that power effective.
All right, we move on. We've got a couple of A races to come. So the Masters racing starts at age 27 for our competitors. So these are now A-classed crews. So 27 is the youngest member of each of these crews that is allowed under the rules of Masters racing. So let's go through the lineup here for you. We've got the St. George Composite crew rowing in lane number 4. It's made up of Wendy Miller, Belendi Rowe, Nikki Lepresti and Andrea Coos, and then the Port Macquarie composite team of Kirsten Berry, Candice Jago, Holly Hanley and Emma Molinar. There are a few names there that we've seen that have featured prominently throughout day 1.
Yes, indeed. And what's great to see is we've got 2 boats in the race representing 8 different clubs. So it's quite a mix and match out there. It does look like this crew on this side, the Port Macquarie composite crew of Kirsten Berry, Candice Jago, Holly Hanley and Emma Molinar have the legs at the moment. They've moved out to about a length and a half. They crossed the 500 metre mark and looking very good. Both crews, very quality crews. It's spent a lot of time. Interesting, that we haven't got any other interstate crews in this A quad. It's a great event, and we always love seeing the A graders. And we've just seen the oldest ones, some of the oldest come down in a quad. Now we're seeing some of the younger ones, and certainly it's great to see. We do notice they just have that rating up a little bit higher. They like to push it along a little bit more, and it's always good to see as we get older. The idea of rating anything over 28-30 is cause for anxiety, but they certainly are moving this boat really well, coming through with about 250 metres to go. And as you said, most of these rowers have appeared a number of times already over this regatta. I think Belendi Rowe was only in a race. She was in a single scull only, it seems like about 5 minutes ago. So she's obviously had a very quick turnaround. You've got Emma Molinar sitting up there in the bow seat, Candice Jago, Kirsten Berry, and I think their stroke is, Holly Hanley. Holly, of course, married to Jack Hanley, who we saw in action yesterday. We saw Holly in action yesterday. They were rowing a mixed double. They obviously are very harmonious in that double, so they did particularly well as well. But here they go, this crew, just probably Candice Jago just a little bit out of whack with the rest of them, but when they don't row with each other, you're going to expect there are going to be difference in techniques, and so we're seeing that here, but certainly no problem for them. Coming down to the line now, they're going to cross that line to take first place, and a good win to them. Only a gold medal being handed out in this event. The St George Composite now coming across the line of that Miller, Rowe, Lepresti and Coos coming across in second place, and the time was 3:30, so pretty snappy time, I don't mind saying, for composite, pretty much composite scratch crews, so great effort on their part. And we move on now to the race 83, the Men's Masters A8. Once again, this is one of the other ones we look forward to seeing the A8. Boys. The quads and the 8, of course, are quite similar in boat speed, but they are out the start at the moment doing their dance to get back onto the pontoons. We have Curtin University in lane 3. It's a composite of Curtin University, Swan River and University of WA. Damien Kelly, Tom Atkinson, David Porzig, Ron Snook, Jono Fivez, Greg Kerr, Glenn Loftus, Stuart Reside and Borby Webster is their coxswain. In lane 4, Adelaide University Composite, Adelaide University, Torrens and Riverside. Bill Natt, Hugh Dombrovski, Greg Walters, Anthony Lee, Tom Lubinas, David McLeod, Tom Sullivan, Alistair Walsh, Bonnie White is their coxswain, coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. In lane 5, ADF Rowing Composite, ADF Rowing and Canberra. This is David Visser, Joel Collins, Chris Austin, Rod Kaplick, Sam Goldspring, Ben Page, Daniel Watson, Brent Solomon, and their coxswain is Chris Iredale. And in lane 6, Glebe Composite, Glebe, Leichhardt, Drummoyne, Mosman and North Shore, James Wentworth, Andrew Simpson, Trent Rogers, David Ellis, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, Terry Bridges, I think James Halday, Terry Bridges in, and Andrew McEncrow. subbing for Andy Wigan, and Catherine Davis is causing a bit of confusion there. I know that this is largely the New South Wales Interstate 8.
And that's what so many people are looking forward to this, isn't it? A lot of the state teams are competing here in this Men's Masters Day. I know there's a lot of hope for this Curtin University team as well in this race. Of course, Stuart Reside featuring here. Australian national champion, two-time underage world champion, dual Olympian. He's one of the big names from this Curtin team, West Australian, proud West Australian. He's back here rowing for the Curtin University team, and it's going to be a very interesting race. The defending champions, Adelaide University, they won the gold last year. They're rowing in lane 4. So, scene is set, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, you might know this, Travis, being this end of the world. I'm assuming Ron Snook is some relative of, I think it's Emma Snook, I think it was Australian rower from Western Australia that did row out of New South Wales for a while, but be interested to know if that is the same. So we are thinking that, I'm looking at the ages of that Adelaide crew, and I'm thinking that has all the sounds, and I haven't checked it, but of there being their state crew as well. So it's going to be a great hit out for these crews. I tell you, the crew that has got away well is that Curtin University composite crew. They have streaked out of the blocks. They have taken an early lead in this race, closely followed by the Adelaide University composite. They are pushing very, very hard, but probably down half a length as we've gone literally 250 metres. So they're just really stamping their authority in this race. The Curtin University composite, they're out to make sure that the others know, they've got the speed. The Glebe composite over on this side in lane 6, not out of it, but just probably about a half a length down on the Adelaide University composite crew. The ATF finding the going pretty tough up the top there.
Yeah, they were 5th last year in this event, and they're in 4th at the moment, but our Curtin University team, and there's hopes have been very high for this crew. A lot of them will be featuring tomorrow in the Interstate 8s, so they're a highly credentialed crew, and the hopes have been high to win that Interstate 8s title here on the home deck, and they've got away well. You can see they've been working well together over the last few months, and they're training really strongly. Adelaide team, a lot of them are in the South Australian 8s that will be featuring tomorrow, and they won the title last year. So this is a good litmus test for our crews, just to see how things might shape up for that big Interstate 8s racing tomorrow morning. Can't wait for that. But at the moment, this is a dress rehearsal with a gold medal still up for grabs, and it's the Curtin University team out by a boat length now, just starting to assert their authority on this race. Adelaide holding down the silver medal position, and then in 3rd place is that Glebe composite crew. ADF a little bit further back. So here we go. It's the Curtin boys starting just to wind up and just starting to flex a little bit of muscle here at Champion Lakes. They just want to let everyone know that they're here to mean business and want to get the job done in front of their home friends and family. This is an impressive row from Curtin University Composite. They're charging towards the line. Perhaps we have a favourite tomorrow for the Interstate Challenge in the 8s, because this Curtin crew are absolutely flying down Champion Lakes. They are superb this morning, and they are absolutely here to win. They want gold, and they'll take this gold medal in the Men's Masters A category 8s, and it's gold to Curtin University. A great row, and that is something to look forward to tomorrow. Adelaide have finished in the silver medal position. Glebe will finish in 3rd. ADF will be 4th across the line here. But for the Curtin University combination, that is an impressive row.
Absolutely, and I'm just I'm just going through the crew list for the State 8. So there's a couple of changes in there, but ostensibly it's the same crew. So any time they go under 3 minutes, it's a good row. 2:54 is a sensational time, and so the fact that they're close to or around that State 8 throws down the challenge, particularly to the Adelaide University composite, because they certainly South Australia in that interstate race have been winning that year after year of late. The Glebe composite or New South Wales crew albeit a few changes. Probably a little bit of work to do, a bit of thinking about how they might approach the race tomorrow. So certainly they've got to get away a little bit faster off the start, and mate, you've got to be within overlap to actually be able to mount a challenge at the speed these boats go. So if you're not there, it's going to be a very, very tough ask for any crew.
So we're moving through into the first of our big finals. Are about to take to the water in the Women's Masters D pairings, and it's a big moment here for our teams that been in the heats this morning, and now we get a chance to have a look at the finals, and we're underway. Start all important, and it's the University of WA crew away well. They're in lane number 7, Cassis and Keevil. Then if we go through the lineup at the top of our screen, in lane number 2, it's Belitho and Foster of Fremantle. Lane 3, Ross and Franku from Adelaide University. And then the ANA pair of Mansell and Brevelli. Then Torrens, Ellis, Jankowiak, Dragons, Farley and Cruikshank, and the University of WA's Carson and Keevil have all been sent on their way for race number 84. It's the final, and we saw these competitors earlier today, Rob, and getting a good start is that team from Torrens. We saw them really impressive earlier. Ellis and Jankowiak, they've just put their early mark on this race and lead it.
Yeah, absolutely, and we did see a very good race from Mansell and Brevelli in the end from ANA. So they're within striking distance, but certainly that race on out the front there is between the Adelaide University Esrose and Franku and the crew from Torrens, Ellis and Jankowiak. So it's going to be the medals at the moment, although we're only about 400 metres into the race, look like they're going to come out of these 3 crews. As we see, the finals are seeded, so the fastest crews get the 2 inside the middle lanes, and then they go out from there. So we're not quite seeing the full chevron, but you would normally see expect to see that, depending on how hard the heat was and how hard they've had to go. But certainly Torrens now have just stepped on it. They've just made their decisive move to try to get some gap. It's been quite effective. They've pulled probably about half a length in that little manoeuvre. It's whether they can keep that going now, and how Adelaide University and ANA react to that build from the Torrens crew. We can see them going through with about a 1.69 second lead over Adelaide University. Another length back to the ANA. A little bit further back now to University of WA, Dragons and Fremantle. But yeah, they have kept it going, Travis, haven't they? That big push they went through, they've just pushed again, and looked like they're... And
just as we say that, the Adelaide University team have also just started to increase their stroke rate, it seems. ANA still holding down the bronze, but Adelaide University, now's the time, isn't it, Rob, if they're going to try and just push towards the line for that gold medal. Although on that note, it now looks like Torrens have responded in fine fashion. They've upped their ante now, haven't they?
They certainly have. So what they've done, they've gone for their big push. Adelaide University have fought back, and they've had a good fight to get back to them. And then what you want to do, you're watching across there from a sitting in front point of view, and then you go again. So you know that they're not going to back one push up with another, then another. So their great race plan, or their application of their race plan, is very good, but still not a whole lot in it though. We're looking out the window here, and it's still looking like it's very close. These crews are certainly charging towards the line, and there goes the big lift from Torrens now, haven't they? They've just said this race is ours, and you're going to have to work very, very hard if you're going to get anywhere near us. And they're showing now. But here come Adelaide University again. They're coming back at them. Only about 50 or 60 metres to go, so they're just going to run out of course. Unfortunately for them, they're going to run out of course, but what a great row from the Torrens combination of Ellis and Jankowiak. They go across the line to take a win in this race. Followed by Adelaide University, about a length behind, and then a little bit further back now to to A&A, and they've had and once again another great race. Stuck with them all the way to the 500, just couldn't go with them when they started those big pushes. University of West Australia now coming across the line, and it will be very close between Dragons and Fremantle. So they close out the field.
Congratulations to Torrens, Australian champions 2026. Well-deserved heat earlier today. They've come back in fine style to win the title here. Adelaide University was a real race in surges, wasn't it, Rob? They just kept on coming at Torrens, really made them earn it. A 3:51.27, the official time, and Torrens are our Australian champions. Now, next big final is underway. It is the men's D single sculls into the water for the big final. It's O'Nions from Melbourne in lane number 2, top of screen. Bridges from Leichhardt's in 3. Hawkins from A&A in lane 4. Bird in lane 5. Inglis is in 6. And from the WA Rowing Club, it's Wall in lane number 7. The early leader, though, is Inglis. He was impressive early, also going nicely in lane number 4 from A&A is Hawkins. Bridges and Bird are also right up there. Terry Bridges, he was second last year. You can see him there, 2 from the top of screen in lane number 3. And so he'll be definitely looking to just move up a little bit more on our early leader, which is Hawkins. He's just now starting to put a little bit of space on the rest of the field here, is Hawkins.
Yeah, he is. He's got the look, and you know, as you can see, we know in the heats that the results are fairly similar. So the timings are very similar, but Hawkins and Inglis probably look the most comfortable, although Bird from North Esk was also right up there. So it is a real race, and the sculler from Melbourne, O'Nions, is pulling up again now, and they're just coming down towards the 500 metre mark. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Looks like almost a straight line, and I think we did predict earlier that it was going to be a very, very close final, and it is. So Hawkins has gone through with a 0.75 advantage over Nick Inglis. Terry Bridges is next through, about 2 seconds down. Patrick Bird, 0.95. Greg O'Nions, 0.93. And then Simon Wall. So still very close across that field, but the fight for those minor medals is absolutely hot.
Absolutely. So the defending champ, he's got a bit of a battle on his hand here, Hawkins. He was so impressive last year in the back end of the race, and he's going to have to do the same again here, because Inglis there, left of screen in lane number 6, is mounting a real challenge. The battle for the bronze is tight between Bridges. O'Nions is just pushing up nicely, isn't he? He's just working up into his race. You can see him there in lane number 2, O'Nions, and he'll just need to just push forward now to put a little bit of pressure on Bridges, who's currently in that bronze medal position. But our leader out in front is Hawkins. He's sensing the moment, he's sensing the occasion here at Champion Lakes, and he wants to have another gold medal wrapped around his neck. There he is, just putting every last bit of effort into these strokes, trying to keep an eye on the rest of the field too. He's looking left because it's Inglis from Yarra Yarra who's trying to just stick with him. And here come the chasing crew. It's Bridges and O'Nions who are starting to lift. They're starting to come into the race nicely. O'Nions, he's absolutely flying with Bridges. They're going to put a bit of pressure on Hawkins as he lunges to the line. It's Hawkins now. He's lifting. He wants this gold medal more than anything, and he's showing his class in the final stages. It's Hawkins who will go back to back. He had to earn it. He's had to really work hard in the closing stages, and Hawkins, he'll take the gold. Really tight for the silver and the bronze. I think it might have been Bridges for the silver ahead of Inglis. We'll wait and see. So Hawkins no doubt the winner. Bridges did get second. O'Nions has taken the bronze. Inglis has finished 4th. But for Hawkins, he goes back to back, and gee, he'll enjoy that one.
That was such a good race. That tussle there between Bridges and O'Nions and Inglis all the way down the track. I actually thought Patrick Bird might have been a little bit closer to them in the end. He was just a little bit off the back of them. But that race, what have we got? We're looking at 4 seconds, 5 seconds between the first couple of crews, and those second, third, and fourth were literally less than 2 seconds. So it was a great race, but well judged by Hawkins. He's rode that to perfection. What we have seen just come in is a fairly stiff breeze coming in, and I'm pretty sure it's coming from the south, so they won't be too unhappy about that. If you're going to have wind, nice if it's behind you. You get a good we get a good push from behind. It does make for tough rowing. The conditions, get a bit rougher. It does make it a little bit tougher. I think what happened, probably that might have shaken a few of these scullers about halfway down when that kicked in, and so it's going to, particularly the lighter ones, that's going to knock them around a little bit. So, I don't know if it's just a bit of a flash, but. We'll, just a gust, but we'll have to wait and see. It does appear to be just tempering itself a little bit now.
And as a Sydney sider, Rob, you're absolutely spot on with your West Australian weather prediction. It is coming from the southwest at 28 kilometres per hour currently. And thankfully, it looks like this will be probably the worst of the wind for the rest of today. So the forecast is it'll be about this for maybe an hour or two, and then as the afternoon rolls through, it's going to just ease off nicely.
Well, the good thing is, at least it's a tailwind, or that tailie, as rowers would call it. Had it been 28 kilometres an hour, that's about 13 knots from the north, it would be tough going, and so. It's if we can be thankful for wind, it's when it's following you rather than into your headwind. And we're running up now, as we said yesterday, in all these single scull events, we have a lightweight as well as a heavyweight version of that race. So we're coming up for race 86. It is the final of the lightweight men's single, and we have in lane 3 Alec Munger from ANA Rowing Club, in lane 4 Tony Siritek from Essendon, in lane 5 Steve Parks from Western Australian Rowing Club, and in lane 6 James McGrath from ANA Rowing Club. And they're sitting on the start already to go. It looks like it might be a little bit calmer. They're getting the benefit of with the south wind from the south, probably get that little protection just from the pontoon there. So probably until I get about 20 or 30 metres out, until I get into the brunt of that, I would expect some pretty quick times after this. We should see a big improvement, and that does look like a false start. No, it's not a handicap race, so that I think would constitute a false start. So we talked about that earlier. You'll probably see the umpire on the back of the charts. He'll go over and consult with probably the umpire or the starter, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't walk back just to reinforce a full start. So that was James McGrath. Not a great start on his part. So in some instances you could be sitting there like that, and a strong gust will come through and take you out of the hands of the boat holder, but it does look like he actually took a stroke and moved away. Mind you, some of the others followed, so sometimes it's a little bit catching, and they'll hand out a few warnings as a result of that.
And Rob, at big international rowing regattas, are the boat holders in place, or is there an automatic system?
They have an automatic system. So it's an automatic system that falls down to the water, and it comes up and holds the bow ball. So the bow balls just sit against that. Sit in sort of like a bit of perspex, and it holds the boat. And so you can't. It's very hard to jump start when you can. I suppose you could really, you'll push it over, but you're much more aware of what's happening there. So the start is going to be a little bit more controlled, and they're not distracted, by too much happening behind them.
So another gold medal up for grabs here, and single sculls are poised, ready to go.
Yeah, we can just see the speed of the little waves getting created up there, how fast they're going through. It'll tell you that it's still fairly strong up at the start. So that'll equate to it. If you're looking at that, if you're just sitting there and floating in that, you're probably going to go about 5 metres every 30 seconds or so. So it's going to be a very quick time. And they're away, and it is a lightning quick start by that sculler from A&A, John McGrath, as it is for the other A&A Munger over in lane 3. So they've got the bit between the teeth here. They've gone out, and they've gone out very, very fast. The Essendon sculler, Sirotech, wandering around in his lane a little bit, so you'll have to correct that and get back into that centre of the lane, because that won't be helping him at all, and as much from just the anxiety of not being straight as it does of toying with the boys. But it does look like McGrath now has just really pushed on with that fast start. Parks from West Australia Rowing Club just probably didn't have quite the start he would have wanted to in comparison to these guys, but seems to have got his boat speed sorted out now. He's back into his rhythm now, and I think he'll come into play. I think that was just a little bit of a lightning fast start from McGrath. So whether Parks can catch up, whether Munger can catch up, we'll just have to wait and see. But now I think that is what is going to happen, because it's a slight bit of westerly and that southerly. It's going to push them to this side of their courses, and we can see that they're all sort of drifting to the left-hand side of the course. So you might take note, anybody that hasn't quite hit the water yet, just take note of those conditions, and just prepare yourself that you're going to be needing to keep it fairly straight on the way down the track. But certainly McGrath now, he has really tried to extend that lead and pushing out, and probably try to use that tail conditions where the boat feels lighter, the stroke feels lighter. You could probably just rate maybe a little bit higher, but it looks like he's just getting into that flow of feeling that extra speed that he's getting out of the boat, and the lighter catches that he's getting from that wind assist.
So McGrath leads the way from Parks, and then it's Alec Monga in the bronze medal. But here comes Tony Sirotech from Essendon Rowing Club. I was just having a look at his racing last year at these championships. He finished 4th last year as well, and he even split through both parts. He was 2:01 to the 500, and he finished with a 4:02. So he is an extremely consistent rower. He'll just stay at that same pace all day, and you can see him there left of screen. He's going to just try and make a bit of a move shortly to hopefully move up onto Alec Monga from A&A. But our leader is James McGrath. He's just out in front now, holding his form nicely. Steve Parks in that silver medal position, then Munger and Sirotech in that battle for 3rd. And as Rob mentioned, the breeze just at this part of the course is starting to look a bit more lumpy.
Yeah, certainly. If they come through that the 500 metre mark, it certainly has got a noticeable amount of gust and lumpy coming in this about the conditions, and that probably it's not too bad. When you've been in the race for a little while, you're a little bit tired, you're probably a little less reactionary to things. You're probably just going, well, that's how it is, I'll just get on with it. But look at what is happening out here. This Western Australian Rowing Club sculler is coming back like a train. He is almost up to overlap on James McGrath now, and it's going to be an absolute screamer of a race to the finish. All the speed in this WA Rowing Club boat with Steve Parks now responding. James McGrath now thinking, oh, I better do something about this, and is trying to get it. But I think the Parks has got all the pace at the moment. As they come down towards the line, it is stroke for stroke. There is absolutely nothing in it. Still Parks pushing and pushing and pushing. McGrath responding, and McGrath's just got the slightest advantage over it, and will just hold on to take a great win over the West Australian Rowing Club, Steve Parks. It was a very, very, very good row. I think James Parks is just signalling, James McGrath is just signalling Steve Parks at the moment, just saying, what a race, what a race. You almost got me, 0.46 of a second. Monga comes in 3rd, and it will be Sirotech of Essendon coming in for 4th place.
I think James said, what'd you do that for, Steve? I had it won. Why'd you have to make me earn it?
Yeah, well, I think he was thinking, I'm pretty happy with my lot here, and it's pretty cruisy, really, and then it wasn't.
They face off against each other a fair bit over here in the West, so nice for James McGrath to win the gold medal over his fellow West Australian Steve Parks, and they will no doubt debrief on that one for many years to come. So we're into the next big final, and this was a heat earlier today, Rob, and gee whiz, this was one of the really exciting parts of the day where we had 3 big heats. So the first 2 only went through, so you had to really row at your best. And a couple of standouts weren't there. There was the St George Riverway of De Jong and McCready, who were really impressive.
Absolutely. And I think they are going to be the ones to beat. We'll see how that pans out. But we've got lane 2, Perth and Fremantle's Main and Fennell. And in lane 3, it's Exeter Melbourne's Phillips and Wood. In lane 4, Drummoyne Endeavour's Nisbet and Vernon. In lane 5, St George Riverway's De Jong and McCready. In lane 6, Bunbury's Coote and Chigaloof. And in lane 7, Perth and University of West Australia's Bowen and Cornwall. And as you can see, the 2 lanes, fastest lanes, will be in the middle, and they were 4 and 5 would have been the fastest through to the final.
So De Jong and McCready, they were able to row a 4:19 in the heats, and then the Drummoyne pair of Nisbet and Vernon were at a 4:31, so they'll be right there as well. You can see the start all important here, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. That very distinctive blue canvas, we call it. Used to be canvas many, many years ago in the timber boats, but now very solid. But you can see the blue of the Drummoyne Endeavour boat there. Very even start, though. The 4 crews on the other side and the crew on this side. So we've got the Perth Fremantle, Exeter, Melbourne, Drummoyne and Endeavour and St George Riverway, and back over to Perth University of WA. They're absolutely in a line over the first 200 metres. So this is we did predict this was going to be very close, because the heats, the first 3 in each heat when they finished, were right on top of each other. So we knew that it was going to be a very, very close final. So whether this continues on in this stead, they'll be enjoying the fact that they've got the tailwind. I've got to tell you, they'll be enjoying that in a double. It feels great to be in a tailwind in a double. The boats move very quickly. But we can see a big move coming from the Perth Fremantle crew of Main and Fennell, and they have pushed out now to about a half-length advantage over the crews from Exeter, Melbourne, Drummoyne, Endeavour and St George Riverway. Now, I actually thought, Travis, that St George Riverway would have been the one that would have been calling out now.
Yeah, it's a very interesting first half of the race, and the silver medalist from last year as well in Phillips and Wood. That's the Exeter Melbourne team in lane 3. The silver medalists, second from the top of screen, have got a bit of work to do to even just stay in the medals at the moment, because this is absolutely on fire, this race. I'm really impressed with this Main Fennell crew from the Perth Fremantle up in lane 2. And then the St George Riverway crew of De Jong and McCready. They're just starting to get into their work now, aren't they? And they're making their move, Rob.
Yeah, they certainly they've held back a little bit and they're making the move. I think the row from Main and Fennell, though, has probably really surprised them. I think they would have gone out with a fair degree of confidence as they came out for this race, and all of a sudden they're in a race. Only 1.78 per seconds they are, but they have actually moved to the lead now. So we're just getting a bit caught on the angles here, but St George Riverway are about 1.78 seconds back to Perth Fremantle. Then it's back to the combination from Exeter, Melbourne. Then Perth University and Drummoyne Rowing Club. So this crew right over on this side, the Perth and University of WA, Bowen and Cornwall, faring very well at the moment. And they're certainly got an opportunity to push up into the bronze medal position. But here they go now, the St George Riverway combination, as they showed in the heat. They were they are a quality crew, and they've just sort of stuck around and waited and bided their time, and all of a sudden they've just turned it on. So the bit for them now is they've got to keep that going.
It's going to be a nice race to the line. It's De Jong and McCready. They're leading the way and just starting to increase their stroke rate and putting a little bit of space in the field. They sense this moment here for a gold. It's Main and Fennell from Perth still just holding on to that silver. It'll be a big moment for them. Phillips and Wood, the Exeter-Melbourne combination, are in third, but there's a very fast finishing UWA team who are just trying to put a little bit of pressure and move up into the medals. They're in lane 7 and are going to push hard towards the line. Our leaders, though, looking comfortable. It's going to be a golden moment if it can hold on for De Jong and McCready. They've matched every challenge so far, and have been able to just look left and look right now and see that they've got a little bit of space. Main and Fennell, they're rowing out of their skin. The West Australians, they're in the silver medal position ahead of Phillips and Wood, the Exeter Melbourne crew in the bronze medal. UWA still not out of it for that bronze, but it's going to be a golden strokes here for our De Jong-McCready combo. They've been so impressive this morning in the heats. They've backed it up beautifully for the final, and they salute the judges in first place. It's a golden victory to De Jong and McCready. The silver has gone to Main and Finelli, the West Australian pairing. Phillips and Wood have come in for the bronze medal. What a race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw them go through the 500 at 2:02, and they've come in at 4:04. So they've absolutely even split the first and the second 500. So it's a great row from them. So clearly their plan was to get onto pace. They knew the pace would hold them through. The others, if we looked at their splits, would see that they couldn't hold the pace for that second 500. So once again, there's a bit of a trick for out there for crews. If you can get up to speed and you can hold that pace at a race-winning pace, it's going to stand you in good stead when we come to handing out medals.
And the other interesting thing there too, Rob, is that the heats were won in 4:19 in very calm conditions, and with that race there in 4:02, 4:03, that just shows you our athletes here. They do just save a little bit for the final.
Yeah, they do, and I think they have tough conditions. There was the tailwind, so they're going to get a bit of advantage there. But certainly, you can't have a much better row than these two just had. So, and as I said, they take home the medal. So it's a great effort. We now move on to race 88, the men's Masters G4 minors. So we, in all these 4 categories, we have a coxless and a coxed version of the race. This is the coxless, and we have in lane 2 Melbourne's Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 3, Manning Rivers, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson and Nick Johnson. In lane 4, the Clifton Aramoho and Wanganui composite. That is Murray Stewart, Bruce Tate, Gus Bergen and Kerry Dobrowski. In lane 5, Newcastle composite, Newcastle Canning Bridge is Alan Barry, Ian Winfield, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. And in lane 6, Ulverston Mersey Murray Bridge Riverside composite, Mark Johnson, Graham Hunt, Simon Noel and Michael Wilson.
So Manning River rowing in lane 3, the defending champions from last year. They've had one small change to that crew from last year, but they will be ones to watch. Second from the top of screen, Manning River.
Yeah, they've had some form coming into this regatta, and we saw that yesterday. They featured well in the race. I can't remember if they won a come second, but they were certainly in the medals yesterday, and they would certainly be expecting to try to emulate their success from last year. And once again, the rough conditions won't worry them too much at all. You know, they would be used to getting out on the Manning River up there in Taree, New South Wales. It's what we'd call the mid-north coast of New South Wales. The conditions can be not unlike here, you know, a beautiful one moment and just a little bit ordinary the next. But certainly they're away now, and we're seeing fast starts by certainly the crew on this side, which is the Ulverston composite crew, that aforementioned Manning River crew, and they look like the boats that have got the best pace off the start at the moment. Not far behind, though, is the Melbourne combination of Reynolds, McPherson, Stewart and McCartney. And once again, we've seen McCartney and Stewart in the medals on a number of occasions over the last yesterday and today. So it's going to be a great event. Now, we're just watching on the drone shot at the moment. We can see that crew in lane 3, which is the Clifton composite, coming across into the lane of Manning River. Now, that they're behind, so the umpire's not going to get too hung up on that unless he thinks there's overlap. Yeah, we've had some sort of stoppage in the Newcastle composite crew, and we can't quite see from here. So we'll be looking to find out what has happened there with the. They don't look like they're underway, so they're just starting to row again. So they might have had a breakage in that crew, I'd imagine. Certainly, but the Ulverston composite crew over on this side having a great row out on their own. But as I was saying, with that Clifton composite crew, and they are having some real steering problems. They are going all over the place. The only thing that would have done for Manning River was just distracted them. You know, as they came over into their lane, they probably get distracted. But Manning River's going, oh well, hey, we have this lane. we might take a look in lane 2 at the moment. They're in lane 3, so they need to get that back on train again. And you can see they're just hooking their oars around the buoys, which gets a little bit disconcerting. But they still are moving very well, as is the crew from Melbourne, just off to their right. So there is where the race is. The Ulverstone Composite crew over here in lane 6, Manning River in lane 3, and Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 2 as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. And it was the Ulverstone Composite going through with a 1.6 advantage over Manning River, further 1.5 seconds back to Melbourne, only another second back to the Clifton and Wanganui crew now that they've got their steering sorted out.
So it's just tightened up a bit up the front, because the Ulverstone Composite crew, if they have a look to their right, they'll see this Manning River quartet, who have been so impressive and have won this event last year, just starting to make their move, and they're bringing with them the Melbourne crew as well in lane number 2. They're just starting to sense the moment as well, and are being dragged into the race on the heels of the Manning River crew in lane number 3. But for Ulverstone, they were the early leaders, and now they're going to have to do a bit of work to win this gold medal, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely, and I certainly know there'll be a lot of drive coming out of Rhett Patterson in that 2-seat, maybe the 3-seat in that Manning River crew. He'll be driving them home, and they've got some work to do. If they're going to catch Ulverstone Composite, they've got some work to do, but here come Melbourne. So Melbourne have just turned it up, turned the wick up over on the other side, and they've got the rating right up. These are G-grade rowers, and we're up around, I'd say we're up around 34, maybe 36 in that Melbourne crew. The Ulverstone Composite crew over this side, they're now responding. Manning's now stepping it up, and it's an absolute sprint. We've just raced 900 metres, but here's the sprint now coming to the line. Melbourne with all the speed over the other side. Ulverstone has had a good response to the charge from the other two crews, and they have just pushed away again with about 2 or 3 strokes to go. They're coming to the line now. Will be Ulverstone with a great win in that race. Will be the Manning River who are handing over their crown to the Ulverstone Composite crew for this year, but will be followed through by the Clifton Composite crew. We're not quite sure. The crew from Newcastle Composite have obviously had a breakage because they've moved right off the course now, and they clearly have. And here we are. Here
that air is struggling to find the lungs. There is absolute gasps down here at the finish line. Our rowers have put Ulverstone. They really had to work hard. I thought they were gone because Manning River were absolutely flying, and Ulverstone were able just to find something. So when they look back at this vision, they'll be really impressed with themselves because they really had to find an extra gear to win that one.
Oh, they did, and they left it right to the last moment. As you said, it looked like these crews, the 2 crews on the other side, were going to row through them, and then they've just thrown out, and we saw the result of that at the end of the race. They were absolutely spent. So it was a great row on their part, led all the way in the end, but as we say, they led all the way, and at one stage we're up to about probably a length in front, and we get to the end of the race, and they're fighting for less than seconds. So it was a great row on their part. Manning River, I think they'd be pretty happy with their row, handing that over. Very impressed by the finish by the Melbourne crew as well. They came home extremely hard and threw a real challenge over that last 100 metres.
So we've now got the Coxed fours in the G's about to take to the water. Let's do the roll call here before they get underway. In lane 3, it's the Carrum Composite crew of David Rafter, Mark Campbell, Ross Murcell, Paris Golden, and Jackie Petley has the honour of being the coxswain there. And then in 4, it's Yarra Yarra, David Jacker, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Jack Chachiakumis, and Sam Lincoln in the cox. And then in lane 5, it's Melbourne Composite crew, Craig Smith, John Dollison, Mark Williams, Stephen Reynolds, and Justin Rhodes, the honour of cox. And it's the Melbourne crew of Warwick Grant, Jonathan Mollard, Gregory Hansen, Hugh McVicker, and Zena Marzi is the cox. And Yarra Yarra, they've burst away from the starting position and have taken up an early lead.
Yeah, those crews too, the Melbourne Composite and the Yarra Yarra crew, have really shot out to a very fast start in this Cox 4. Sometimes a little bit harder to get a Cox 4 moving, just got the weight of the Cox, and I think fairly certain it's about 55 kilos, the coxswain or minimum coxswain of the weight of the coxswain. So you're going to get you're going to get the effect of that to get the boat up and moving. Once they're going, you don't really notice it as much. I'm just looking back over there to that Newcastle cruise, see if we can understand what has happened over there, but it would appear they must have had some sort of breakage in that crew, and that was the end of their race, unfortunately. But now we can see the big move coming from Yarra Yarra. They've gone for the big effort and pushed out from the Melbourne Composite crew. They've left the other two crews well behind now, Carrum Composite and Melbourne, unable to go with them. So this is a very interesting race because it could be the Victorian Championship running itself again with all Victorian crews. So they certainly are able to produce some very good crews, as we have seen, and it is that Yarra Yarra crew who are showing us as they come down towards the 500 metres, and they've gone through in 1:47. It's about a length behind to the Melbourne Mosman combination. Mark Williams, of course, is the Mosman or New South Wales competitor in that crew, making it a composite crew. And then a little bit further back to the Melbourne and Carrum Composites, and they're having their own little race back there at the back of the field. Remembering though, one of them's got to get that bronze medal, so there is a race on back there, and we see that they might be out of the first and second position, but they will be going hammer and tong to try to get a bit of bling this afternoon or this morning. So it looks like now that Yarra combination is probably just backed it off just a little bit. They're probably just taking it down a little bit in anticipation that they're going to have to sprint. And the Melbourne combination still fighting on, and they're not too far out of this. They could still do this. They could still bring it home, and they've got the time. It's just whether they've got the ability to sprint from that far out. But it does look like they've thrown caution to the wind and thought, well, let's give it a crack. And here they go, certainly pushing out after them. Now Yarra Yarra saying, no, I don't think so. And they're responding. The Melbourne Composite crew is winding it up, though, and they are bringing it home extremely fast. Yarra Yarra don't look too flustered at the moment, but I would suggest to them that they might want to up their energy level just a touch, as the Melbourne Mosman crew are coming home extremely fast. Yarra's still in control, but they look like they're just going to hold on. About another 100 metres to go in this race, and the coxswains in this race will be willing these kings. Sam Lincoln in that bow seat of that Yarra Yarra coxswain, a very experienced coxswain, so he will have all the calls, and is going to get them home, and they will take out the win in the men's G Coxed 4, just crossing the line just ahead of Melbourne Composite. And here's the race for the bronze medal, and it does look like the Carrum Composite over the other side. Carrum going to take home another medal from this regatta, and they're coming down to the line now, holding just a slight advantage over Melbourne, and they will take out third place and the bronze medal, followed by Melbourne. The time was 3:40.68.
Congratulations to Yarra Yarra, the crew of David Jacker, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Jack Chatsiakumis and Sam Lincoln. They rode yesterday as well in the Club Champion 8, those four men, so they've got to know each other really well. They finished with the silver medal yesterday in the Club Champion 8s, and they've returned here this morning for the gold medal in the Masters G. Well done in the Cox 4, so well done to that quartet.
And we move on now to race 90, the Women's Masters B8. In lane 3, ADF Rowing Composite, Australian Defence Force, Adelaide and Mosman. Sarah Leon in the bow, then Rachel Cope, Judith Wee, Michelle Mason, Zoe Martin, Sorrel Wood, Mika Webb, Holly Kilmartin, and their coxswain is Catherine Kessler. In lane 4, Carrum Composite. It's Carrum and Bairnsdale, Angelique Everett, Joe Campbell, Sally Glenn, Sally Shepherdson, Jackie Deeble, Catherine Carr, Jess Fishman, Sarah Haywood, Sam Lincoln, thinking maybe not the coxswain because he's just come down in the race before, so there's probably been a crew change there. In lane 5, Melbourne University's Belinda Caillard, Ingrid Just, Jane Munro, Catherine Button, Georgie Bell, Catherine Carr, Georgina Costello, Kate Barnett and Elise Fides is their coxswain.
So the Carrum team, centre of our screen, many of those crew members rode for silver last year at the Australian Masters Championships, so they'll be looking to upgrade this year, this Carrum Composite team, and they have started pretty well, pretty even across the field. Gee, the 8s are good to watch, aren't they, Rob? Just when you see that flurry of strokes off the start, you can almost hear the power in the water, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and they are certainly putting power through at the moment. And that ADF crew got up to a very good start. They really got out fast over the Melbourne Uni combination, so a bit of work to be done, but certainly with about 3 metres between the three crews at the moment, the Carrum Composite's still right in there as well. This is a great shot. I said it's over and over about this shot that they're getting from above, being able to see where they've tracked, how they're tracking against each other. The ADF crew just going on a little bit of a effort there and have pushed to the lead, it would appear. Just do a little few steering adjustments there, not too dramatic, so they want to just make sure they keep that to an absolute minimum.
They were third last year, the ADF crew, they've started well.
They've started well, and we'd expect from the ADF that there's going to be a lot of younger, they're going to be strong in the younger end of it because, with the colleges and things down there in the ACT, we'd expect that. But it is actually closer now than it was 200 metres before, so it's going to be really interesting to see those times coming through the 500 metres. Does it look like the Melbourne University may well have just moved up a little bit, may well have taken the lead, so as we come down to 500 we'll get a better picture of that.
So the Carrum Composite team in the middle of the field, silver medalist last year. A lot of the members from that crew will remember that fondly, and they perhaps have bottled up the pain of the silver medal and have come here this morning to the Regatta Centre to try and make amends, and they're putting it all on the line. You could absolutely throw a blanket over this field, Rob. They are absolutely stroke for stroke, shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other in the eyeballs. The coxswains are just looking at each other saying, have you got any more? Because we do. And it's now Carrum. They respond nicely at the halfway. We're past that now, and it's Carrum just putting a bit of pressure with the ADF, and it's going to be a sprint to the line, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not hard to see the game plan of Carrum Composite. They pushed, as soon as they got to that 500, they went the big push. Remember, coming into that 500 metre mark, Melbourne had just done their push. They probably chose about 100 metres before the 500 to try to push in front to stamp their authority. They had no idea that Carrum were going to come back with such venom. They've really gone from a metre or two deficit to nearly a half length over that Melbourne Uni crew. The ADF crew still absolutely in it. They're in second place at the moment. We're coming down to the line. There is absolutely nothing in this race as they all stepping up for the big run home.
What a moment we have for you here, ladies and gentlemen, at Champion Lakes. They're enjoying rowing at its finest as three big crews charge towards the line. Gold and silver up for grabs here at the Australian Championships. It's Carrum in the middle, just trying to edge out. ADF and Melbourne University are coming with a late flurry. It's Carrum just in front. ADF throwing everything at Carrum. Carrum just put the head down, drive the feet into the floor, and they try and get that boat moving with a bit more power, and they're able to respond nicely. Carrum, they will get the job done, but only just. It's been a mighty row from the ADF for silver, and Melbourne have finished in third place. But what a win to Carrum. This small club of only 23 active members is putting on a fine show here at Champion Lakes, and they take the gold. But the ADF, they'll be super happy with that row, Rob.
Oh, absolutely. I think that was a great row, and I'm assuming that I was talking to Jess Fishman just a little while ago, and so I think that whole Carrum outfit will be jumping for joy over there at the efforts of this crew. The ADF, they were out there, they were up on the front, they were just behind, they were back, there was nothing in it. They fought all the way to the line. Now, we've missed the margins, but there was nothing in it at the end. There was just nothing in it, and so a great race. Even though there are only three crews, it doesn't matter how many got in there. A great race is a great race, and we just saw one of those.
The effort's phenomenal from each of our crews as we now set way for the next big final on the program, and it is the men's Masters B double sculls. Let's do the roll call for you. It's Glebe on the right of screen in lane 2 with Andy Wiggin and Ben Nagapa. In 3, it's Lower Clarence, Luke Ryan, Liam Ryan, coached by Candice Jago. In 4, Curtin University, Vadim Bocchio and Oliver Easton-Law. In 5, it's the Newcastle pairing of Brad Smith and Ben Homer. In lane 6, Adelaide University composite crew of Christopher Morgan and Damien Duleek. And in 7, it's the Melbourne team of Greg Thinshank and Timothy Mollard.
Yeah, so they've got away to a great start. Glebe got away to an absolute flyer, but flash at the moment from the conditions, and they're probably, look, they're very experienced rowers. They won't be affecting them too much. But here comes the Newcastle crew of Smith and Homer, and they are really starting to push on the other two crews. The one that could be in trouble here is Boyko and Eisenlaw. They've got to do some work because off to their right, you can see that lower Clarence combination, the Ryans, as we call them, coming down to coming up to challenge them. But it doesn't look at the moment like Newcastle are going to be able to do enough to get this very, very quality crew of Morgan and Derleek. Doesn't look like they're going to have enough to catch them. Newcastle still going out of them, so not that far off the pace here of the leaders. And the real race, as I said before, the lower Clarence crew coming home extremely fast. Just reacted right then. They've reacted. They thought enough. Just wound it up a bit now. It will be the Derleek Morgan combination to take a great win in this race, followed by the Newcastle combination of Homer and Smith. It will be the Boyko and Eisenlaw crew from Curtin University in third, and then Melbourne, followed by Melbourne, Lower Clarence and Glebe. So the crew that did make the big move at the end there was that Melbourne crew. They've certainly come through, but not enough to get into places, but a great fourth place on their part.
Not sure if the rowers can hear you out there on the water, Rob, but there's no doubt that when you called the rise of Smith and Homer from Newcastle, there was a real clear lift from Morgan and Derleek. They sensed your tone. They said something was coming, and the boat almost moved sideways. That's how much power they put in when they lifted. It was amazing.
Yeah, certainly it was a great row on their part, and you know, as I said, I think Chris Morgan was in the a quality quad, Australian quad, a few years ago now, stroked by Dan Noonan, and I think a few of the other people in there, and they certainly fairly sure he was in the combination that held the world's fastest time for many years. So the man knows how to scull.
And that's great to see, isn't it, when you see the quality of those Olympians and World Championship representatives continuing their rowing right through the Masters age groups. It's terrific to see. Okay, we've got a big moment here, Rob. Big final. Gee whiz.
Yeah, it is. This is a big final, and once again we just look. I think you're just looking up last year's results as well, and these women, most of them would have figured in the results last year, and a couple of newcomers to the fray. Rosalie Furness has just been in it for a few years, and they're away, and as we'd expect, getting out to a very quick start was the three scullers on the other side, which is the Ellis, Ipmar and Nishibata in the lanes 2, 3 and 4. They've got away to a very quick lead. It does look like Ipmar at the moment is trying to stamp some authority on it. We know Ellis, and from Melbourne Rowing Club, of course, coming up, as we mentioned earlier, coming up from the D category into the E this year. It's a very tight race. Simone Ellis, once again, extremely fast as well. There's nothing in it. We're just looking across that field now. There is absolutely nothing in it. The initial drone shot had it looking like that Ipmar could have been in the front, but I'm not quite so sure that's the case now, and the three scullers here are trying to push out from the rest of the field.
So Ellis, we can see rowing in lane number 4. That's third from the right of screen, the silver medalist from last year in this classification. She's doing it pretty well at the moment. Was very impressive in the heats was Nishibata, and she was rowing in lane number 5 and is probably just got her nose in front at the moment. So it's Nishibata and then Ellis and then
Ipmar
is still right there, and Renata is just... Great battle we have, isn't it, as we turn our heads to the halfway. And it's been a nice little moment here. Nicely from Drummoyne Rowing Club. She'll sense the race can be won.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think we've got Simone Ellis showing up as coming through first place, but it's 0.29 and 0.39 between Ellis, Nishibata and Ibmar. So the race is certainly on amongst these three, and we're going to see a cracker of a second 500. So we can see Ellis now really turning the wick up. She has just gone on a big push through that 500 metre mark and probably pulled about half a length over Ibmar and Nishibata. So they're going to... Ishibata is a very strong sprinter. So Renata probably more enjoys that steady space. See a little bit of a tweak of movement from Nishibata now. She's just starting to wind it up. Now you can see the very clean blade work from these scullers. So that's all important here, that they are keeping it really clean. They are keeping it really controlled with their rowing. Just taking a bit of a diversion there is Ellis. She's just crept over a little bit out of her lane, so she'll want to come back. She's now, see, the conditions there have got clearly rougher, and they're bouncing their oars a little bit off the water now, so they're probably, I'm suggesting that Simone Ellis may not have doing a lot of rowing in this really rough water, so just finding out conditions. It's not affecting her speed too much, but just doesn't look quite as comfortable as she was. Nishibata now is that sprint I talked about. She's got the sprint, and she's got the bit between the teeth. Remember, she's just come up from D, so she's probably at the younger end of this age group, and she'll be using that to her advantage now, and absolutely using that to her advantage. She's pulled up level to Ellis grab there, so it just slowed her progress just enough. She's just holding her off at the moment, just responding in kind, and 2 strokes to go, 3 strokes to go to get to the line, taking out the win. Ibmar's going to be overtaken by Leanne Martin from Surprise. So I know that Healthy Series, so maybe they got the better of it. React to that fast finishing. And we've got now Penny by Rosalie Furness.
Terrific. Nishibata losing speed, but what a row it was. Very impressive. She had a couple of things not go her way, but she was able to really hold strong, and she'll be pretty happy with the silver medal. As we move through to our next final, it's the lightweight women's Masters E category, single sculls.
Yeah, we have in lane 2, Phoenix's Tony Milne. In lane 3, Dragons, Rachel Foster, coached by Kathy Phillips. In lane 4, Balmain, Rowing Club's Anya Weaver. In lane 5, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Wendy Roncolato. And in lane 6, ANA's Samantha Johnson. And in lane 7, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall.
So early stages, just sorting each other out. Another big gold medal up for grabs here for the lightweight women. And Drummoyne probably just in front. Kathleen Hextall under Coach Glendenning has started nicely, and we'll just find her rhythm now. Anya Weaver sitting in second place, and then Tony Milne top of screen in third, Samantha Johnson fourth, and then Rachel Foster fifth, and Wendy Roncolato in sixth position. But now from Drummoyne, bottom of screen, it's Kathleen Hextall now just starting to make her move.
Yeah, great improver in this category is Anya Weaver from Balmain. And some of you may well have seen it, and worth looking up. Her and her son paddled and rowed and walked the length of the Murray River from the mountains, the snowy mountains, all the way to into I think it's Alexandra Bay, I think it is in South Australia. So a great story, a fundraiser, and well worth following up if you can. And she's been a great improver in this, as you can see here. But it does look like Hextall just got the bit between the teeth at the moment, and will hold that line over the 500 metre mark, but there isn't a whole lot in it. So yeah, Kathleen Hextall's gone through in 2:09.3, about a length behind to Anya Weaver. A little bit further back now, it's pretty close between Tony Milne and Samantha Johnson. Only a second between there. There's a little bit further back to Rachel Foster and Wendy Roncolato. So this is turning out to be a good race here, because Anya Weaver just still holding on as they come down to this rougher water, and I'd imagine this is where those that have done a bit of weights wouldn't mind the tailwind. I got to tell you, they love a good tailwind. They can certainly keep the rating up and keep it moving, and certainly doing that.
2026, they rode the heat in 4 minutes even, and they've backed up for the final to stop the clock at 3:34.16. So they definitely had an extra gear or two in readiness for the big final. So congratulations to Shane and Conrad.
The problem for the other crews is I think they had another gear. I actually looked at them coming over the last 500 metres. I think they had another gear, and they were a class above the rest in that race, and well done to that combination.
Yeah, that first 500 just really set that up for them.
Stamped their authority. Yep.
Alrighty, we've got a H to M category race underway, which looks like is a handicapped event. So it is the WA Perth Rowing Club crew in lane number 3 who will have 20 seconds on the rest of the field. They are an I classification crew, which is a bit of an advantage when it comes to the start. That means that they have an average age of 75 years or more. It's Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato. And then it's the Canberra crew heading off the line now with Judy Walsh and Deb Cook. And then Karam, Anthea Amos and Mary Hunter, coached by Drew Holman. They've hit the water too, along with Canberra. So we're all underway.
Yeah, now with those handicaps, we've got a fairly stiff tailwind, so the effect of the tailwind, it effectively shortens the course. So it lessens the, well, it makes it the advantage more really, because you're going to row a faster time than you would have otherwise done. So that makes the task by these 20-second handicaps even that more harder. So, probably would have reduced that if they had a sliding scale, and probably brought that down a couple of 3 or 4 seconds. So it's going to be interesting what they can do with that. And we've got the overhead shot there, and we're watching the Karam crew, and they are sort of making good headway. And I'm just looking around trying to find the Perth crew.
They're out in front.
Yeah, they
still.
are out in front. There they are there. Thank you to the drone driver. They are certainly holding. I would fathom a guess they haven't made much of a dent on that 20 seconds.
They're rowing well, Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato.
Yeah.
They've been able to just hold on to that lead, and you're right there, Rob. It looks like it's going to be a little bit insurmountable at this point. So we're just about to approach the halfway mark, and for Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato, they'll just need to keep working hard. They're probably trying to enjoy the moment, but it's going to get a little bit interesting towards the back end of the race.
Yeah, I'm sure where all the handicaps come up. But as I said, I think this 20 seconds is going to be a very, very tough ask in these conditions with the big tailwind. But certainly Karam taking. Just going to give every shot that they can as they're coming down towards the 500 metre mark. So there's still a fair way to go in this race. We've got about 550, 600 metres to go, and we're just coming down. They're probably they've got a fairly steady cadence, this crew. So I think they sort of get up to terminal speed, and they just hold on to it. And so they've gone. The Perth crew has gone through. Now we're just looking for that distance back. They went through in 2:27, which I'd suggest, so 17 seconds.
So it made up 3.
3 of the 20 seconds. It's going to be very hard. As I said, out of that Perth crew before, they get up to their terminal speed, they just hold that and sit at that. It is going to be almost impossible for those crews to come back. Canberra really can't go with the pace. Karam still in with a chance, but you'd have to say, looking at that, we've got 5, 6, 7, 8 boat lengths with about 350 metres to go. So look, it's a well-rowed race by the Perth combination of Grant and Cato, no doubt about it. They are just holding it together. But I'm just now as I get closer to the finish line, it does look like the Karam crew, has just picked up a bit. But I just still think at about 10-12 seconds this is going to be a insurmountable lead. But let's wait and see as we come closer to the line. It came through the 250 metre mark to go, and certainly closing in on that finish line. That wind still holding very steady. So the benefit of the wind at the moment is it's holding very steady. Conditions are a bit bouncy out there, but the steady conditions at least make it predictable. After you get over the shock that it's not quite flat as you were hoping it was going to be. But look at this Perth combination: Cato and Grant, Vanessa Grant, Nikki Cato. They are looking very good out here at the moment, and I think they might be just squeezing out a smile on their face now. They might be lighting up a bit now. They've got about 100 metres to go, and they've got about a 50-metre advantage over the crew chasing. It's going to be very difficult. They're not letting off. To be fair, the Carrum crew of Anthony Amos and Mary Hunter have not let off. They've chased after this with a vigour, but it's just going to be just the handicap in the tailwind's just going to be just a little bit too much. But a great row nonetheless by Vanessa Grant, Nikki Cato coming down to the line, a few straights to go, and they will become the I champions of Australia in the women's pair. And so they've gone across in 4:56. Just waiting for how much they pull back of that handicap, and they'll cross the line. Yeah, 12 seconds. So yeah, just as I said, just a little bit too much for insurmountable.
So they pulled in 8 seconds from the start line, and so definitely the back half they were able to close that gap a little, but not enough. So the West Australian crew from Perth Rowing Club, Vanessa Grant and Nikki Cato, take line honours as we now move ahead into race 96, and we've got the H single scullers taking to the water, and we'll be able to quickly go through the lineup for you. In lane number 1 from Yarra Yarra, Colin Rawson. In lane number 2 from Melbourne, Peter McCartney. In 3, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tijen. Lane 4 looks to be missing. In 5 from Bunbury, it's Peter Bairstow, coached by Chris Idale. In lane 6 from Mosman, it's Mark Williams, and representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Peter Kemp. Early leader is our Glebe Rowing Club competitor, Mark Tijen. He leads the way. He's probably got about a boat length over Peter Kemp of Newcastle, and Peter McCartney back there in 3rd, having a nice little battle there with Colin Rawson in lane number 1. But that group of 4 will probably decide the medals, you'd think, from here.
Yeah, so we can see Mark Tijen rowing. He's very distinctive red boat, red Wintec boat. He has rowed that boat for a number of years and has been very successful, and I think he would have fared well in this race last year. Mark Williams comes and goes. We don't see him every regatta, but a very, very skilled rower, and we can just see Mark Williams there now in the bottom of the screen, and I think he's gone through his big move, and may well have, it's got to be neck and neck, may well have pulled up on Mark Tijen's thing. The Melbourne Rowing Club's Peter McCartney, though, he has certainly stepped it up, as well as has Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra. Just probably a lot of work to do for Colin Rawson to pull back this lead, but I think, yes, this Mark Williams from Mosman Rowing Club and Mark Tijen are neck and neck, as is Peter McCartney from Melbourne Rowing Club. But just having another look at it, would appear that Mark Williams may well have got a length or so up. The Peter Kemp and Peter Bairstow from Bunbury following the pace a little bit too tough out the front here, and they've just probably tailed off a little bit. But the big move has come from Mark Williams from Mosman Rowing Club, and he certainly has moved into the lead. At the same time, Peter McCartney has moved past Mark Tijen. So Mark Tijen held a good lead coming through the 500 and has unfortunately been unable to go with it. The Yarra Yarra sculler now, Colin Rawson, has probably looked over and thought, oh, look, I'm with a chance of a bronze here, and he's turned it on as well. But Mark Williams certainly looks to be in control now over here on this lane 6. He's going to go to the line here. This is going to be a very good win from Mark Williams. He was in, I think, 3rd place going through the 500 metre mark. He has just moved away, and he has taken out this race in a time of 4:04. That's a very good row by Mark Williams. It will be the Peter McCartney from Melbourne Rowing Club coming through 2nd, Mark Tijen in 3rd, and back to Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra in 4th. A little bit further back then to Bunbury's Peter Bairstow and Peter Kemp.
Congratulations to Mark Williams, Australian champion. Peter McCartney, the silver. He won the silver medal last year as well. Mark Tijen won the gold last year, and so he's reversed the order with Mark this year. He's been pushed back down into the bronze. Rawson and Bairstow rounding out the top 5. But Mark Williams.
Yeah, so some years ago, I remember, it was quite a few years ago now, I remember Mark Williams entering not only winning his age group, but he actually won the two, I think at least two of the age groups, the younger age groups in front of him, the single scull, when he was doing a lot more sculling. It was a phenomenal effort from him on that regatta, and I just can't remember where it was, but it was a great sight for everybody. And a lot of people didn't realise till after the fact. But here we go. So that's what happened to Tom Oddie. We know what happened to Tom. He's decided that the lightweight version of the event, he was going to be in better, more competitive. So he's opted for the lightweight men's H lightweight single scull final. And so we have in lane 3 Tom Oddie, in lane 4 Gary Betts, and in lane 5 Cunningham. So Oddie from Buckingham, Betts from Murwillumbah, and Gunningham from Toowong. So they sitting up there on the start now, and pretty calm and collected at the moment.
So Robert Gunningham left of screen, the defending champ from last year. Gunningham proudly in the Toowong Rowing Club colours. He's looking for back-to-back victories. Oddie right of screen in lane 3. He finished third. He finished with the bronze last year. So we'll wait and see how they finish this year. So Gunningham, we'll look to see how he gets away from the start line. We're just about set, ready to go. Masters H single sculls, and off we are racing. And in the middle, it's Gary Betts, probably the best of the starts, and Ottie's able to match that early pace. And Robert Gunningham, he'll now just get into his work. He'll be probably third after the first 100 metres, but it was a lovely start there, wasn't it, from Betts in the middle, Rob?
Yeah, he's come out to a real flyer, and you know, think about, you know, we said you know, Gunningham won it last year, so you know, obviously not the fastest starter, but you don't want to leave, particularly in a tailwind, you don't want to leave yourself a lot of work to do at the finish, and but he's certainly done that. Just drifting around the lane a little bit is Gary Betts, the Murwillumbah sculler, correcting that now. And once again, doesn't make any big movement, just a little bit of a correction, gets him back off the ropes, and gets him on the straight again. Gunningham over on this side whether he doesn't look comfortable, I don't know, but he certainly is. He's still there, he's still in it, but Betts is really trying to stamp his authority in this race. We've gone 250 metres. He's pulled out to probably a length and a half, 2 lengths lead. So his race plan is becoming quite clear at this point in time.
So 70 to 75 age group are our gentlemen out on the water at the moment. Fantastic effort, plenty of experience, and that's on full to show at the moment for Gary Betts. He's taken it out really hard. He's obviously backing his endurance in. He's obviously done the work to try and put a little bit of space early on in the race. Gunningham and Tom Oddie, not too much separating them. There wasn't that much separating them last year in the race to the line. It was less than 9 seconds in the finish last year, where Gunningham was able to secure the gold. But it's a beautiful row at the moment from Gary Betts. He's just driving those legs nicely at the halfway. He's up by a good 5 or 6 seconds, I'd think there, Rob.
Oh, I think, and some. I'm just wondering what they're doing. The northern New South Wales, lower southeast Queensland have had a lot of rain, and the Murwillumbah be rowing on the Tweed River, and I don't know how much that's affected his training, but according to this, not too much at all, I would suggest. But however, it would be interesting to find out as well, and we'll do a bit of investigation on that one and see how they've been faring with that, because it's still a lot of rain. Gunningham over here, he's now drifted half into the lane beside him, so he's finding this going just a little bit struggle at the moment. We're looking back there now. We can see the Buckingham sculler, Tom Oddie, certainly ploughing along as well, but wow, the Gary Betts from the Murwillumbah Rowing Club, he looks like he's rowing on glass out there. You know, totally unflustered by these conditions, using the tailwind to his advantage, just keep tapping the boat along, sitting up tall, tapping the boat along, just keeping that boat moving. we see over here now Gunningham's decided to run with the boys just running down the boat, or beside the boat. So they're not going to affect him too much, other than he's right under it. Although he has now transitioned right into the lane, the next lane over. So probably just not totally on his game this morning, I'd say, because we would have expected him to be right up there with Betts.
Is it possible to actually scoop up those boys as you come through, Rob, with and all?
Yeah, well, you can't scoop them up so much. You get caught around caught around the rope, and it just upsettles the boat. More the issue is if you hit them on the recovery when the oar's flat and hit them, because it jolts the boat right over and it just catches you off. If you've got very light hands, which we always try to coach, it should just tap it and keep on going. But that's not always the case. But here's Gunningham now. He's actually got a bit of a sprint happening here, and has tried to move in front of Tom Oddie. Now you can see on the Murwillumbah Gary Betts' hat, he's got a mirror, so that allows him to see the course in front of him and anything that's in front of him, any obstacles or whatever. So it probably doesn't need it that much out here, but probably it's one of those things you get used to rowing with it, and you're just going to keep it on your hat. But it is quite a common thing where you've got rivers that have a lot of obstacles. And he goes, that's a great win by Gary Betts. That is a commanding, I think that's the biggest margin we've seen in a final so far. He's Robert Gunningham recovering from the early woes, and he's come across to take second, and it will be Buckingham's Tom Oddie in third. Only 2 medals to be handed out in this event. So that will go to Murwillumbah's Gary Betts and Toowong's Robert Gunningham.
And we're underway in our next big final at the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and we'll take you through the order. In lane number 2, right of screen, is Harris from Glebe Rowing Club. Lepresti from Mosman is rowing in 3. Sekfi from Yarra Yarra is in 4. Super impressive earlier in the heats, as too was our Yarra Yarra competitor Eben Waldner. She's rowing in lane number 5. Jan Kowiak from Torrens is in 6. And in lane 7, the University of WA, it is Austin. So Lepresti is our early leader from Mosman. Sekfi is in 2nd. Austin in 3rd placed. Eben Waldner in lane number 5, currently sitting in 4th position. And this finish is going to be one of the highlights of the morning, isn't it, Rob? Because it's shaping up to be a terrific finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lepresti's obviously pushed out. Nick Lepresti's obviously pushed. Oh, she's just caught a crab as we're watching there. She has just probably caught one of the, didn't catch one of the boys, but caught a crab. That's allowed Sekfi to pull right up on her. And now Sekfi's got the momentum, as has Eben Walder. So, and Austin. So that's allowed this race to all come back. Oh, there she's gone again. She's just on the boys now. Two big crabs by Lepresti. She'll be very upset by and shaken by those two. And that's allowed from a length in front. That's allowed Sekfi, Eben Walder, and Austin to row through her, and now she's gone from 1st place to 4th place in the matter of about 100 metres. So she'll be ruining that racing there. And once again, got round the boys. Whether that caused it or whether that that just upset us seeing them there, we don't know. But certainly Sekfi, we're watching Sekfi on there now. She has really moved through, and as with University of West Australia's Jane Austin, Lepresti trying to make a comeback now, but I'm not sure. She's really struggling with the events over the last 100 or so metres, and so the race is really on between the University of WA, Yarra Yarra's Sekfi, and Eben Walder from Yarra Yarra. And look at the Yarra Yarra Scullers, they are neck and neck coming down to the line. Sekfi just going for that big push, Eben Walder tracking with her. There is nothing in it. It's going to go right down to the wire. It is stroke for stroke. It may be Eben Walder who's got the advantage. Oh, it's so close. It was Sekfi getting it by 0.63 of a second, Travis. 1.6 back to Janelle Austin. Lepresti now coming across the line, 6 seconds in arrears, and she will be followed by Jankowiak and Harris across the line to close out the field. What a race between those two Yarra Scullers.
Absolute crash and bash in the race to the finish line. Sarah Sekfi defends her title. A terrific row under that 4 minutes. That's what it took to win a big Masters final here. Eben Waldner, she threw absolutely everything in the finish to secure the silver medal Austin has taken the bronze, and Lepresti will finish in 4th.
Really impressed as well by the row by Evan Walder and Austin. They were out of it. They were out of it coming into when we look before Nikki Lepresti's errant strokes, and they have really just knuckled down to it. Just means you've just got to keep going. So we move over to the lightweight version of the C single scull, the women's C single scull. In lane 2 we have Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, ANA's Renee Bravelli. In lane 4, Swan River's Emma Harrison. In lane 5, North Esk's Claire Gregg, and Robert Oada is her coach. Lane 6 is Toowong's Katrina Reynolds, and lane 7, Corio Bay's Fiona Wild. Katrina Reynolds has also just been assessed as a PR3 para rower. So fronting up for a lot of races there, and we'll see her racing in a number of races. I'm not sure. I think she might be on the last day. She might be in a double, a para double, but certainly tracks very well. In a capacity as a para rower. But look at the start from Bourget and Corio Bay's Fiona Wild. I expect and ANA's Renee Bravelli. I expect that's where the race is going to be very early on at this point in time. But it does look like they've got off to a very, very quick start.
We saw Bravelli a little bit earlier in the day in that double and was able to take home, I think it was the bronze medal in that race. So she's backing up here on her own and has started pretty well. She's well loved around the Rowing WA fraternity, and she'll be looking to press forward here. Our early leader though is Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt, and at the other bookend it's Fiona Wild of Corio Bay, who's set off from the line with plenty of pace. Back in 4th, probably Katrina Reynolds just ahead of Emma Harrison, and then Claire Gregg rounding out that top 6 at the moment. But the leaders are at the bookends. It's Daniela Bourget and Fiona Wild, stroke for stroke at the moment. They're just putting a little bit of distance on the rest of the field, but we'll get a great look here on the drone. The sun is out and everyone is enjoying their rowing here. And for Daniela Bourget and Fiona Wild, they won't really have much of an opportunity to see each other, so they'll just have to keep their heads down and keep working.
Yeah, that's the most difficult when you've got a close race between the outside lanes, and we've got we've got only between 2 and 7 here. It could be worse, could be 1 and 8, but it is hard to turn your head that far. To turn your head around and just go, oh, okay, where are you? So there's so much about playing your race plan. You'll follow the race plan as much as you can until you've got to make a decisive move, and then you might have to change that. We can see that Bourget has gone through the 500 metre mark with a 0.547 advantage over Fiona Wild, followed by Katrina Reynolds and Renee Bravelli. Nothing in it between those two. So the bronze medal to be fought out between those two, I'm sure. This is going to be a great race between these two out the front, though. Bourget from Leichhardt Rowing Club and Fiona Wild from Corio Bay. And as they come down, I think the conditions are a little bit blustery out there. I don't think there's any advantage in anywhere on this course right at the moment. So they, once again, as lighties, they'd be enjoying the tailwind. It's which one of them can use that to their best advantage.
So Corio Bay are all watching on here closely on the banks of Champion Lakes, trying to cheer home Fiona Wild. She's putting down a nice little effort here to hold out Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget, and the battle for bronze between Bravelli and Reynolds will continue with every stroke towards the finish line. So there we are, beautiful pictures here. It's Fiona Wild from the Corio Bay Rowing Club. Has kept her form. Her clearance is still nice over the water. She's got about probably 300 metres or 200 metres to row. And now we're just seeing a lift from Daniela Bourget in the top of screen. She's just starting to sense this moment. She's starting to realise that this race can be won. There is still a chance of a gold medal. So we're going to go stroke for stroke in lane 1 and lane 7. It's Fiona Wild just in front for now. Daniela Bourgert trying to lift. Her coach, Steve Sherry, will be just trying to lift her up and over Fiona Wild from Corio Bay, who's responding in the final few 100 metres with absolute class and precision. The technique on full display for us all to see. And in the closing stages is able to run away with a nice victory. It's a terrific win. It's goal to Corio Bay's Fiona Wild. Daniela Bourgert will finish in second place. The race to the line for the bronze medal. It's Katrina Reynolds who is able to win that battle over Bravelli, who will take in fourth position. And then in fifth, Emma Harrison and Claire Gregg coming in now. But congratulations to Fiona Wild. She was able to just work hard on her own out here close to us, Rob, and get the job done.
I think the most noticeable thing for me is when we got down here, the water's a bit rougher than it is at the start, or it certainly appears to be. Looking at Fiona Wild, 300 metres out, once again, she looked like she was on flat water. She was clean, there was no fuss, she wasn't banging around the water, it wasn't rushing, and that has worked in her favour, absolutely worked in her favour. Great work by Katrina Reynolds too, as I said, recently given para status, and Katrina with her condition it has up and down days. So today, luckily for Katrina, she'll go home with a medal today. Great to see.
I'm looking forward to this race, Rob, because in lane 4, the defending champions from Yarra Yarra are featuring here, Nick Inglis and Brent Lucadale-Wells. They're looking to defend their title, and they have kicked off their start in fine fashion. But let's quickly go through the roll for you. From Lindisfarne, it's James Cowley and Tom Wilcox. They'll be hard to beat as well. North Esk are in 3, Marcus Tonnelly and Patrick Bird. Then it's that Yarra Yarra crew we spoke of, the defending champs in Inglis and Lucadale-Wells. Then it's Carram's Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert. A&A Andrew Fernandez Martins and Alec Monga, and Old Scotch Collegians Alex Hatch and William Johnson in the boat. But Rob, this Yarra Yarra crew, they've been impressive, but Lindisfarne have started well there in lane number 2.
Yeah, well, look, I think Lindisfarne, they're probably their race plan is fairly clear at the moment. They know that they have to be in front of the Yarra Yarra crew. And we see the Yarra Yarra just winding up now, which is followed closely by Carrum. So they have gone out like a bull at a gate. They have rated very high off the start, and they're still holding that rating as they're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, just holding out a slight disadvantage. But it does look like the Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Lucadale-Wells, Brent Lucadale-Wells, are now just starting to wind into their work. Nothing between still these boats over on this side of the track, and I think we're looking at our collegians there. Certainly faring very well as well, as are the Carrum crew. So it looks like it'll be between these 4 crews, the Lindisfarne, Yarra Yarra, Carrum and Old Scots Collegians for the medals. Just a couple of dirty strokes there from the crew. But yes, it was Yarra Yarra going through, had overtaken the lead from Lindisfarne, holding 1 second, 0.9 second back to Carrum, 1 second back to Old Collegian. So we've got we're talking 3 seconds between the top 4 boats. So that's not even a length in these boats. So it's going to be so close to the finish. It's who's got the finish. I think what we're seeing as the race unfolds, we know where the pace is, and that's with the Yarra Yarra crew. And they certainly have just moved out to probably more than that 1 second lead they held going through the 500 metre mark, but not giving up at all. Other Carrum and Lindisfarne crews. Probably Old Collegians now maybe finding the pace just a little bit tough, just getting a little bit lacking a little cleanliness in their oar work. You can see a lot of wash coming up and spray coming up from their work, and we see these 2 coming down here. It looks like Tommy Wilcox in the bow of that boat, and has a look across and says, well, why not? We give it a crack. We'll go up another couple of points. And they are now trying to just bridge that gap between them and the Yarra Yarra crew, and Carrum going with them as well. What a race this is. They were all within about a half a length and coming down to about 250 metres to go, or 150 metres to go. Just holding a slight lead at the moment is the Yarra Yarra crew, but look at the Lindisfarne crew coming home on the other side. Sorry, it was Tommy Wilcox in the stroke seat and knows how to sprint to the line, and they have got an absolute turn up, and here come Karam. So not getting it their own way, Inglis and Lackadoo Wells, as they come down with about half a dozen strokes to go, and Lindisfarne really pushing ahead. The strain on their faces, the work going in, the Yarra Yarra crew pushing again, and it's going to go right to the one. It's a photo finish. There is, I'm not sure that, it was that close, 0.42 the second, but we'll have to see if that's the judge's final call. But it's got Yarra Yarra, 0.42 of a second back to Lindisfarne, Karen 4.19 and another 3.81 seconds back to Old Scotch Collegian. So we just saw then, the surge as the blades in the water, the surge forward, surge forward. It was bow ball, swapping bow ball, swapping bow ball, swapping bow ball, and it would appear that Lindisfarne has just missed out on being able to hold off that Yarra Yarra crews. That's a great result all the way around for all those crews.
Fantastic racing from Yarra Yarra. It has come down right to the end. Nick Inglis and Brent Lackadoo Wells defend their title. James Cowley, he was in the boat last year with Hutton. He's brought in Tom Wilcox. He finished second last year, James Cowley. And he brought in Tom this year just to try and have that bit of a faster finish. And he just wasn't quite able to get there. But so close for James Cowley in that Lindisfarne boat. So we'll look forward to seeing how he responds to that in future years. But for Yarra Yarra, that is a fantastic win. They'll go back and watch that one, Rob, and enjoy every single stroke.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And, they'll rue it a bit because they had that lead early and then they just left it stowed down in the middle, were bringing it home and clearly had to pull back the second half. And have done that, have just missed out by 0.42 of a second. So a great row by all those guys. Now moving on to race 101, the Women's Masters Coxless 4. In lane 2 we have Canning Bridges, Indra Sivakalundu, Jacinta Russin, Linda Pepple and Melissa Harpley. In lane 3, North Esks, Diana Ottaway, Elizabeth Stephen, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, their coach Kerry Dawkins. In lane 4, the Leichhardt Composite, Joanne Ward, Louise McCoach, M. Barrick and Susan Huggett, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, Corio Bay's Jandy Watts, Tanya Sutherland, Tracy Holding and Pam Westendorf. And in lane 6 we have Perth, Meg Pike, Edwina Foster, Susan March and Kathy Ride.
So Leichhardt Composite fastest away, early leaders ahead of the North Esk crew, and then at the bottom of our picture it's that Perth crew in the red boat with Meg Pike, Forster, March and Ride and third, and then fourth and fifth still pretty tight.
Yeah, so we were talking yesterday a little bit about the tandem rig boat, and we can see that on display in the Perth boat, the red boat there. We can see the 2 and 3 are on the same side, the bow side of the boat, and bow and stroke are on the stroke side. So once again, 4 pretty evenly matched strengths within the boat. It'll help keep the boat flat. It takes a little bit of skill to row one of these things. It tends to dip one way if you're not careful, but once you get to row them, they are a fantastic combination and feel within that boat. But we can see the Leichhardt Composite. They have gone out very hard. Going with them is North Esk, and I think North Esk was probably a little bit surprised by the pace that the Leichhardt Composite had coming off that line. And once again, we see in that boat Joanne Ward, Louise McCoach, M. Barrick and Susan Huggett. So they are all fairly close Sydney siders, and would have rowed a little bit together under the tutelage of Kim Rudder. I think the Perth combination and North Esk are probably still in with more of a chance than they think. Only 2 seconds down to the North Esk crew and 0.5 down to the Perth combination, followed by Corio Bay. This is at the 500 metre mark. And then Canning Bridge.
So the Leichhardt Composite crew, they were able to win this event last year at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. So they're returning here as the defending champions under the watchful eye of Coach Kim Rudder. He's put together another good crew here for the Leichhardt team, and they've just increased their lead now out over a boat length.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they look like they've hit their stride here. They've moved away now. They're using that crew that's moving pretty quickly at the moment, though, is this Perth crew over in lane 6. It'll be interesting to see if they can overhaul the North-Est crew on the other side of the track, but I don't think either of them is going to get close to Leichhardt, the Leichhardt North Shore St George Composite at this point in time. We've got it coming in about 250 metres to go, and they are powering towards the line. You know, they've got some real strength in the middle of that boat. You know, Mbarek, Louise McCoach, you know, and probably, you know, the finesse at the end of Joanne Ward and Susan Huggett. Very, very experienced combination. They know what it takes to win a race. But the North-Est crew are saying, well, hold on, we've got 100 odd metres to go. We could be in with a chance here, and they have certainly wound it up. I think they're trying to protect their second place from this very fast finishing Perth crew, and they've certainly gone for the big sprint over in this tandem rig boat on this side, bringing home the big red boat as they're flying at the moment. Whether they're going to have enough to get over the top of the North-Est crew, we'll just have to wait and see. No problems whatsoever for this Leichhardt North Shore St George Composite. They will cross the line to take out this F Masters Cox's 4 Championship of Australia, followed just get in front by North-Est, just over the Perth combination, with a great row to come in third place. So there's your medal winners. That Leichhardt Composite crew looking very happy with themselves. We've got Corio Bay in their bright purple coming down to the line in 4th place, and then just a little bit further back, the Canning Bridge crew. Yeah, they've had a great row, but the pace at the front was just a little bit too much for them today.
Congratulations to Leichhardt, back-to-back victories. A little bit faster too than last year. They rode 3:54. Today, 3:53. So
yeah, and I think I was just trying to work it out before. So I thought the Scullers came down there before, and they were, I think it was the Sea Scull in about 4:03, and I would have expected about 4:10. So it's probably about a 7-second tailwind at the moment, or thereabouts.
So that's the scene here at Champion Lakes. A little bit breezy. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Rob Glendenning, Travis Jenkins taking you through all the action here on day 2. It's been fast and furious this morning, hasn't it, Rob? We've had heats and finals. There's been some great racing, some of our closest finishes we've seen this morning. Oh,
absolutely, and it's been great. And we did actually predict that. We saw that yesterday. And I think what's happened here is that probably when you do get into the eastern states where it's a little bit less costly to get there, that you get a lot of people who wouldn't normally go. They just want to go to an Australian Championship, so they may not be as competitive as they otherwise would have been. We haven't got that because they're saying, well, we're not going to pay all that money to come over here just for the experience. So what we're seeing is we've got the cream of the crop here, and we're actually seeing that play out in all these heats and finals now, and seeing some great rowing and great exhibitions of rowing. And you know, I think we're going to see that again in the Cox 4, the Women's Masters Cox 4, which is race 102, and it is on the starting blocks. We have in lane 1 Yarra Yarras, Kerry Bennett, Rebecca George, Rachel Golonka, and Kathy Segaris. Their coxswain is Sam Lincoln. In lane 2, A&A Composites, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson, Simone Burge, and Mary Cameron. Kay Jansen is their coxswain. In lane 3, University of Western Australia's Liz Warren, Fiona Micklejohn, Sarah Knight, Lynn Manolini, and Charlie Newman is their cox, coached by Ava Myler. In lane 4, Dragons Composite, Christine Gray, Judy Mann, Christy Nash, Bettina Proctor, Sarah Sedgwick, and their coach Kathy Phillips. In lane 5, another Dragons Composite, which is Julianne Kelly, Christine McCready, Jacqueline De Jong, Soiree Cruikshank, and Lauren Robertson is their coxswain. The Endeavour Composite in lane 6, and Amanda Cavell, Elaine Bessica, Sue Donoghue, and Katrina Whiteley with their coxswain Bonnie White. And in lane 7, Hawthorns, Ruth Oliver, Frances Graham, Robin Blake, Julie Cochin, and Natasha Kinsman is their coxswain. So just a little bit of skewy on the start at the moment. We'd expect that this crew in lane 5, we saw them earlier. I can't remember what they were racing, but they had a very good combination in that boat. And as we head off, that's the third from the left-hand side there, and they have got away to a very good start, as has the Yarra Yarra combination, as we've seen that repeatedly. Yarra Yarra have got something happening with this start. They're able to get off the start very quickly in most races. The A&A Composite combination, that's Swan River and Ulverston, they've also got away well, but still nothing in it. There's only probably a length between the first and the last boat here at the moment. So we've got a lot of overlap. Only got 150 odd metres. It'll take another couple of hundred before the race starts settling into where it is. But certainly that Dragons composite crew in lane 5 of Kelly, McCready, De Jong and Cruikshank have got out to a bit of a flyer.
Rob, I'm also interested too in how the Hawthorn crew fare. Left of screen, they've started pretty well. They finished with the silver medal. They've had a couple of changes from last year, but generally the same engine room is still there in the boat, this Hawthorn boat, and they've started pretty well, haven't they, the silver medalists from last year?
Well, if we look across that field there's 5 crews at the front there. Any one of those boats could win this race as it stands at the moment. So we've got to fit 5 crews into 3 medals. So that's going to be the trick for all crews. Once again, we just go back to the competitiveness in these fields. This is great. We're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, and we've got overlap between the first 5 crews. That's what we want to see in racing, and it just makes it so much more exciting. And great to be involved with out in the water in these races. It's just a great feeling when you've got lots of crews around you. Unfortunately for Hawthorn, they're a little bit over on the left-hand side. They're a little bit in no man's land, but not letting that upset them. Still holding overlap, or probably just a length behind this Dragons composite, who are currently out in front.
So Dragons composite lead through halfway, 159 the split at the 500. Hawthorn currently in second position, the silver medalists from last year. And then at the top of the screen, we've got Yarra Yarra, ANA Composite and the University of WA. That looks like it's going to be a really tight tussle right to the line for that bronze medal. At the moment, it's the Dragons Composite crew doing it nicely out in front. Hawthorn just continuing to stroke away out here in lane 7. But you'll often see so often when there's a couple of crews just vying for position, they come into the race really quickly, don't they, Rob? Because they're working together.
Yeah, they are. And certainly that ANA composite over there has gone for a big move, but that's pulled the Yarra Yarra and University of West Australia boats with them. I'm impressed with the speed over here with this Hawthorn crew. They have pulled back some of that overlap. And are certainly making it look good. And you can see that De Jong there having a look around. She's obviously making the calls in this boat. She's had a look to the left, a look to the right. You just see that while she's doing that, it's just throwing the timing out just a fraction. And the thing you've got to be very careful with if you start looking around is that you lose contact with that timing in the boat. They are still holding down a very good lead, and I'm just looking over at the crews over in 1, 2 and 3, and it's a real race on over there. Hawthorn still look to be holding down that second place, but nothing in it between Yarra Yarra, ANA Composite and University of WA.
So in that race to the line, it's really tight. It's the Dragons Composite just holding strong. Hawthorn just trying to throw one last throw of the dice. ANA Composite on lane number 2 are also right there in the medals. They're perhaps getting the better of Yarra Yarra in the closing strokes, but it's the Dragons Composite. They're stroking away nicely. It's going to be a golden moment here for the Dragons Composite team, and what a fine team they are. Highly polished. They execute beautifully. They take the gold. It looks like ANA may have just pipped Hawthorn. I think ANA may have just taken the silver on the line ahead of Hawthorn, the bronze. We'll await for our official confirmation. Yarra Yarra were next in with the University of WA, but an absolute grandstand finish here for the minor placings. The Dragons Composite are our champions, and they'll enjoy that one. As we move on to our next big final, it is our single sculls final. We had a close look at these men earlier today in the heats. Let's go through the field for you. Horofina Horan is rowing in 2. From Torrens, it's Tankard in 3. Yarra Yarra's Negri in lane number 4. He started very well. Shoalhaven's Whittaker from the WA Rowing Club. It's Salisbury and Ramshaw from ANA. Here's the starting lineup here for this big final. We enjoyed these men earlier today. Justin Negri, the fastest qualifier, with a 3:56 this morning in the heats. He was well clear. Daryl Salisbury was also impressive this morning. He's rowing in lane number 6. and is going to be really pressing hard for a medal. But it's Kevin Horan at the moment sitting in second place. Horan rowing in lane number 2, top of screen. Lane number 3 is Tankard, who is the defending champion in this classification, is Kevin Tankard, and so he's very consistent. You can see he's got that nice upright posture in lane number 3, second from the top of screen. But it's Yarra Yarra's Negri just coasting along here, just trying to stay composed. He's going to just need to save a little bit in the tank for that final sprint to the finish line. Horan rowing nicely in second. Salisbury, I think, still in that bronze medal position, ahead of Tankard in 3, who's just starting to get moving now, but our leader is doing it nicely. Negri was well clear at the halfway, and he's holding on to this lead. It's the battle for the minors at the moment between Horan and Salisbury, and Tankard down up there in lane number 3. Our leader, Negri, he's controlled the race, and he's going to cruise now through to the finish line. He's out in front. Look at the power in the boat still. He's still lifting with every stroke. The minor medals not decided. It's Horan in lane 2, just edging out Salisbury. Tankard trying to find a little bit of extra speed as he cruises through into about 3rd at the moment. But look at our leader go. He's absolutely flying down the Champion Lakes arena and enjoying the moment now. It's Negri from Yarra Yarra looking to put another gold medal in the back pocket. He's controlled it from go to woe, and he'll watch the battle for the minors take place right in front of him. Negri of Yarra Yarra wins the gold. The fight for the silver will come down to the last few strokes. It looks like it might be Horan. Horan's just got it ahead of Salisbury in the bronze. Tankard will finish in 4th. Justin Negri, sensational rowing. Whitaker next in, and Ramshaw will round it out.
Yeah, look, that was a great race, a great execution of the race by Justin Negri. I did notice that he was battling with the conditions over the last 100 or 150 metres. So, you know, when a sculler of that quality is having trouble with conditions, you know, it's starting to get bumpy out there. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, the effect on that over the next little bit. So I'm just worried that I'm looking down the course here and they're pulling down the flags. I'm just hoping that doesn't mean we're going to get a cyclone coming through here. But they just seem to be taking advanced action against something. I'm not quite sure what. But yeah, a great row by Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra, and as once again we see them you know, coming to the top and taking home the gold. The Yarra Yarra, a very, very strong club. And we move on to the race 104, the lightweight men's Masters F single scull. In lane 1, we have Torrens' Rob Ellis. In lane 2, Melbourne's Warwick Grant. Lane 3 is Glenn Shooter, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 4, Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythornthwaite. In lane 5, Perth's Bo Tang, coached by Vanessa Grant. Lane 6, ADF Rowing's Rowan Jai Wardener. And in lane 7, North Essex Robert Wrigley. I just remember yesterday we saw in that double scull, you know, Glenn Shooter, and I think fairly certain could have been Whitaker or someone from Shoalhaven, coming home with that absolute flyer, came out of nowhere. Well, was it Glenn Shooter? No, sorry, it was Steve Harrison, one of them. But they certainly have the ability, since George Scullers, to finish very, very fast. Will be interesting to see if he'll do that today. He's got a bit of work to do, because we looked down on the track there and it was North Essex Robert Wrigley who has really set up the challenge for everyone else. As you said, Glenn Shooter back there, probably sitting in the moment, probably in second place, and the ADF sculler, Rowan Jai Wardener, is in probably second or third as well. So it's going to be very close. So right over on the other side, though, we're looking, probably was out of our picture a little bit. We've got Rob Ellis. Yeah, and we've been calling this. We didn't even have him on the screen there, but I would suggest to you Rob Ellis is out to an absolute flyer, and the race at the moment is between North Est Robert Wrigley and Rob Ellis over in lane 1. So 1 and 7, we talked about that scenario with the distance between the two fastest boats and how that was worked. But gee, I tell you,
these two guys battled it out last year too, Rob. They really were trying to, not much separated them last year. Rob Ellis won the gold ahead of Wrigley, and Jay Wardener, he won the bronze in this event last year. So Rob Ellis, the defending champ, and Wrigley, the silver medalist last year, once again, they're battling it out. Jay Wardner from the ADF, he's had a good start too. He's there in third position.
Yeah, look, and Rob Ellis has really got out to it. It's a great lead through the 500 metres, 5.6 seconds. He may be enjoying slightly better conditions because he's in lane 1. He's going to get ever so slight protection from that, from the bit of land next to him. It's not a great deal, but and you'll take any sort of advantage you can get. And certainly over on this side, Robert Wrigley right in the thick of it. So that's where the race is at the moment. But I'm not sure that that lead that Rob Ellis held through the 500 metres is going to be one that the North Essex Robert Wrigley is going to be able to pull back, but he's going to give it a good shot. Really going well at the moment, though, is the ADF, Rowan Jaya Wardner. As you mentioned, they were the first 3 last year, so that's where we'd expect that race was going to come from. The St George Sculler Glen Shooter just dropping off a little bit. We're looking at that. We're looking down the course there at the moment, and it does look very bouncy out there at the moment for these scullers.
As you mentioned, Rob, a little bit of clean water for our competitor in lane number 1 from Torrens, Rob Ellis. He's looking strong in the final stages. He's got the chest out, he's got the head up, just enjoying the moment here. These pictures live across Australia. If you're enjoying this back at Torrens Rowing Club, a very good morning to you. Your man Rob Ellis is doing it really nicely at the moment. He's going to be bringing back another gold medal to Torrens Rowing Club. Rob Ellis looking for back-to-back victories. He's managed to control his boat beautifully in these bouncy conditions in the back half, and he has got a few strokes remaining. He's enjoying his time at Champion Lakes, and Rob Ellis for Torrens Rowing Club will take home the gold. It's a beautiful gold for Rob Ellis here at the Australian Masters Championships. Well done, Robert Wrigley. He'll be next in. It's a good row from Robert. He'll take home the silver medal. And there's our ADF competitor, Rohan Jayawardena. Back-to-back bronzes for him. Next in was Haythorn Waite. Well done, Gabriel. He's upgraded a couple of spots from his performance last year. Bo Tang in 5th position. And then Glenn Shooter rounds out the final. And for Rob Ellis, it'll be a nice little reflection when he gets back to the warm down lake.
Yes, absolutely. That was a great row by Rob Ellis, and you know, as I said, we were again the picks and a bit hard to tell from our point. So a bit of a surprise for us when we saw the 500 metre splits, and he was well through that 500 metres. But a very good row. Took the conditions under his belt and just drove it home, and kept on going, and I think he'll be very happy with that result. You can't do much better than first, I'd say. But having said that, just the row. Sometimes the row is better than the result. So the quality of the row. But we move on to race 105, the men's Masters I-8, and we have 3 crews in this. The old Scotch Collegians. We have Chris Davis, Philip Andrew, Jeff Gray, Dick Sudlow, Jeff Simpson, Mark Bennett, Simon Dawkins. Been a few substitutions, so we'll just read out all the names. Tom Atkinson, Steve Kennedy, Stephen Dobson, and their coxswain Jeff Simpson. And we have in lane 4 the Melbourne Composite, Melbourne Lindisfarne, Sam Mollard, John Dollison, Terry Phillips, Peter McCartney, Stephen Mollard, Michael Dakic, Rodney Stewart, Philip Wright, and Zena Marcy is their coxswain. In lane 5, Melbourne University, we have Jim Morrison, Ian Harbeck, Mike Kerrin, Richard Parker, Anthony Langford, Tom Wood, Paul Ferguson, Greg Longdon, and their coxswain Graham Bushnell. And they are away in a very fast start from the crew from the Melbourne Composite crew, and they've got out to just probably about a metre or 2 advantage over the Melbourne University Composite crew. We've got there once again those great shots from the drone, and we can see the work going in both those boats. And so the things once again we're looking for, and there's very good run in that Melbourne Composite boat, just getting a good clearance from both boats at the moment. Remembering these are I age group, so the I age group is
75 years or more, average.
75 years at all. So, if you didn't know that and you were looking down there, there is no way that you could tell that these are 75 plus age-year-old rowers. This is the technique and the quality of the rowing is phenomenal, and there'll be many young people would be happy if they could be emulating this sort of performance. They haven't made any ground. In fact, it would look like the Melbourne Uni may well have come back at the Melbourne Composite Crew. So it's going to be really interesting as we come down to that last half of the race here. They're coming down to the 500 metre mark now, and I'd say it's going to be maybe the Melbourne Uni Crew may well have snuck up and go through, have overtaken, but we'll just see as we get that call going through the 500. Now, it does look like the Melbourne Lindisfarne Composite Crew has still held on, but 1 second back to the Melbourne University Crew. So we are in for a big race. The Old Scotch Collegians probably finding the racing a little bit tough back there. They're in that position that they know they've safely got third covered, so they're just going to sit in that position and be happy. We can see the move coming from the Melbourne Composite Crew now. They've just pulled out about another metre. They're sitting in the boat. The coxswain will be calling out. That's 1 seat. We've got 1 seat back. We've got 2 seats back. We've got 3 seats back. And that's how they're inspiring that crew to go on. So as soon as you hear that you've got about 3 or 4 crews seats back, you know you've got the pace. And once you've got that, you once again, we sit up taller. The chest comes out, the strength goes on. Trick for the other crew is, okay, that didn't go so well for us. Let's just sit on it for a bit until we get ready. We'll regain our composure, and then we'll go. And that's what we're seeing now from this Melbourne crew. And as we come down towards the line, they are now stepping it up. And this is a race, a real race to the line. So they've already pulled back 1 or 2 seats. Whether they can pull back the remaining over the last 150 metres, we'll have to wait and see. But there's going to be nothing in it, I tell you. The composite Melbourne crew still holding down that slightest advantage. But here they come, Melbourne Uni coming home like a train. I think they're going to run out of order. They're down to about a canvas and pull back most of that advantage that the Melbourne Composite Crew had coming into the 500 metre mark. As they come down to the wire now, it's stroke for stroke, but it looks like the Melbourne Lindisfarne Composite Crew will just have done enough and cross the line literally with about 1.5 metre advantage, 0.59 of a second between these 2 crews.
What great head-to-head racing that is. Obviously, a lot of these men know each other. You can see a few thumbs up across the water. If there was any pacemakers in those crews, they would be on overdrive because there was absolutely tenacity in both of those boats to try and take the win and have the bragging rights for another year. It was a terrific row as we see our Old Scotch Collegians getting across the line. A lot of these men, they'll know each other very well over many years, and they'll have a few terrific stories out in the boat, and that will be another one they can add to their story. The Old Scotch Collegians finishing off in about 4 minutes 15. Well done to all of our competitors. They've done a great job here this morning. It's been a beautiful start to day 2. Rob Glendinning, he's just warmed up. He's got his back all loosened up now. He's feeling ready to go for a big few racing this afternoon. We're going to have a small little break now. We've got about 30 minutes until our next event, which is due to start at 12:15. It's great to have your company wherever you may be watching. Good crowd starting to build here at Champion Lakes for day 2. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Chiarimento di che?
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted. All good?
Cannot.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Keno.
Cannot make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology.
very good afternoon to everybody watching along. We're just about to get back into the action here at Champion Lakes. And before we do, it's an opportunity now just to thank our key sponsors for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Kennards Hire are our major sponsor, built a reputation on reliability, quality gear and expert support, values that echo out here on the water today as proud equipment partners of the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. They're backing every crew powering towards the finish. We'd also like to thank Zika Perth. From the water to the road, the performance matters. Zika Perth is driving the future with high-performance electric technology, ultra-fast charging and intelligent engineering that keeps Western Australia moving forward. I saw the Zikas leaving the venue last night and, gee, they look beautiful out on the road. Absolutely quiet, intelligent engineering, just beautiful to see. Hope everybody has taken the opportunity to have a look through the Zikas down here adjacent to the finish line. The City of Armidale also welcomes everybody here to Champion Lakes, and they are proud to support the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. While you are here, be sure to explore the Perth Hills, the local cafes and visitor experiences just minutes away. It's also great to have the City of Armidale on board, as well as the WA government. They are very proud to deliver the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Perthcare Partners, events like this are a great reminder that staying active and connected matters at every age. Perthcare Partners is proud to support older adults to maintain their independence, well-being and quality of life at home. Bont Rowing, we've spoken about them in the broadcast already, and just the fit and finesse that goes into every pair of shoes. They are a tremendous support of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Designed in Australia, Bont Rowing shoes are built with strong focus on performance, comfort and injury prevention for rowers of all ages and experience levels. If you haven't already, make sure you get yourself a pair of Bont Rowing shoes. You will not regret it one bit. Gage Roads, WA's very own Gage Roads, proudly locally owned, born by the coast and brewed right here in WA. Next time you are at your local, get around crowd favourite Single Fin Summer Ale, Australia's #1 summer ale. And as always, drink responsibly. We'd also like to acknowledge McHenry Honan, a very long connection with rowing here in Western Australia. In fact, setting up the Margaret River Rowing Club back in the 70s. The official wine sponsor of the regatta here today, McHenry Honan welcomes all competitors and supporters and invites them to explore the southwest during their stay. As a special offer, visitors can enjoy 20% off fine dining and world-class wines at Vintners Wine Bar in the town of Witchcliffe. Our cellar door also showcases our estate-grown wines produced through sustainable biodynamic farming. Terrific to have all of our sponsors represented here. It's great to have that support for this major championships, and I'm joined by Rob Glendinning up here. And Rob, we've got 4 big heats coming our way. These men's masters double sculls are going to be one of the feature events. We're going to in fact have semi-finals out of the heats because of the number of entrants that have shown up here in WA. It's exciting.
It is absolutely exciting, and usually we only get this sort of level of entries in the mixed event, so great to see the G double scull with so many entries, and it will be interesting to see how that semi-final plays out. Just back to the Zika cars, I understand the bigger wagon one there has the seats with the fold-out footrest and a massager and heating and cooling. I'm there. So Zika, if you'd just like us to take a ride in them later or hand the keys over, we'd be very happy to test all the features of that car.
So we'll know where to find you in the lunch break today, Rob. Just wandering down there for a little snooze.
Well, I'm just hoping they're soundproof. They're soundproof as well, because you'll hear it'll sound like it's got a diesel engine in it rather than the electric. But it's just taking a little bit to get this first heat out onto the course. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up was, but it's 12:15 was the allotted start time. And the boats are just getting onto the course now, so it's obviously been a little bit of a hold-up. So we'll just do a quick roll call while they're getting organised. In lane 2, Manning Rivers, John McCallum and Mark Couchman. In lane 3, Perth Rowing Clubs, Michael McCormick and Richard Burnell, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 4, Mersey Composites, Peter Walker from Sandy Bay and Simon Knoll from Mersey. In lane 5, Mosman Composites, Tim Josefowicz from Essendon and Mark Williams from Mosman. In lane 6, Melbourne's Gregory Hansen and Hugh McVicker. Now, we did see Mark Williams come down with that great win in the single scull just about an hour ago, and Tim Josefowicz, certainly from Essendon, is a great addition to that double. So they are going to be very, very fast, as I expect will be the Mersey Composite, well, and all the crews really in this event. It's going to be a great event, and to see that go through to the semi-final and see how that plays out. But we've got the crews on the line at the moment. We do appear to be one crew down, so I'm not sure whether it does appear that the Perth crew is not there. So I'm not sure if they're a withdrawal or they are just struggling to get onto the start. We can't see any action around this side that would indicate they're waiting for a crew, so we'll just keep our eye out and see how they get this race underway.
It's a big day of racing for these competitors. They will have to show up again for the semi-final, which is scheduled for 1:35 Western Standard Time, so just an hour and 10 minutes away. And then the final a little bit later this afternoon at 3:35. So it's 3 big races over 3 hours for these competitors. So no doubt had an early night, loaded up on the carbohydrates before today, and we'll have a big day of racing ahead of them.
Yeah, well, as we said, some of these races, these guys have already raced at least one race this morning. So, that's 4 that they're going to, if they're going to get through to the final of this race, that's 4 races there, plus whatever they may else have entered on the day. So, so there will be some prioritising of races happening in amongst some of the crews. Yes, but we're still just holding on there. It doesn't look like there's any sense of urgency to get this race underway. So we'll. Not quite sure what the issue is.
So a quick update in the conditions as well for everyone at home. We still have that southwester blowing in at around about 15 to 20 kilometres per hour. Won't get any worse than this today, Rob. It will probably stay around this amount, and then it is actually tailing off a little bit as the afternoon unfolds. So that should leave us with ideal conditions for our crews. And better late than never for the Perth Rowing Club's Michael McCormick and Richard Burnell. They're now making their way to the start line and will just be a couple of minutes away from a start.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of welcoming words of accompany that from the other crews as they sit there waiting for this. Sledging is not a thing in rowing at all, is it? We're above all that. But certainly that Perth crew is up there now and just turning around and getting set to come back into the holding pen. They've got the ominous sign of the official walking to the end of that pontoon there, Travis. He's got to be reaching into his pocket, don't you think?
Will they be able to hear us at the start here, Rob, do you think?
I'm hoping not.
So for everyone at home, we are also going out over the venue and everyone can listen into the commentary from Rob and myself, and you can see the official there just waving his hand, just guiding them in, and then probably will come the yellow card, do you think, Rob?
Well, it depends why they were late to the start. If they had a breakage, you get some allowance if there's a breakage in the crew and they've had to do a quick fix. They pull over from the bank and do a quick fix, and that's part of it. Up until, I can't remember which Olympics it was, I think it was the London Olympics, there was if you had a breakage within the first, I think it was 200 metres, you could call the breakage, stop the race. They'd allow you to fix it and get going again. But there was a famous incident with a lightweight crew, I think from GB, that seemed to be clear to everybody, but not them, that there might have been something more than just an accidental breakage. And as a result of that, which was unfortunate, as a result of that, they've given away that rule now. So if you have a breakage, it's just bad luck. And we are away in this race, and certainly a very fast start. It does look like the Melbourne crew over in lane 6 is probably a little bit slower start than the others, but the two crews moving together, the Mosman Composite and the Mersey Composite, moving a little bit close together, but they've moved back apart. We see Mark Williams in the stroke seat of that Mosman Mosman Composite with Tim Josefowicz in the bow, and it is very, very close. The Mersey Composite of Peter Walker and Simon Knoll have moved right over to the left of their lane, and so they are in very close quarters with the Mosman, who've moved to the right of their lane. So there's something to be said for staying close with your competitors, I would imagine. But first 3 of these boats to go through to the final. So Manning River and Perth over there in lanes 2 and 3. They look like the ones that are going to fight out for that semi-final place at this stage. But we're very early on in the race. We're only 250 metres into the race. It does look like already the Mersey Composite may well have just backed it off a little bit. They feel that they're in a safe position. They feel like they're not getting caught now by those other crews. So probably just going in a bit of thinking about another 2 races this afternoon and thinking, well, maybe we'll just row within ourselves on this race. Leave a bit there in case we've got to go. But no problems at all for Josefowicz and Williams in this boat that we're now got on the front of the screen. They are cruising along. They got the rating up. They're punching it along still. Certainly not leaving anything to chance. Yep.
I was just going to say, Robin, because the other crews are battling it out for that 3rd position, they're probably just keeping the intensity levels up a little bit higher, and so these leaders, they can't switch off too much because that battle for 3rd to get through to the semis will continue throughout this race.
Well, as we've seen time and time again, that crew, that combination of that fighting it out in those races brings both crews back into the contention. So, and I think we're seeing that now, as there's almost got overlap between the Perth and Mersey Composite crews now. So there's something to be said for taking it easy and taking it easy. They're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and it does appear both these crews have backed it right off. So we'll have to watch. But I would be a little bit concerned that the Perth and Manning River crews don't stage a big comeback. And then you've got to react. You've got into this new mode of just punch it along, not overly working hard, and then all of a sudden you've got to wind it up. We've seen some great pictures there off the bank of these 2 crews. We can see that it is still a little bit bouncy out there. So that is going to be something they're going to have to all get their heads around. They've probably lifted their gates up a little bit higher, just giving themselves a little bit more clearance off the water. The sort of things you can do in this sort of conditions.
So John McCallum and Mark Couchman in the Manning River team there, sitting in that 4th position at the moment. So they'll be just looking to try and increase that rate slightly to see if they can edge up on our 3 leaders. It's the Mark Williams and Tim Josefowicz team. They've almost nodded off halfway through. They just put the boat to sleep and just cruised down, and they've just decided to wake things up again, haven't they?
They have. You can see that they've got there and thought, this Perth crew's coming a bit close, and Manning River are coming around a bit hard. We better just make sure of this. So they have certainly bounced the effort level up. Perth have now just on level pegging now with the crew from the Mersey Composite. So they've had a great row, the Perth crew combination. Manning River just weren't able to go with it. Great finish by them, but not able to go with it. But it will be the Mosman Composite just coming across the line in front of Mersey Composite, and then Perth, a little bit further back to Manning River, and then Melbourne. Still a little ways to go, but coming across the line in about 2 strokes time to round out this field.
So there's the Melbourne crew finishing off. They'll end their day there, unfortunately, as we turn the page and move on to our 2nd heat. It is 4 big heats, and it's the first 3 through to the semi-final. Let's take you through the roll here. It's Hawthorn up in lane number 2, Mark Oliver and John Stewart in the boat today. And then it's the Harafahuna Composite of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan, who we saw earlier today. I think he took home the bronze medal and is now backing up here. And then from Newcastle, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley, coached by Tim Bland. Tablelands are in lane 5 with Dave Rafter and Doug Rolfe. And then Clifton Rowing Club, represented by Kerry Dombrowski and Gus Bergen. And they've started well. Bottom of pitch up. They've moved nicely away from the start. They've settled into their stroke nicely. They're in 3rd at the moment, the Clifton Rowing Club team. And they're out after our early leaders from the Harafahuna. I think you can do better at that one than I did, Rob. They're leading the New Zealanders.
I don't think I can name Travis, but I'm going to give it a go anyway. Horowhenua.
Beautiful.
So we'll hope that we don't upset too many people with that pronunciation. Wanganui, Aramaho Wanganui. I once rode in Wanganui, a lovely part of the world on the Wanganui River, and you know, a place I'd like to get back to at some stage. But yeah, we're looking across this, and it is this over on this side, the Clifton, Kerry Dombrowski and Gus Bergen, the Horowhenua, Wanganui, Tate and Horan, and over on the other side, Mark Oliver and John Stewart from Hawthorn Rowing Club. So that's where all the pace is at the moment. They've gone through the 500 metres and looking fairly comfortable. I'd say the one with the boat speed at the moment is the Clifton from New Zealand, Clifton Rowing Club, Kerry Dombrowski and Gus Bergen. So unusual that we'd have such a big New Zealand content in a race. We've got two crews here. Unfortunately for them, they've both ended up in the same race. We have got another Mercer Composite in the next heat as well. So certainly getting a plenty of exposure out here. So the Horowhenua composite crew of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan have looked like they've upped the ante here a bit. The Hawthorn Rowing Club saying, well, look, you know, if you're going to go, we're going to go with you, and they have certainly wound it up as well. And the Clifton Rowing Club combination of Dombrowski and Bergen over on this side of the field also faring well.
So we're through the halfway and closing in on the finish line. And our top three, they're going to book their place into the semi-finals with some nice controls. The Horowhenua composite crew of Tate and Horan, who are just controlling things into the line, just keeping the momentum right through. They've got the Hawthorn pairing of Oliver and Stewart right alongside them. And then just coming into our picture now. They've finished off well, our crew there in lane number 5 of Rafter and Rolfe. So we'll look forward to seeing them a little bit later in the semi-finals. And here is our Tablelands Carrum composite team. They've managed to finish in 4th position. And then having a nice row is our Newcastle pairing of Bland and Stanley. So we'll keep rolling through these heats. Heat number 3, Rob.
Yeah, we've got heat number 3. Once again, the progression first 3 to the semi-final. So we have in lane 2, Essendon, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 3, Toowong's David Bellamy and Gavin Kirk-Lorreton. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra's David Jacka and Colin Rawson. In lane 5, Glebe Composites, Adam Ramshaw and Mark Tejan, and in lane 6, Mercer Composites, Murray, Stewart and Alan Cleaver. And just remember that Glebe Composite, of course, Alan Ramshaw, which I mentioned yesterday, was used to be at Glebe Rowing Club. So these two have spent a lot of time rowing with each other. They will be strong, as will the Yarra Yarra. Well, I think any time we see Yarra Yarra in a race, we're going to accept they're going to be strong. Toowong's David Bellamy and Kirk Lorreton, and Nugent and Alsop from Essendon. And you know, look, I don't think there's a weak crew in this race. Or well, one is not quite up there. That's the Bellamy, Kirk Lorreton crew. Look to be unusually far behind for this stage. So whether they've had a problem or something, it doesn't look quite right. They're a long way back for this early in the race. That Essendon crew we can see over on the right-hand side. Does it look like Essendon? That's not... oh yes, Essendon crew of Stuart Alsop, Nugent. They certainly have got out to a flyer. Yarra Yarra, Glebe Composite and Mercer Composite all in that fight for that 2nd and 3rd place. So Essendon saying, well, look, we're not going to leave it up to chance here. We're going to give it a bit of a big push early on in the race, try to establish that lead, get into our rhythm, and then just sit on them like that. We have seen that backfire for a few crews today, where they've just backed off too much and let the other crews come past, but it doesn't appear that that'll be the case in this thing. Showing that Glebe are only 0.58 of a second behind, you know, so we're as I said, we're struggling a little bit with the angles here. Another 1.14 back to Yarra Yarra and another 1.31 back to Mercer Composite. So that's where the race is. So I'm thinking the wind out there at the moment just looks like got a bit gusty. So it's just kicked up over that 10 knots, which was a little while ago, is interesting. But the Yarra Yarra crew in the middle there, David Jacker and Colin Rawson, and the Glebe boat, do look now that they've actually pushed through. And over on this side, the Mercer Composite crew as well. The Mercer Composite crew have really pushed through. So yeah, the Glebe crew looking very good at the moment. Just going back over to the other side, the Essendon, Stuart Allsop and Bill Nugent, they were right up there on the front. In fact, they went through that halfway in front. So it's going to be very tight. This is 4 into 3 won't go. So one of these crews has to miss out. So if they're going to do something, they've got to be working now. Does appear like it might be the Yarra crew in lane 4 that's just slipped off the back of these other crews. Tejan and Ramshaw in the Glebe Composite crew now pushing ahead. Mercer Composite, Murray Stewart, Alan Cleaver, they're coming back at them. Yarra now trying to react, to try to pull back that gap that has just established over the last 200 metres. The Essendon crew, Stuart Allsop, Bill Nugent coming down to the line. There's nothing in it as they come down here. It will be first, second and third is what we're looking for. It does look like the Yarra crew, David Jacker and Colin Rawson will just miss out and go into the final. As we come right down to the line, it is going to be probably close to a dead heat between the Essendon and Mercer Composite, Glebe and Glebe ANA composite crews, and followed forth by the Yarra crew. So we're just waiting for some results. We've just had a bit of a technical hitch at the moment, but we're waiting for those results. But it will be those 3 crews going through the final. It will be Mercer Composite, Glebe Composite and Essendon going through the final. We're just looking to try to clarify what in what order they're going to come through in.
Terrific racing. Beautiful call there, Rob. Very tightly contested 3rd heat. So we're now into our 4th heat. It's our final heat before we take a little bit of a break for lunch. So these men on the water now, no breaks for them. It's the Curtin University composite crew of Craig Huxtable and Greg Haig in lane 2. Murray Bridge Composite, Mark Johnston, Graham Hunt in 3. In 4, the ANA Rowing Club, represented by Ian Hilton and John Walters. In lane 5, from Bunbury, Peter Bairstow and John Soroka, coach Chris Iredale. And then in lane number 6, left of screen, Shoalhaven Composite, Peter McCartney and Chris Turner, Andrew Parry, the coach. And it's a bit of a bun fight at the start here because there's not a lot separating all 5 crews. It's probably the bookends leading the way with Curtin University and Shoalhaven, and then Bunbury and Murray Bridge next along, and A&A still not out of it yet.
Yeah, what I'm liking about the racing today, this is the sort of closeness you get in the final. We're in the heats. We've got the semi-finals and then the finals to go. So we're seeing some great racing. They're just going through the 500 metres. So Curtin University, Perth went through first, Shoalhaven, Melbourne second, Bunbury third, A&A fourth. 2 seconds between first and fourth. So we've got nothing in it at all.
Brilliant racing. A little bit faster too than we've seen in the previous heats. So these men obviously know that they're going to have to just work a little bit harder here just to make this final. And only 3 will go through. So Shoalhaven in that yellow boat at the bottom of the screen, just working hard, trying to just get a little bit more power in the water, just trying to put a little bit of space. But it's been matched by Bunbury. Bairstow and John Soroka. He rode earlier in these championships yesterday with his son, John, so he's now backing up to try and make the final. Murray Bridge Composite still going well, and Curtin on the far side are right in it. So it's a race in 4 because the A&A team have just dropped off a little bit now and will struggle to make up that lost ground in this race to the line. So Rob, it's going to be an absolutely thrilling finish. Finals places pretty hard to come by. And this will be tough.
I was hoping you were going to tell me who was going to win, but that's a little bit more difficult. But certainly this Shoalhaven crew on this side, Peter McCartney and Chris Turner, faring well, as are the Curtin University, Craig Huxtable and Greg Haig. Murray Bridge also in there, Murray Bridge Riverside, that bright red Zudi of the Riverside, Scalo and Bunbury. can't pick it, although it does look like the Curtin University may well have dropped back a little bit. Bit of a look there across from the Mark Johnson, the Riverside sculler. He's just had a look across and said, yeah, we've got one down, 1, 2. He'd be trying to count. Hard to row flat out and count at the same time. But I think they have done enough, and they're going to go across the line. It's going to be very, very tight at the end between Bunbury and Shoalhaven Composite. It will be the Bunbury combination of Bairstow and Soroka going across for first. It will be Shoalhaven in second, and followed by the Murray Bridge combination, very closely followed by Curtin University. They will be disappointed. They led most of this race, so that will be disappointed. And then the A&A combination coming through to round out the field.
I hope you're feeling nice and fresh, fellas, down there, because we're going to see you back in just over an hour's time for the semi-final. I loved watching Mark Johnston there for the Murray Bridge Composite team. He was just having a look. He was trying to count and row at the same time, Rob. And as an experienced oarsman yourself, you probably know that's pretty hard to do.
Well, it's really hard to do when you realise you missed one that was in front of the others, and you thought you were having a race, and there's somebody out in front, and you think you got third covered and end up a distant fourth. So, yeah, it's just always good to know where you sit at that time. You've got to go from your race plan to actually just racing.
We'll look forward to seeing Mark Johnston and Graham Hunt a little bit later on, and we'll look forward to seeing you all back here shortly. It's time for a lunch break. We'll be back with racing at 1 Western Standard Time. It's great to have your company here on day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We'll be back in about half an hour's time, and we'll look forward to seeing you then.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Pano, what do you think, Nonna?
Chiarimento di che?
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
Looks good, eh?
Ken
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kennott's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
Looks good, eh?
Kenneth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Kenneth, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think?
Wasn't me. I did not say that. It's Travis. Travis is running something.
Test. Testing.
Ready to go.
If you tell me, I can
Testing.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes for day 2 action of the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Great to have your company wherever you may be watching from around Australia or in fact around the world. My name's Travis Jenkins. Alongside me has been our resident expert for the first couple of days, Rob Glendenning. Great to see you. You've got a lovely new hat on that you've been given from Rowing WA. You look sensational in yellow, I might add.
Yeah, I don't mind the colour on my head, but certainly we're looking for a great afternoon of racing this afternoon, and Yeah, what do you see in store for us?
Well, I'm really enjoying it. You're an honorary West Australian. By the end of this meet, you'll be a full West Australian, that's for sure, Rob. What I want to just reflect on with you first is just this morning's racing was absolutely sensational. If you do get a chance and missed it, go back and have a watch, because we got a little insight into the interstate rowing that we're going to have on the water tomorrow with the men's A8s, and it was the West Australian Curtin Composite crew who got the gold medal earlier, but we got a real good taste of what to expect for that interstate competition. The Adelaide South Australians were there, as well as a fair few of the New South Wales team too. So how did you see that this morning?
Oh, look, it was a great performance by that Western Australian crew. They really took hold of that race from the very start, and South Australia tried to go with them, and, you know, ostensibly they had a lot of overlap, but it was a very, very fast race. And I think we went 2:54 in that race, and if we're going to get those times in the interstate tomorrow, that's going to be hard to beat.
So the interstate racing begins tomorrow, so make sure you tune in to catch all that action. We've had 3 rounds in the G Division double sculls, Rob. We've had the heats just earlier. We've got semi-finals and finals still to come this afternoon. Mark Williams, he was really impressive in the individual event earlier today. He's backing up again in the doubles. He's been impressive, hasn't he?
Oh, he certainly has. Had a great row in the F single, and brought it home over the last 500 metres and just cleared out from the field. So it was a very impressive effort. And he's fronting up in that G double. He's already had his heat. I think they won their heat. We're going to the semi-finals and the finals. So these guys have got another 2 races at least this afternoon. So it's going to be interesting how they manage that workload through the afternoon.
So we've got a great afternoon of racing ahead. We've got plenty of single sculls finals as well. So for everyone watching, plenty to look forward to. It's great to have you company here from Champion Lakes. The weather, Rob, it's just been a little bit windy, hasn't it, over the last hour? You've had a look at the forecast. What can we expect?
Yeah, it has. We're expecting it to start dropping off about now, and it's just been quite variable. We're getting a lot of gusty periods in there that are going up quite high, like 13, 14 knots, which is getting pretty uncomfortable for the rowers. Reports from out on the course is it is very bumpy. The only thing we can be thankful about is it's a tailwind. They're not rowing into a headwind, which would make conditions a whole lot more difficult for rowing. So we are looking for that. Hopefully that wind will die off in the afternoon. Don't see that there's a lot of chance of rain this afternoon, so the wind will be fairly constant from that, as I said, constantly from the direction it's coming from, just hoping it will lower a bit and bring on some very fast racing.
A lot to look forward to. Thanks, Rob Glendenning, enjoying your insights. We're going to take a quick commercial break and we'll be back with the first event after lunch in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy?
Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. That's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes. Great to have your company. Hope you enjoyed your lunch wherever you may be watching, or afternoon tea if you're on the East Coast. And you've returned at a great time because we've got some semi-final action. We're going to pick up where we left off, in fact, so not a lot of recovery time for our G category competitors. They are just about to make their way around to the start line, Rob, and semi-final action, it'll just turn the notch up a little bit on the heat.
Absolutely it will. And just before we get onto that, you'll notice that the D pair heats, men's D pair heats, have been consolidated into a final. So they go straight to the final, hence we didn't have that 125 start. So these G doubles, so they've already had the heats. They were very, very strong heats. There was a lot of pace in those races. It goes up a notch. So we put it up another notch now because it's getting closer to the real action of the final. So only 3 of these crews, 2 races, only 3 crews from each race going to the final. And I'm going to be sitting here thinking it's pretty hard to pick, Travis, as we sit down there and look at the results this morning and the rows this morning. I couldn't hand on heart put there and say I can tell you who's going to be the first 3 in the first heat or the second heat. It's going to be seriously strong racing.
There was a bit of foxing, I feel, in that first round, so this will be a little bit more on in earnest. The Harawhenua composite crew there from New Zealand, they were quite impressive, weren't they? Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan had a strong showing in the heats. Look out for them here. Yeah, and certainly Kevin Horan having that very strong row in the F single as well, so they're going to look really strong. We did see Nugent and Allsop also performing well. Look, technically, they all performed well. So, as I said, McCartney and Chris Turner, that's the Melbourne and Shoalhaven combination. So, they were right over on this side, and they were right up on the finish. So, I think that race finished within about 2 or 3 seconds between the first 3 crews. And then we just go down to that next heat. So it's going to be a power of racing this afternoon. But we'll give you the roll call. So it's Hawthorn in lane 2, Mark Oliver and John Stewart. In lane 3, it's Shoalhaven Composites, Peter McCartney and Chris Turner. In lane 4, the Harawhenua composite of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. In lane 5, Essendon, Stuart Allsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 6, Mersey Composites, Peter Walker and Simon Knoll. And in lane 7, Perth's Michael McCormick and Richard Burnell. And I think, from just trying to think back to that race, it was only an hour ago, but gee, we've had lunch in between. They also had a great row, that thing. Clearly the fastest into these heats were the Essendon and Harawhenua composite with Aromaho Wanganui and Harawhenua. And then Essendon, Shoalhaven, Mersey, Hawthorn and Perth. So we should see, if they all kick out there pretty hard, we should see that chevron shape starting early, depending on how much foxing the sail crews were doing. Or they may just have been in a slower heat, but from memory, there wasn't much different in the heat time. So shaping up like a great afternoon. And it's like we might have just had a bit of a false start there, actually, Rob. It looks like the Perth crew broke away from their handler, and so they were left in the blocks. The other crews took off quickly before the starting team called them back, but it was the Perth crew, not quite in picture, bottom left of screen. They were just broke away from their handler and were left in the blocks. The other crews took off as normal, but the starter obviously decided that
that was an unfair start.
Unfair start.
Yeah. So they'll call that. They'll bring them all back. They won't mind that bit of adrenaline push. Interesting to know what happened. I'm not sure we'll be able to find out what happened there, but certainly Perth sitting there saying, "What was all the fuss about? We're ready to go." But you can see these are very skilled crews. Look at how quickly they can make their way back straight onto the end of the pontoon. So it won't take us very long at all to get this race back underway, and I'm sure won't upset too many of them.
The Hawthorn crew there of Mark Oliver and John Stewart, they were 5th last year, so they did make the final. The Hawthorn pairing, they're top right of screen in lane 2, far side, so they'll be looking to go back-to-back in the final, so they'll need to bring their best racing here to Perth, and they're going to be the last ones to set themselves.
Yeah, there's a bit of gamesmanship here too, I'm sure. They'll just make everybody get back in there. They'll just hold. They'll still be, moved a little bit more than everybody else. As they move into their blocks, there'll be just that ever so touch warmer and ready to kick away. Probably the disadvantage goes to the Perth crew, who've been sitting there now for 3 or 4 minutes, not moving much at all. Probably, if it was me, I would have chosen to just take off as well. Just said, let us go, and we'll go out as well, just to get that little bit of a hit out. Use the opportunity where it arises.
So we're going to reset, start again for race 112, the double sculls, G category, 2 semi-finals, first 3, and you're into the big final a little bit later on this afternoon, about 3:35 Western time, the final. But there's still about 4 minutes of rowing ahead for these gentlemen. And we're away and racing this time. Nice clean start across the field. Probably first away was the Shoalhaven Composite crew. They've got the yellow boat up and moving really fast. The Harrowhenua crew also are away well with Tate and Horan on board. And Essendon as well. Allsop and Nugent have got the boat moving with a nice fast start and have set their pace early.
Yeah, haven't this Harrowhenua Composite going on hard. They have really pushed out from that start. They've had a great start. They'll be very happy with their position there. The crews either side of them, the Shoalhaven Composite and Essendon, also went with them. Hawthorn a little bit slow off the mark, but have now just regained their boat speed. So they've... they just were probably just a little bit tardy off that start. They won't be happy with that. This is a semi-final, first 3 to go through to the final. It's going to be a great race at the end. They're all drifting around their lanes a bit. Wind probably variable out there, but it looks like it could have dropped a little bit. So they'll be enjoying slightly better conditions as they come down this course.
So Harrowhenua, the early pace setters here. Out after them is the team from Shoalhaven. They're in the yellow boat. You can see them second from the top of screen. And then it's the Mercy Composite team who have started really well too. And it might be the Essendon crew as well who are right up with a chance. And Hawthorn now have just recomposed themselves. There they are, top of screen, finalists last year. They're just starting to move nicely into their work, and they're just going to knock on the door of that third spot. The Shoalhaven team in there at the moment. A great view from overhead. So it's the Essendon crew second, Harrowhenua, they lead the way, and then third place pretty tight at the moment between Shoalhaven and Hawthorn as we approach the halfway.
Yeah, and it will be this Harrowhenua Composite, Wanganui Composite going through the halfway, and they've gone through 1:48, which is a very snappy time. 1 length advantage over the Essendon crew, half a length over Hawthorn, 0.28 of a second back to Shoalhaven. So we have got a race on here. So it's only 3 of these boats going to the final. Harrowhenua trying to make sure that they are the first one in there. Work being done, great work over on this side from the Essendon crew, and they look like they've actually clawed back a little bit of that lead. It does look like at the moment the Shoalhaven Composite has just slipped a touch. Still got only half a length behind the Hawthorn crew. But they're going to have to try to make that back, and we can see both the Harrowhenua and the Shoalhaven Composite crew in our picture now. And conditions still a bit bumpy out there, but they are handling it okay. And I think the stroke of the Shoalhaven crew, Peter McCartney from Melbourne, just took a look around, and he's done that number count and realised they need to be doing something. Chris Turner, he's a strong man. He'll be relying on him to actually pull them back up through this field. But great shot there of the Harrowhenua crew, Harrowhenua and Oromoho Wanganui Composite, and they're looking quite content with their lot out there, Travis.
Yeah, they're just having a little chat on a Thursday afternoon, just saying, why would you want to be anywhere else except out here on Champion Lakes? They're enjoying their time out on Perth. They're making it look pretty comfortable. This team of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan, they've led right from the start, and they're maintaining their lead as they push towards the finish. The battle for second is pretty tight. Probably Hawthorn now have moved into outright second. Essendon now having a battle with Shoalhaven. McCartney and Turner have turned on the jets and are just charging towards the line. They're trying to push into this final. It's going to be tight for that third position. There's no doubt about our leaders, though. Harrowhenua, Tate and Horan, they come in to hear the hooter. They get the bell. Essendon will be second, and it will be Hawthorn third. Shoalhaven just missing out today. They'll finish fourth in a hotly contested semi-final. It's Harrowhenua Composite team booking their place and affirming as favourites as we see our final 2 crews, Mercy Composite and Perth, come through the line.
Yeah, well, that did play out kind of like we thought. I thought the Hawthorn crew probably rode a little bit better than they did in the heat to get up for that third place. So good to see that they are back into the final. We now move into race 113, the Men's Masters G Double Scull, semi-final 2. Once again, that reminder that only 3 of these go through to the final. In lane 2, we have the Murray Bridge Riverside Composite of Mark Johnson and Graham Hunt. In lane 3, the Mercer Composite, Mercer and Naromaho Wanganui of Murray Stewart and Alan Cleaver. In lane 4, the Mosman Composite, the Mosman Essendon of Tim Josefowicz and Mark Williams. In lane 5, Bunbury's Peter Bairstow and John Soroka, coached by Chris Iredale. In lane 6, Clifton's Kerry Dombrowski and Gus Bergen. And in lane 7, Glebe Composites, Alan Ramshaw and Mark Tejan. And this is probably a little bit closer than I had expected. I had expected that crew, the third from the left, who had a great row in the heat, might have got away from the field, but there's none of that. The Murray Bridge Composite crew over in lane 2, Johnson and Hunt, doing very well at the moment, and they look like they might hold the ascendancy right here.
So they were the bronze medalists last year. Johnston and Hunt, top of screen there, and so they're going really nicely, but gee whiz, you could almost draw a straight line across those 5 crews. It's not much to look at. Under a second, 1.25 second between first and fifth, so a really hotly contested semi-final here. It's absolutely a sprint to the line now, almost from halfway, because 5 does definitely not go into 3. Probably just starting to make a little bit of a move now is the Mercy Composite team, the Clifton team of Dombrowski and Bergen. The Glebe Composite of Ramshaw and Mark Tijan are also just starting to lift, and emerging now is Josefowicz and Mark Williams. They've said it's go time, and Williams, who's had a big morning, he's looking to just push this crew a little bit faster.
Yeah, we saw that finish from Mark Williams in the F single, and bringing it home fast is what they like to do. So they are having to, though, because it is a very, very close race between them, the Murray Bridge, certainly Clifton, Glebe, and Mercer and Mercer over on the other side. So there's still nothing in it at all. The Clifton, Dombrowski and Bergen look like they've gone out with this Mosman crew. Pace may be getting a little bit too much for the Glebe combination over here on this side. They've just slipped back probably about half a length over the Clifton combination besides them. The Mosman combination, Josefowicz and Williams really pushing out there, as are the Murray Bridge, Johnson and Hunt. It's going to be very, very close. It looks like there's a clear 1, 2, 3 at the moment, but we'll have to watch as we come to the line. Clifton's Dombrowski and Bergen holding down, probably I would suggest maybe in front at the moment, with Mosman's Josefowicz and Williams, and then across to Johnson and Hunt from Murray Bridge Composite. And we're coming down to the line. There is nothing in it. The 2 crews, the Mercer Composite and the Glebe, look to have just slipped off the back of this combination. We're going to come to the line. There is going to be absolutely nothing in it. It does look like at this stage a bit of a change in places here. Certainly the Murray Bridge coming across first. It was, well, we've got a bit of a mix-up on that, but it did appear that it was the Clifton crew coming across first, the Mosman Composite, then the Murray Bridge Composite. We just had a bit of a double up on that, so it was a very, very tight affair at the finish.
So a fantastic couple of semi-finals there, and we'll welcome back the gentlemen in a couple of hours' time for the big final. It's shaping up. That was 1 in 3:48. Heat 1 was 1 in 3:46. So there really won't be anything in that final. So that's going to be an absolutely terrific final. Now we roll over to the page because we've got some heats now in the Women's Masters B Double Sculls. Let's take you through the roll here of our competitors. At the top of our screen, racing in lane 2 is Jorian Atletica and Hayley Bignell of the WA Rowing Club. Then in 3, it's Goolwa Composite, Victoria Siddell and Kate Tebneff. Then in lane 4, UWA, it is Marianne Amato and Janelle Austin, coach Ava Myler. And in 5, it's the Yarra Yarra combination of Eben Waldner and Sarah Sekfi. Gee whiz, they were 1-2 earlier today in another individual event, so that's going to be interesting to see how they go. And then the Swan River combination of Emma Harrison and Sarah Martin. They are rowing in lane 6 left of screen. The early leader, however, is our Goolwa Composite crew of Siddell and Tebneff, and they've just got their noses in front at the moment.
Yeah, they've certainly gone out to a very fast start. Just interested that the Austin Amato crew, it just slipped off the back a little bit. They had a great row earlier in those single sculls, so interesting to see what's going that boat. We're expecting the Ebenwalder and Sarah Sekfi boat to be up there, and of course it is. And then it's followed by West Australia Rowing Club's Ledeca and Bignell, and then across on this side, Swan Rivers, Harrison, and Martin. So there's the four crews at the moment going head for head. It does look like the pace is still on at the front in this Goolwa composite crew, Goolwa and Murray Bridge, Seidel and Tebnev. Yarra just trying to bridge that gap now, trying to work hard to bridge that gap. We can see the WA crew in behind this Goolwa composite at the moment, Lodeker and Bignell, certainly holding it well. But the fight is on between the WA Rowing Club and Swan River over on this side. So they be turning their heads, having a good look around, counting who's in front of them. They've got two in front of them. There's only one of these who's going to go through. A lot of work to be done by both these crews if they're going to make sure of that place in the final.
So Goolwa composite stroking nicely, leading the way from the Yarra formidable lineup of Eben Waldner and Sarah Sekfi. They seem pretty content just with this second placing, but then that third spot, that all-important third spot, is the two WA crews. From the WA Rowing Club, top of screen, and at the bottom we can see Swan River, Harrison and Martin. Harrison and Martin probably just slightly ahead at the moment, but it's going to come down to a bit of a sprint finish. No doubt about our leader though, Goolwa Composite cruising into the line. They'll book themselves into the final, and that will be a great confidence booster for them as they head into the afternoon. Yarra, they've got another gear, maybe two, in the final as they will move into second place into the final, and we'll just now see on the line this battle for third, and the third spot into the final will just be right on the line. It's an absolute cliffhanger. That is absolutely too close to call between the WA Rowing Club and the Swan River Rowing Club. It was a real battle. We'll give you that as soon as it comes in.
Yeah, we've got the photo on that third and fourth place. So did look like Swan River may well have just got there, but we'll have to wait to get the official result.
It's come in. It's 0.01 of a second. 3:59.37 versus 3:59.38. So Swan River have finished third, just ahead.
0.01 of a second. I didn't think my eyesight was getting that good, but
well done.
That good. But there we are.
You're in good form, Rob. You're in good form.
A great row by the Swan River crew just to get over the top of the WA. Very disappointing for them because they've had a good row. We now move to Heat 2 of the Women's Masters B double scull, and they're well underway at the moment. Progression as the first three in the final. We've had a withdrawal with Twong pulling out in lane 6. So we have Glebe in lane 2, Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris, coached by Robert Dallymore. In lane 3, ANA's Elsa Lai and Hilary Smale. In lane 4, ADF Rowing Composite with Shoalhaven, it's Georgina Owens and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 5, it is the Lower Clarence's Vanette McLennan and Candice Drago, coached by Candice Drago. And that crew has been going very well. I think they might be an older age group than this, but they are certainly have been performing very well and look like they're doing it again out there at the moment. They've gone through the 500. Lower Clarence has gone through with about a length advantage over ANA, and Glebe another length behind. So certainly rowing very, very well at the moment, this crew from Lower Clarence, so on north coast of New South Wales. So it's looking like they're going to book their spot in the final. So we're just going to have to see how the rest pans out. Glebe also going well. So Glebe have fallen back. ANA are also going well. So it's ANA. We can't quite. So we've got Lower Clarence here. We can't see where the ADF rowing composite is at the moment. It does appear for us that Glebe does hold down third place at this stage as they come into about 300 metres to go. But certainly a great row by this Lower Clarence Lower Clarence crew, and they're streeting away going with them to somewhat is Elsa Lai and Hilary Smale of ANA. So they're probably happy and content with the fact that they're going to get into the final, and I'd suggest that might be the case over in the Glebe crew as well. Looking back, and the ADF rowing composite is a fair way back now, so they're not going to come into contention. So probably wisely, with only an hour or so to go to the final, I know what I'd be doing. If you're not going to, no use pushing, particularly for the Glebe crew, to try to get a better time in this race. You may as well just accept your lot. You're in the final. Be happy with that. Final's only 6 lanes, so it's not like you got the big advantage from one side to the other. But this looking at a very polished performance from this Lower Clarence crew as they come down to the line, and they will go across the line to take out Heat 2 of the Women's B Scull. Now coming across is the ANA combination of Elsa Lai and Hilary Smale from ANA. And just that little bit further back now, it's the Belindy Rowe, Jacqueline Harris combination from Glebe Rowing Club. And they will be the 3 crews going in the final. Fortunately for the ADF Rowing Composite, they miss out this time round.
So 3:52, the winning time. Slightly outside Heat 1. Goolwa completed the course in 3:58.8. So they'll probably be the favourites. But, gee, it's going to be an open final a little bit later on this afternoon. As we continue to roll through, we're on to event 116, and we'll go through that lineup for you now. It's going to be first 3 progressing and into the final this afternoon. So in lane 3, it's the University of WA, Sue Peacock, Melissa Hartman, coach Ava Myler. Canning Bridge in 4, Sarah Prapa, Tantaprasut and Indra Sivakolondhu. Coach Vanessa Grant. Corio Bay in 5, Karen Patton and Justine Tonner-Joyce. And Fremantle in lane 6, Giza Rouge and Alex Lai.
Yeah, and it does look from our position here that the Corio Bay and University of WA crews have just got out over the rest of the crews. There's a little bit of a gap back, and we can see some steering problems back in the Canning Bridge crew. So they're not enjoying a comfortable ride down here at all. But these 2 crews out in front have really stretched that lead out. So the battle is going to be between Fremantle and Canning Bridge for that 3rd place and a ticket to the final. At the moment, it looks like fairly comfortably that will be the Fremantle crew. At the Corio Bay crew, very experienced crew once again. Karen Patton and Justine Tonner-Joyce. They are looking very, very comfortable out there. You can see they're not rating overly high. They're just keeping the momentum in that boat. Just very, very, very calm and collected. Minimum of fuss, being very economical with their movement, and they've gone through the 500 with about a length's lead over the University of WA. It's a little bit of daylight back to the Fremantle crew, another 10 seconds, so they're not going to come into play for 2nd place, but they're certainly, all they've got to do is keep doing what they're doing, Fremantle, and they've got a place into the final, as the Canning Bridge crew is just coming through now, another 12 seconds in arrears from the Fremantle crew.
Corio Bay still leader by a boat length. Karen Patton, that's a name we've become familiar with over the first couple of days, just controlling things nicely. You can see just the timing and body movements in good unison, and they're well in control. University of WA, Sue Peacock, Melissa Hartman, coach Ava Myler. She's in charge of a lot of the crews that we've seen here. She's been working very hard down there in the UWA sheds on the Swan River, and she'll be pretty happy with what she's seeing out here at the moment, just coming through the last couple of 100 metres, and you can just see the pause has just increased a little bit. It's turned more into a bit of a training hit out for our leaders.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and this crew, Corio Bay, of course, down near Geelong in just outside of Melbourne on that south coast. I think they'd say that Melbourne's just outside of Geelong, to be fair. Corio Bay, certainly a very strong club, and has produced a lot of very good rowers, and indeed the Sykes dynasty at boats, I think they're out of that now, but certainly the name carries on. So they have really backed it off, this Patton and Tonner-Joyce. They've let the WA crew, and I do say that, I mean, they've let the WA crew come up to them a little bit more. I don't think they seem too perturbed about it. They're just sticking it up a little bit. They've said, we've come all this way in first, we may as well cross the line in first. So they've just said to just sent the signal out to the crew from WA, University of WA, yeah, we can just kick it up when we need to. And they've crossed the line to take a very good win in this race. University of New South Wales, Peacock and Hartman across in second. A little bit further back now, we've just moved to the next race, so it's not made it easy for us, but I believe that will be the Fremantle crew covered by, followed by Canning Bridge. So we've moved straight on to the Heat 2 of the Women's Masters E pair. And in lane 2 we have North Shore's Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4, University of West Australia's Sarah Knight and Orla Flecker, coached by, once again, Ava Myler. In lane 5 we have Adelaide University's Susie Ross and Angie Francu. And in lane 6, Leichhardt, Susan Huggett and M. Barrack, coached by David Ross. So we're just going down to the 500 metre mark, and the Adelaide University crew is already well through that, about a length and a half back to the North Shore combination, then University of WA at a length behind it, and then the Leichhardt combination a length behind that. So the Leichhardt with all the work to do. If they want to get into this final, they're going to have to pick it up now. They've got less than 500 metres to do that. They've got to turn their situation around and start their sprint a lot further out than they're probably comfortable with. So, but that's the difference between getting in the final and not getting final. This Adelaide University crew in their bright pink Zooties, are very distinctive bright pink Zooties, looking very good out there. We saw similar to the row we just saw from the Cryo Bay crew in the early race. Their ratings down, they are cruising along. You can see the workload in that North Shore crew over on the other side there. Rating is about 3 or 4 points higher. They are working fairly hard to stay in front. It does look like it's working its way out now. It does look like the Leichhardt crew has just slipped off the back.
So there's our leaders out in front. Adelaide University, Susie Ross, Angie Francu, just taking in the sights of Champion Lakes. They just have a look to the left and they can see the team tents and a good crowd building on the banks here of Champion Lakes today, cheering on and supporting their fellow rowers here. There's good, not too many parking spots left on the other side. It's always a good sign that there's a healthy crowd in here at Champion Lakes and they're enjoying the sunshine at the moment. It's Adelaide Uni, Susie Ross and Angie Francu just controlling things as they make their way down to the finish line. They'll just save a few bits of energy for that final coming up a little bit later. The winning time for the previous race was 4 minutes 14, so they're going to be pretty comfortably inside that and will probably affirm themselves as the favourites. North Shore, they're in second and will probably remain there. University of WA finishing with a bit of a flurry, but they'll finish in third and get through to the final. There it is, Adelaide University confirmed, booked their spot in the final, with North Shore also going through with the University of WA. And here comes Leichhardt, not too far behind in the end. They worked well all the way to the finish. Congratulations to Susan Huggett and M. Barach to round things out. But they've probably just confirmed themselves favourites for the final. It's Adelaide University.
Yeah, I got to say they looked very, very comfortable. Probably underrated even what the Cryo Bay crew did by a couple of points, and they were certainly going on. You're right, they probably had a bit of a look over, wave to the fans acknowledge the fans in their tent, have a look around. It's a wonderful place to be in, but I'm sure the attitude will change a little bit more in there'll be a lot more racing in the final than we saw out of them in that race, and we look forward to seeing that battle between them and Cryo Bay, and indeed the other crews here who we don't know how hard they were going, the North Shore crew, University of WA, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, terrific to see the two UWA crews making it through to the final. So Ava Myler will have to keep busy for another couple of hours to prepare her cruise as we take a look up there at the start line. We're going to have a small little break with a couple of the events in the program cancelled, so we will turn our attention at 2:15 where we'll head back to some singles action, some single sculls action will be back on the water. We might just take a bit of time to hear from our sponsors. Great to have your company. Rob Glendenning, Travis Jenkins with you. We'll be right back right after the break.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de cane.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it.
All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no.
Welcome back to Champion Lakes here in beautiful Western Australia. A big thank you to the City of Armidale for hosting this year's championships. We're proud to welcome all of our interstate visitors here. Make sure, if you haven't already, to explore the Perth Hills, the local cafes and visitor experiences just minutes away from where we are. here at Champion Lakes. We'd also like to thank Zika Perth. From the water to the road, performance matters. Zika Perth is driving the future with high-performance electric technology, ultra-fast charging and intelligent engineering that keeps Western Australia moving forward. Kennards Hire, they've also supplied plenty of terrific equipment. They've made the job easy for our organisers of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships with their quality gear, expert support. They've been very quick to answer any questions that the Rowing WA team have had. Reliable equipment, it gets the job done. Make sure you visit your local branch today and see how the Kennards Hire can make your job all that much easier. The West Australian Government are also very pleased to welcome you all here. They are a proud sponsor of this event. As to Perth Care Partners, events like this are a great reminder that staying active and connected matters at every age and is a great predictor of longevity. Perth Care Partners is proud to support older adults to maintain their independence, well-being and quality of life at home. We'd also like to acknowledge Bont Rowing, Masters Rowing, the only sport where warm-up, cool-down, stretching, recovery and discussing old races can take longer than the race itself. Proudly supporting the championships this weekend is Bont Rowing, creative performances, beautiful shoes that keep the athletes comfortable, connected and competitive for the long haul. And then when the racing's all done, we can head to get a nice Gage Roads, WA's very own Gage Roads, pouring the new Huey Coastal Lager, all natural, lower carb, 91 calories. Sensational news for us, Rob. Brewed at 3.8% for a better tasting mid. Stock up from your local now, available at all good bottle shops and pubs. And then we can finish with a McHenry Honan, a beautiful wine. Great collection of sustainable biodynamic grapes. They are just sensational when it comes to supporting rowing here in WA. They welcome all competitors and supporters and invite them to explore the southwest during your stay here. If you wander down to Witchcliff, you will enjoy 20% off fine dining and world-class wines at Vintner's Wine Bar in the town of Witchcliff. The cellar door showcases their estate-grown wines produced through sustainable biodynamic farming. Terrific to have all of that support here.
Yeah, and I can see that the bar is open on course, and there's quite a few people over enjoying their Gage Roads and McHenry Honan beverages. I think that'd be purely about carb loading, I'd say, at this point in time. I don't think they're might throw in a few chips just to bounce that up and a few more carbs in that, and get ready for some big racing this afternoon.
There'll be some good storytelling up in there.
I reckon there'll be some great stories being developed up there. But we go over now to the race 120, the men's Masters C single scull progression, first three to the final. This is heat 1. In lane 2, Yarra Yarra's Brent Lucadoo Wells. Lane 3, Fremantle has a scratched. Lane 4, Lindisfarne's Tom Wilcox. Lane 5, A&A's Warren Wellbeloved. And in lane 6, Shoalhaven's Mark Thirlwell, coached by Andrew Parry. Now, we have seen Brent Lucadoo Wells and Tom Wilcox come up a number of times over the last couple of days, and I think probably Lucadoo Wells has got the upper hand just at the moment. So I'm safe to say Tom Wilcox probably can't hear me, but I'm sure that'll get fed back to him and I'll get a talking to later. But they're on the start line. They're just the four boats, so at this stage, only one of these crews to miss out. You've got the Lindisfarne, Tom Wilcox in that very distinctive red canvas boat there, and beside him the A&A's Warren Wellbeloved in a boat with the blue canvases, so quite distinctive. But away they go, and the Brent Lucadoo Wells off to a flyer, and Tom Wilcox as well. They're using Raid as their best friend here at the moment, and that is just allowing them to propel themselves out in front of the A&A and Shoalhaven crews. They're now got up to speed, so that early advantage is just going to be, they're going to sit on that early advantage, they would hope. But certainly it is frantic off in this thing. Remember that only one crew is going to miss out here, so I just saw a shift in rhythm there in the Wilcox boat, and certainly dropped the rating by about 2 or 3 points. So he's feeling comfortable there. Lucadoo Wells is pretty much the same thing. They'd be going stroke for stroke as far as rate goes. The one that's going pretty well at the moment is Warren Wellbeloved. He's moving up to the side of the Lindisfarne sculler Tom Wilcox. And it looks like he actually might be just going past him at the moment. So I'm sure that there's not a lot of urgency in any of these scullers, because if the race keeps panning out the way it does, and the Shoalhaven sculler just getting a little bit of distance from the front runners at the moment. So they'll be pretty confident they can all hold out and get through to this final.
It's very interesting here, just watching Warren Wellbeloved in the A&A colours. You can see his stroke rate considerably higher than Tom Wilcox in the red boat. You can just see Tom there. He's just got that long pause, and you can see Warren just really keeping those stroke rate quite a bit higher than Tom.
So he can. I'm guessing that what he's trying to do here is get a good lane in the final. He's suggesting that the middle lanes are going to be the best lanes for the final, and he's going to go out chasing that. He may well have feel that he hasn't had enough racing in his legs either, so he's just going to push it out there. About a length going through the 500. He holds about a length's advantage over Tom Wilcox. Another length back to Brent Lucadoo Wells. So not a lot in it. Mark Thurwell only 3 seconds behind that, so he's not absolutely out of it. So anything happens to any of these scullers, Mark Thurwell is back in the race. So, but certainly A&A's Warren Wellbeloved just probably cracked it down a point or so, but certainly overrating the other two scullers by at least 2 or 3 points. But looking good out there. The conditions probably just abating a bit, so the wind's just dropped off a little bit, still reasonably blowy, but we'd expect that to drop a bit more throughout the afternoon. So I'm just looking over at Lucadoo Wells, and we can't quite get the angle here for the Shoalhaven sculler. We've got the camera on him now. He's got a fair head of hair, hasn't he? There, something we're both very envious of, and he's. I think he's come up on Lucadoo Wells, so Lucadoo Wells is going to have to respond to that. At the moment, he looks fairly comfortable. I'm just seeing a bit of a change in his rhythm there now, and there we can see the A&A's Wellbeloved and Wilcox. He's just turned his head right around and made sure there was only one in front of him, Wilcox, in that distinctive red boat. Yarra Yarra's Lucadoo Wells over there, and his yellow Impacker over on the other side. So we're getting quite the range of boats here. I think looks to me like it's a Sykes. Those grey Sykes, a lot of those were ex-Australian team boats out of the training centres, and they're a very good acquisition. If you go, that's a Hudson though, but so that dispelled that. But it's a Hudson boat from Canada, and certainly once again a very, very nice boat. So we've got quite the range, and also Falcon boats down in the thing. So it was. Coming across the line, it was Warren Wellbeloved, holding about a 2-second advantage over Tom Wilcox. A bit closer than probably he would have liked Lucadoo Wells. He'd backed right off, and Mark Thurwell coming across to take 4th place.
Great rowing from Warren Wellbeloved. Tom Wilcox 5th last year in this event, Tom. So he books his 2nd concurrent final, and will return back to the warm down run before he's back this afternoon. Defending champion has returned here, Damien Duleek. He's right of screen, rowing for Adelaide University in lane number 2. Trent Rogers from Mosman alongside him, and then in lane number 4 from St George, it's Cromwell Olivier, coached by Bruce Williams. And then in lane 5 from North Shore, it's Andrew Simpson. 4th last year in the final was Andrew Simpson, and he's got away well here. There he is, left of screen. He's hit the water with plenty of speed and is just wanting to make his move early in the race. Also starting well is Damien Duleek, the defending champion. He's out there in lane number 2, top of screen, and he is now just using that power. You can really see him grinding in there. Rob, look at him go. He's really wanting to just put himself into a good position to make sure there is no doubt at all he books his place for the final.
Yeah, and of course we've missed Western Australian Rowing Club Steve Parks, a non-starter in this event, but Deleek now just showing why he won this last year. They've taken off to a very fast start. Andrew Simpson went out hard with him, but Deleek, has had a look over at about 250 metres gone and say, I'll just bounce it up a point or two and try to move ahead. But the race is between these two at the moment, but nothing in it. Trent Rogers from Mosman is only less than a length behind these two scullers. So when we come down through the 500 metre mark, it will be interesting to see, just how they sit. Also, St George's Cromwell Olivia not out of it by too much at all. Once again, only 3 of these scullers going through. It's going to be a very, very tight race.
So in Heat 1, they went through the half in 1:46, so that'll just give us a bit of an indication of the pace of these boats as they approach the halfway point. Now you can see the shed up there on the hill at the halfway point, just with the camera in there, and it's been a nice couple of 100 metres from Andrew Simpson. He's just moved into his rowing very comfortably. You can see him there in second place now is Andrew Simpson. Trent Rogers is in third, and they're just got a bit of a break now on Cromwell Olivier, who will just try and knuckle down and enjoy this final 500 metres. But our 3 leaders, they're looking comfortable, and they'll just start to think about that final a little bit later this afternoon as they wind it down towards the line. The defending champ, Damien Deleek, is looking pretty comfortable out there. He's just turned off that power now, and he's just sort of gliding along.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw this in the previous heat. Just, I thought they turned it off a little bit earlier than this, so it'll be interesting because the times going through the 500 were very, very similar to the previous heat. So it'll be interesting to see how those tactics have played out as we go into the final. But certainly now, North Shore's Andrew Simpson looks to have kept his run going, and he's now pulled out to probably a length advantage over Damien Deleek over in lane 2, the Adelaide University sculler, a little bit further back to Trent Rogers. So I think Trent Rogers from Mosman is just content with his place. But as I say that, he's looked out to his right, seen Damien Deleek and thought, well, you know what, why not? And so he's just stepped it up, at which point Damien Deleek said, I don't think so, sunshine, and he has stepped it up again. But the big mover at the moment is Trent Rogers. But over on this side, Andrew Simpson, he's just maintained his pace throughout this race, getting nice run out of the boat, and he's going to go to the line probably about 7 or 8 strokes to go. Looks like he will go to the line to take out the second heat of this men's C single scull. We just see this finished a bit hard with the glare there, but it was Andrew Simpson from North Shore coming across in first, Mosman's Trent Rogers in second, and a cruising Damien Deleek in third.
So a 3:44, a couple of seconds quicker than Warren Wellbeloved in heat number 1, but really only 4 seconds separating our top 4 contenders for the final. Andrew Simpson, Damien Deleek, Warren Wellbeloved, Tom Wilcox, all the big names, they'll be returning. They've all got through safely.
Absolutely, and I just as a visual, I think the other heat backed it off a little bit more. I think they were 2 seconds slower over the second 500, where they went through the first 500 in a very similar time. So it does appear that they might have just wound it back a little bit, and a bit more than this one. So that just leaves us very confused about what the what the places are going to the final. We know who's going to be in the final, but where all the speed's going to go. We do know only a few seconds between all of these scullers. It is going to be a cracker of a final.
The bookmakers up in the bar there will just be very confused about who to give favouritism to for our big final that will be later on this afternoon. That's the scene here at Champion Lakes. Not much happening, and we're going to have a small little break in proceedings until our next event, which is due to start at 2:45 Western Standard Time. Hope you're enjoying the action of rowing. We are going to have a short break. It's Rob Glendenning, Travis Jenkins taking you through this afternoon. We'll be back right after this.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury? Design or safety? Performance or space? We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, huh?
Kenneth,
What was that, love?
I said, Ken O!
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury? Design or safety? Performance or space? We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
back to Champion Lakes here in beautiful Western Australia for the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We are moving into position for what will be a very, very exciting afternoon of rowing action. Just sitting up here having a lovely chat to my fellow commentator Rob Glendenning. We're just chewing the fat about the training schedules of our athletes out on the water today, and just how endurance training has just become such a big part of rowing, and it's not all power, it's not all brawn and muscle. There's a lot of technique involved, a lot of fitness that goes into becoming a long-term masters rower.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're just discussing the worth of some of that weight training, particularly for bone density and those sort of things as well. But the important thing is to get that technique working for you, because that's the thing you're going to take through your older years in rowing. It's not so much the full-on strength you're going to take there. So learn to row and get your technique right, and that'll serve you very well in as you go through the years. But we've got the first heat of the women's F quad scull just making their way to the starting line. First three to the final, two heats of course. The race, their final is 1:43, which is in about, just having a quick squiz, race 43, so it's at 4:35 this afternoon, so they got a little bit of a break. I think they'll be very happy with that. In lane one, we have ANA's Kay Hansen, Cloris Kolkers, Nancy Ralph and Debbie Ucic. In lane two, the Sunshine Coast Composite, Sunshine Riverway Commercial and Tablelands Country, Cherie Rolfe, Louise Street, Jacqueline de Jong and Christy Nash. In lane three, we have Bunbury's Donna Fortescue, Brenda Bartholomew, Laurel Klump, Barbara De La Salle and their coach Chris Ireland. In lane four, the Newcastle University Composite of Katrina Whiteley, Maud O'Connell, Georgina Owens and Alicia Sagar. In lane five, Manning Rivers, Kay Smythe, Kay Pullen, Gay Pullen and Amanda Cavill. In lane six, Dragons Composite, Christine Gray, Jane Mulrooney, Joanne Taylor, Martina Proctor and their coach Kathy Phillips. In lane seven, Canning Bridges, Linda Pepal, Indra Sivakalundu, Jacinta Russin and Melissa Harpley. And they're in the starting, just about in the starting hands at the moment. Great to see a field of seven for this first heat, and we can see the conditions up there do appear to have abated just a little bit. I'm thinking the breeze is around 10 knots. It might be blowing a little bit stronger at this end, maybe not as protected, although I'm looking at the flags off to the right of the starting pontoons, and they're giving a fair bit of an indication of some reasonably strong winds up there. So we can only just hope that the course of the afternoon they will decrease somewhat. We're quite okay for the next little bits because we've all got big boats. So the C single, the last race, and now we go into quads, eights, and the like before we get back to the A double at 3:05 and the women's D single at 3:10.
So first three across the line to progress into the final. Great to see 13 crews presenting for this title. So the rippling on the water just starting to die down, as Rob mentioned. So the forecast is for the wind just to ease up as the afternoon progresses here in Perth. And still a tailwind assisting our crews down Champion Lakes. Not too far away from getting underway in the next event.
Yeah, it's that anticipation before the start there. It looks like we're doing a roll call now. You can see all the oars have got their, oars people have got their blades square in the water and are ready for a start.
Have you seen the lights on the pontoons
No, and
today,
I did
Rob?
notice there was someone with a flag on the pontoon, but we're not seeing though. Quite clear to us yesterday, but they were having a few problems with them, so I'm not sure if that's still the case. Problem, of course, is they go to a flag, the flag marshal who drops flag. Obviously, there must have been lights working but if they use a flag, it's in the middle pontoon, so the ones on the left and the right have to turn their heads a fair bit to get a grip on what's happening. But we've had a lightning fast start. The crew over, though, in the Manning River crew has really come out skewy on their course, and they've had a little bit of trouble in that steering, so not quite sure whether they got caught up on something or whatever. But this crew of the Dragons Composite has got out to a flyer, as have Bunbury and Sunshine Coast Composite. But nothing in it for these other crews. They're overlap between six of these 7 crews. So a bit of work now for Manning River now to get back up with these other crews.
So Dragons Composite, our early leader, they have started really nicely, this Queensland crew, and have opened up about a half boat length already over the Sunshine Coast, and Bunbury have just pushed up nicely too, so they'll settle into their stroking in about 3rd position. 4th is pretty tight between Newcastle and Canning Bridge, and then A&A a little bit further back, and then, as Rob mentioned, the Manning River crew just with a bit of work ahead of them as they took off from the blocks rather slowly. So we're coming through nicely, and the Dragons Composite crew just continue to work away. They've maintained that early lead that they set up with that blistering start. Just starting to come through now is the Sunshine Coast Composite crew. They're into 2nd position. Bunbury now outright 3rd. Newcastle in 4th position. Canning Bridge 5th. And then A&A and Manning River. So we're coming down to the halfway point, and the Dragons Composite crew are going to find themselves in front. They'll push towards the line. They've gone through, leading by about a couple of seconds. Bunbury still holding on to 3rd spot, and it's the Sunshine Coast Composite in 2nd. You can see them there, top of screen. They've just maintained that half boat length, haven't they, for the last 300 or 400 metres?
Yeah, they sure have, and these crews look to be fairly safe in their positions. I'm just looking back to that Manning River crew. I'd suggest they've got some steering problem, because they're all over the place on the course and look like they're really fighting the boat. So I would have expected they would have been a fair bit more competitive than this. So clearly a problem in that boat. But yes, we've got that Sunshine Coast Composite over on the other side, Dragons on this side. That's where the race for first place is. Bunbury going with them though, so they're only about a length or so down, and hanging on to that 3rd place, and that's where they need to be at the end of this race. In the middle there we've got the Newcastle University Composite. They're trying to pick that up that gap they had about 3 lengths behind the Bunbury crew. I think when we come into about 200 metres to go, that is going to be a fairly big ask. The big mover though again is the Dragons Composite. They started off fast, and then they backed it off a little bit, but they are looking exceptionally strong over on this side as they come down, and certainly they're going for a time here, because they are pushing all. Oops! Then there was a crab in that crew just as we talked them up there. They the bow person had a look across, caught a crab, and so we've learned a lesson there. I would hope, and regained it though, and they will come across the line to take the first place in this race, followed by the Sunshine Coast Composite, and then it will be the Bunbury crew. But a close call with the Dragons Composite. That could have been a disaster. So I think there was a lesson learnt in that. Coming across the line, so we had the other way around. I think we had Sunshine Coast and Bunbury, but could have been the other way around. Certainly coming across the line now, the Newcastle Composite, followed by Canning Bridge.
I'm just watching the Dragons Composite crew as they've come past the line here, Rob, and there's a little bit of a smile and a bit of a laugh in the boat there, just as that all got a little bit stuck. There's just a little bit of banter going on amongst the ladies there.
I can assure you that had that cost them the race, there wouldn't be the same banter. But certainly, we certainly hope there's been a lesson learned in that one, because you did have a really big look around at the other crews, and that was enough to throw the thrower off, and caught a crab as a. Just happened to be looking at that crew at that time, so it was they were in the middle of the camera, so she'll be able to go back and watch that later on this afternoon.
Bunbury have been confirmed second place there, and Sunshine Coast Composite finishing in third place will make their way to the final. 2:29.67 the winning time for that Dragons Composite. So they'll watch on closely here because this is our first look at heat number 2. Let's go through the lineup as they make their way down the 1,000 metre course here at Champion Lakes, and it's the Newcastle Composite crew on the right of screen. It's Michelle Cox, Kimberly Robbins, Rosalind Snell and Eliza Blount, coach Chris Iredale. Then in lane 3, it's the Ulverston Composite crew of Michelle Blake, Mary Cameron, Alison Kirkwood and Sandra Wilson. And then in 4, Hawthorn Rowing Club, Ruth Oliver, Frances Graham, Robin Blake and Julie Cotchin. In 5, Endeavour Composite, Kathleen Hextill, Caroline Vernon, Rosalie Furness and Lindy Nisbet. And in 6, it's the Exeter Composite, Joanne Ward, Christine McCready, Andrea Coos, Julia Wood, coached by Bruce Williams. And the North S crew in 7, Diane Ottaway, Elizabeth Stephen, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, coached by Kerry Dawkins. So the start has now seen our crews settle themselves into their rhythm. It's the Exeter Composite and Endeavour Composite in lanes 6 and 5 respectively who have started well. Also the Ulverstone Composite too. They've just given a little push forward now just to move ahead of Hawthorn, who are in that lane 4. Newcastle at the top of our screen and North Esk just a little bit further back in this early stage. But for the Exeter Composite crew and Endeavour Composite crew, they've started really nicely here.
Yeah, certainly the Ulverston Composite now moving back up to be in contention for the lead with these two crews. So the Composite crews, there's a fair highly skill level in both of these 3 Composite crews, and makes it very difficult for the club crew to compete, the all club crew to compete against this. We now see the big move coming from the Ulverston Composite. They've just gone on a big effort as they're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and they go through with holding about a 2-second lead over the Endeavour Drummoyne Composite. Then it's a second back to Exeter St George and Hawthorn and North Esk. So they've still got a little bit of work to do. The North Esk crew is over on this side. I think it's under the caption on the screen at the moment. We can just see the stern of that boat. So now the move coming from the Exeter Composite crew. So the Endeavour Composite's probably the one that's going to need to pick it up here. They're the ones that are in danger of falling off this the top 3, out of this top 3, as the Hawthorn crew comes back at them. So they will need to lift fairly soon if they're going to go. About 250 metres to go. It all looks pretty comfortable out there, but I can just see a big move now coming from the Hawthorn outfit, and that has caused a response from the Endeavour Composite, because they're the ones in danger of getting overtaken. So they have now picked that up and trying to hold off this challenge from Hawthorn coming down into the 200 odd metres to go. No trouble at all out there for the Ulverston Composite though. They have really stretched it out. I think the North Esk boat has just put on a bit of an effort as well, as they could see this race happening, unfolding behind them between Hawthorn and the Endeavour Composite, and they'd be worried about those two crews bringing themselves back up on level pegging terms. So the race certainly on with this Hawthorn, fast finishing Hawthorn crew. The Drummoyne Endeavour Composite crew now responding to that. They are going to have to work it particularly hard, because the Hawthorn crew is absolutely flying. Ulverston over in lane 3, they look to have a comfortable lead at the moment. The Exeter Composite crew now making a bit of a change in their rhythm and trying to pull ahead. Endeavour Composite also upping the ante as they come down towards the line, and it will be the Ulverston Composite go across in first. It will be Exeter Composite, then Endeavour Composite. A great row by the Hawthorn crew, just missing out, and North Esk just crossing the line now. So, you know, we're talking about 7 seconds over all those crews. So that's a great race, and well done to all of them.
So the Ulverston crew are into the final. It was a beautifully timed race. You can see that time of 3:52. The exact same winning time from Heat 1 as well. So the Dragons Composite crew also were able to row a 3:52. So all of our teams will head to the line. Only 2 or 3 seconds are separating the finalists here today. So that is going to be absolutely thrilling in the big race this afternoon. So we are rolling through the afternoon's activities very quickly. Race 124 will be the next event that's due to start shortly in about 5 minutes' time. And we'll just be able to have a quick run through a few of our sponsors. We're going to take a quick break from Champion Lakes. We'll be back in just a moment.
They say you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say settle no more. The Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Hello.
What was that, love?
Hello.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
So we've just got the crews, the A8s, coming around onto the course at the moment, so we're probably about another 3 or 4 minutes away from the start. As said, we can see, I think there has been a slight drop in the wind. That's good news for all. It looks like it might have, that intensity has certainly come out of it. I'd say we're down around about 8 knots or so at the moment, so which is about 14, 15 kilometres an hour. So we are seeing that drop, which is welcome and should make for some great racing this afternoon. See the first of the 2.8s. We've only got 2.8s in this next race, but it is the women's A8, and it's always a great race to watch. So so it's we're looking forward to this start of this next race. We'll come back to you as they head off. Yeah, so we're just doing a check. We think that some of the YouTube feed from this morning will not be there, but if anybody's got any finding out that they can't find their races, there is a backup. So if that is the case, that will be loaded up in the next little bits this afternoon. So we got these crews just backing into their stations. Once again, we can see that those two pontoons are all the way pushed back through to account for the longer 8. So that the bow buoys can be lined up by the aligner. We've got already in the gate is the ADF rowing composite of Sarah Leon, Rachel Cope, Judith Wee, Michelle Mason, Zoe Martin, Sorrel Woodward, Mika Webb, Holly Kilmartin and Catherine Kessler. Karam composite just backing in now and just about to dock with the back. We have Bea Klein van Mullicum, Joe Campbell, Ingrid Just, Catherine Button, Catherine Carr, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jess Fishman, Jackie Deeble, their coxswain Sam Lincoln, and their coach is Lucy Lawson. Now we did see Bea Klein van Mullicum, certainly I think is a D grade women's sculler, so she's obviously seen as being able to help propel this A8 along, because the A8 age group is 27 to 43 and they are away. And it's a very clean start. Once again, looking at that overhead shot, we can tell that the water conditions are better because we can see the puddles as they're taking off. They're a little bit messed up when that wind is a bit higher. So the wind is coming down. Good news for everybody for races later this afternoon. The colour of this water also is just amazing. You know, it's that very green. You know, it really is a very distinctive look about the water in this course and how the boats look on them. We can see now that Caram Composite has just taken a little bit to get going. They've probably pulled about a metre now on the ADF rowing composite as they come over the first 250 metres. Certainly the rating is up, and both boats really motoring along here. Maybe just creeping ahead very slowly is the Caram Composite crew. So about this time, ADF rowing need to respond to that. They can't let them get any further in front. It's going to be just too hard for them to pull that back. These are very fast moving boats. They will not want to leave it any more than what they do. But I think they're finding it very difficult to try to hold them up. Although, just having said that, they look to have arrested that, that decline there just for a few strokes. But I'd say the response has been from Sam Lincoln in the coxswain seat of that Caram Composite. Oh, and hold on, there's been a really big change in steering in that boat. They just one of those boats, so it was more like the ADF crew just shot off to the side. It did look like, from us, that it did look like it was the Caram crew, but the Caram crew is holding a very strong straight line. It was the ADF Composite crew that just took a big hard left turn, so that won't have helped their progress at all. So I'm not sure what happened there.
So the Caram Composite crew, a few returning competitors in this event from last year. Jackie Diebel in the Caram colours is in this Caram Composite boat. She was in the crew last year that finished with the silver medal. It was Mosman Sydney University who were able to take the win last year in this category, and so she'll be pretty happy with what she's seeing at the moment, Jackie Diebel, with her fellow Caram competitors Catherine Carr and Anna Lloyd-Smith. They'll be pretty happy just to see themselves in front. ADF just off the pace there now in second place. You could really see their line just dart across as Rob picked up in the call, and they've just got things back on track now, and they're not letting the bungee slip too much. They're staying within contact here. It's a good row via the ADF rowing composite crew, but they're not going to be able to catch our leaders at the moment because Caram, they're away and racing. They want that gold medal. They want to make amends for last year's silver. They've gone through the halfway a lot quicker than what they did last year, and they're powering towards the finish line now. It's impressive to see, isn't it? Here in WA, these eights are just looking sensational out on the water, and the Caram Composite crew are stretching their legs now. They're just putting the power down and enjoying every single stroke that little bit closer towards the gold medal, and they're enjoying every single moment here. It is a big win to the Caram Composite crew. It's a golden day for them as they hit the buzzer in a good time, around 3:27, the official time. A great row from the Caram Composite. The ADF team, they have been impressive all day. They will finish in second. But there are our Australian champions congratulating each other on a fantastic row here in Perth as we move along.
So we move up to the race 125, the men's masters double scull final. So we have in lane 2 Laurel Clarence's Luke Ryan and Liam Ryan. Candice Jago is their coach. In lane 3 Torrens's Thomas Lubinas and Tom Sullivan. In lane 4 Newcastle's Jack Handley and Ben Homer. Lane 5 is ANA's Andre Fernandez Martins and Thomas Brockway, and in lane 6 the Glebe Composite of Oliver Eisenlaw and Ben Nagapa. And this race is now well underway, and we do have a flyer from the Torrens crew. It does they've got out to an absolute flying start. Thomas Lubinas and Tom Sullivan, the two Toms, certainly certainly putting it on, and I think they're probably rating. I'm guessing they're up around 36, 38 strokes a minute. This will be a very impressive effort if they can keep this up. These the younger oars people, particularly these double sculls, can certainly rate. Close behind them is Jack Handley and Ben Homer, and that also is a quality double scull, but certainly not able to match this Torrens River crew at the moment as they come down to about 400 metres to go. Following through them is the ANA crew of Andre Fernandez Martins and Thomas Brockaway. A little bit further back to the Glebe Composite, Oliver Eisenlaw and Ben Nagapa. So it does look like the Lower Clarence is unable to go with the pace of these crews at the moment. So as we're coming down, then we can see that very high rating Torrens crew, and that certainly has probably been down to about 36 at the moment, but have got that rating up, and here comes the challenge though. You might think you can rate high, would be the word from the Newcastle crew, but watch us. Jack Handley and Ben Homer certainly bringing it home. They have it in sight. They still believe they can overtake this Torrens crew, but the Torrens crew reacting. Where do they go with it? They're rating so high at the moment, so they're just going to have to go up again. But now the Newcastle crew, they are really motoring. They have got the rating up. I'd say they'd be easily up around 38 strokes a minute, coming down to the line, responding all the way to the Torrens crew. What a great effort. A bit of a rough stroke out of the stroke of the Torrens crew. Could have ended up in disaster. And as push as they may, the Newcastle crew of Handley and Homer, they're not going to overcome, I don't believe they're going to overcome this crew from Torrens. And it's a great effort from this crew who have just kept their rating up the whole way down the course, got out to a fast start, and they have taken out the men's Masters A double scull, followed by the Newcastle crew, just 2 seconds behind, so less than a length. Now the ANA crew crossing for third, Glebe Curtin University in fourth, and the Lower Clarence crew just coming across the line now to finish off this race.
Congratulations to Torrens, Australian champions. They were able to overcome Jack Handley and Ben Homer, who won this event last year. So they arrived here with the title around their shoulders, and they've now got to hand it over to Tom Sullivan and Tom Labinas, and they were able just to keep that stroke rate right through and were too good in the end. So they are our champs for 2026. As we turn the page and have a look at event 126, it is the Women's Masters D single sculls about to take to the water. Let's have a look at the lineup here. We've got lane 1 in action here, which is nice to see. It hasn't had too much action across these championships, lane 1. So that will have Christina Bursell from Adelaide University in lane 2. Representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Lisa Milano, Steve Sherry, the coach. In 3, it's the University of WA colours, Tamsin Keevil and Coach Ava Myler. In 4, it's the Dragons Rowing Club's Tracy Capes, coached by Kathy Phillips. Lane 5 is scratching. In 6, we have Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. And that will round out the field for this Women's Masters D single sculls about to take to the water. This will be for gold, silver and bronze. So look out for Katrina Davis. She is in the Shoalhaven colours, left of screen. She was able to win this last year by a few seconds. So she'll look to go back to back. Christina Bursell from Adelaide University, she has started really nicely. She's put a bit of a challenge early on our defending champion, Katrina Davis. And then starting well also is Tracy Capes from Dragons, University of WA, just pushing up now into 4th. And then 5th place at the moment is Leichhardt's Lisa Milano. So we're away and we're racing, and it's a battle for gold, silver and bronze. And at the moment, it's Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. She's got some nice blade work going at the moment, beautifully positioned in her lane. and it's been rewarded now with her sitting on the front only just because Christina Bursill from Adelaide University in lane number 1 has started very nicely. So the battle for gold is on.
Absolutely, and a very good start from Tina Bursill as well, Christina Bursill over in lane 1 from Adelaide University. And I think you're telling me that the results, you said the results last year, Katrina Davis.
She's the defending champion.
So yeah, and so Katrina Davis is also racing tomorrow morning in the New South Wales Interstate crew. She's the bow of that crew and certainly brings a level of energy and power to that boat that we're really looking forward to seeing in action tomorrow morning. But as we come down towards the 500 metre mark, but probably neck and neck, but I tell you what, they have really pulled out from the rest of the field there, Travis.
Yeah, it's been an impressive row so far for Katrina Davis. She's got some nice clean water now in front of her. The conditions have just settled a little bit from what they were an hour ago. At the moment she's enjoying it. She'll be right alongside us here on the banks of Champion Lakes. You can see a few members from her team have just walked out from underneath the tent and have just come down to the barrier just to try and move her along a little bit quicker. Christina Bursill still in second place, 2 seconds behind. And then that battle for bronze is really heating up here, Rob. We've got 3 crews right in it. The Dragons, Tracy Capes probably just in that bronze medal at the moment. University of WA right there. And Lisa Moulineau also in with a chance because not a lot separates those 3 competitors at the back of the field. But this is the battle for gold on our screens now. Bottom of our picture is Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. You'll be watching on, just trying to make sure the technique stays in good order. And on that note, Katrina Davis has just lifted that intensity a little bit. Look at that. In 2 or 3 strokes there, Rob, she's been able to open up over a boat length lead. It's a good move.
Yeah, certainly Katrina is known for a very, very strong finish, and she's an absolute racer. So she would be well aware where she's sitting in relation to Christina Bursill, and is just going to make sure that she's not leaving anything to chance here. So she's trying to push away now, and I think that move has been very, very effective. So she's coming down to about 250 metres to go. So still a fair way to go on the boat, but a great row by Bursill nonetheless. And she is, they've cleared out from the rest of the field, and they've got their own little race happening there. And I think you're right, Tracy Capes appears to just have the slightest of advantage over the other 2 scullers as they come into their 250 metres to go. But Katrina Davis now looks to be extending that lead. She's got the rating up. She's certainly got the bit between the teeth here. She is pushing away, and as I said, known for a very, very strong finish and ability to bring it home at the end of a race, and we are seeing that in spades at the moment. And she's pulled now to about a 2-length lead over Tina Bursill, where they were neck and neck all the way down the course. So it's been a great display of rowing from Katrina Davis as she comes down with a couple of strokes to go, and she will take out the Masters D single scull for 2026, and a great row by Katrina. Also, just going back now to Christina Bursill, also has had an absolute stunner of a race. We've just not lost the screen, and certainly it would be Tracy Capes has actually come out and pulled away from the other 2, and she's coming over the line for 3rd. It will be University of West Australia's Tamsin Kemsel and Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux coming across the line to close out this field.
Katrina Davis, she enjoyed that one, Rob. She was able to find a scarf or some sort of beanie and wave it over her head when she came across the line. She celebrated, and rightly so. She was able to enjoy the moment as the Australian champion. Well done, Katrina Davis. A fantastic achievement, as she will enjoy the fruits of her labour with a gold medal, and a little bit quicker too than her winning time last year. She's rode a 4:04 today. It was a 4:08 last year. So she continues to get better and better with age. Next big final already underway. It is the lightweight women's Masters D single sculls into the water, and the right of screen in lane 2 is Leichhardt's Daniela Borg-Gert. Then in lane 3 from Glebe and Skilton, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 4 from Wendouree Ballarat, Tracy Robinson. In 5, it's A&A's Samantha Johnson. And in 6, representing Phoenix Rowing Club, Tony Milne. So the lightweights are away. It is Leichhardt's Daniela Borgert, who has started really well, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. She's straight away. I thought Tony Milne over here from Phoenix might have been up a little bit closer, but certainly Anne Skilton and Daniela Borgert have got out to the best start. So we saw in the so this is the lightweight Masters D singles. I think this was heats and finals in this, were they not? I'm not sure, but they certainly. She's no, there couldn't have been. We've only got 5 crews in this final, so she's really trying to stamp her authority on this race. It does look like this is Samantha Johnson over here, who is also having a good row over in lane 5, and appears to have put clear water between her and the Phoenix Sculler Tony Milne and Windaree Ballarat's Tracy Robinson, but certainly Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry, has got off to a fly, known to really wind through. She's just going through the 500 metre mark and coming through there now, and in a time of 2 minutes, which is a very handy time for a D single scull. Anne Skilton about 7 seconds behind. That's about a length and a half, about a length back to Samantha Johnson. Then it's a little bit of a gap back now to the other 2 scullers, the ANA and Phoenix, sorry, not the ANA, the Windaree Ballarat and the Phoenix scullers, and they're through there now. But certainly Daniela Borgert has really poured it on over that first 500 metres and holding down, as we said, about a 6.5 second advantage as she went through the 500 metre mark. I'm not sure there's a lot of these Anne Skilton and Samantha Johnson from ANA could do to pull back that big lead.
So the silver medalist last year for Daniela Borgert, and she's hungry for gold here this afternoon in Perth. She's streaking away from the field at the moment. Here's Daniela. She can see the gap there now. The drones just had to go a little bit higher just to fit everybody in on the screen. It's just had to ask for clearance at Perth Airport to make sure you can get the full pictures here, because that's how well Daniela Borgert is rowing at the moment. She's absolutely flying along. The silver medalist from last year, upgrading to the gold if she can just continue on her way. And Skilton is rowing nicely for silver and has put in a really fantastic performance. Samantha Johnson still right there in the medals as well, as we take a look at our leader cruising into the line. She's ahead now, about 4 boat lengths. It's been an impressive row from Daniela. Coach Steve Sherry, he will be in full voice tonight, just telling everybody how good Daniela Borgert is. And there is the distance between gold and silver. It is a lovely row from Daniela, and she will enjoy the gold. She hears the welcome sound of the hooter, a 4:10, the official time. Congratulations. Coming in for the silver medal is Anne Skilton from Glebe. Not too far behind was Samantha Johnson. She'll take home the bronze medal. Well done to Sam. Our next competitors coming in, Tony Milne from Phoenix Rowing Club, and Tracy Robinson will round the field out.
Yeah, and we've got this next race underway, and it is the D pair. So we're just pulling up the competitors in this race. We have in lane 1, Shoalhaven's Thirlwell and Whittaker. In lane 2, Perth Island and Corbett. In lane 3, ANA's Boylan and Clark. In lane 4, Lindisfarne Northwest's Bird and Wilcox. In lane 5, Yarra Yarra, Karam Holman and Inglis. In lane 6, Fremantle Swan Rivers, Kelly and Hanson Nahoy, and in lane 7, McCready and Hansel from Newcastle. And it's a very fast start by the Fremantle, the crews in 4, 5 and 6 really. They've got out to the best starts here. Just Perth also faring fairly well, but haven't been able to go with that early pace showed by the Lindisfarne Northwest, Yarra Yarra Carrum and the Fremantle Swan River composites. And they look like they're actually putting a little bit more ground over the crews, the trailing pack. So this is where the race will be.
So these crews were earlier scheduled to race a heat, but they got upgraded to a straight final earlier in the day. So they've got plenty in the tank, plenty of fuel to burn. And it's a race in 3 at the moment, not much separating Fremantle. It's Kelly and Hanson Kanahoy. They're down the bottom of the picture there and rowing really nicely, trying to match the pace of Holman and Inglis in 5, and Bird and Wilcox. They are a phenomenal crew. They've now hit the front. They've just started to get to work in that lane number 4. They're doing really nicely.
Yeah, it's certainly about 0.67 or 0.7 of a second between the 3 crews as they went through the 500 metre mark. So we are in for a cracker of a race over the last 400 metres, and it does look like that crew in lane 4, that Lindisfarne Northwest combination, has just moved out slightly over the Yarra Yarra Carrum combination, followed by Fremantle and Swan, and they're pouring it on now in that Lindisfarne crew, Northwest crew. They are just absolutely pouring it on, and they're going to have to, because this is like, oh, there's a big crab caught by the second crew, the Yarra Yarra Carrum crew. They have just had a big shipwreck. They've recovered now, but that was quite a disruptive event for them, and I think the Lindisfarne Northwest combination of Bird and Wilcox has seen that and gone, here we go. And but look at them come back. That bit of adrenaline is just something else. And out on this side, we have the Kelly Nahoy combination coming home exceptionally fast as well. The race is absolutely on. This rating through the roof. Throw the rating, watch out the window. This is just blowing these 2 crews out of the water as they come down. Wilcox and Bird holding on. They are doing very well just to hold on to that. There's nothing between these other 2 crews. A lot of water, a lot of splashing, but it will be the crew from Lindisfarne Northwest, followed by Fremantle Swan River and Yarra Yarra Carrum coming through with less than half a second. What a race.
Gee, one for the ages, one for the memory books. There's Damon Hanson Kanahoy. He's almost got his team. He just said to Andrew Kelly, get on my shoulders, Kelly. I'm going to take you to the glory land. But unfortunately, they've just fallen short. They finished in 2nd. They were back in 3rd, that Fremantle crew of Andrew Kelly and Hanson Kanahoy. They weren't able to get over the top of Bird and Wilcox. They did manage to get the silver. They rode over the top of Holman and Inglis in the final few strokes. But that Andrew Kelly, Hanson Kanahoy, they've known each other a long time. They've been friends for over 25 years, so they've got a great relationship. And definitely Damon Hanson, he'll be saying, Andrew, that you owe me that silver medal, because he had to just get the job done for the team.
Yeah, can I just say that that shipwreck in the Yarra Yarra Carrum crew was quite catastrophic, but the way they recovered. There was an oar up over her head, the boat was on its side, they've got back down, got back into the job, bit of adrenaline flowing, they've brought it home like a train, just couldn't regain the speed that they had, which is a great shame, because they'd had a great row up until that day, at that point in the race. So,
fantastic.
Take a breath.
Yeah, great finish. So look at that, only 1.5 seconds separating gold through to bronze. Fantastic finish. And Bird and Wilcox, another gold medal for them at these championships. But definitely Kelly and Hanson Kanahoy, definitely not disgraced here on the water. Holman and Inglis, the bronze.
Well, after that, take a breath, draw a breath. Race 129, Women's Masters G4. Coxless 4 coming up next. In lane 3 we have the Bunbury crew of Carmel Lloyd, Nola Chigaluv, Jennifer Coote, Pina Barbera, and their coach is Chris Island. In lane 4 Perth Composites, Deb Barry, Evelyn Bowen, Michaela Main and Carolyn Fennell. In lane 5, Perth's Catherine Kennedy, Edwina Foster, Susan March and Kathy Ride. And in lane 6, the Riverway Sunshine Coast Cambridge commercial composite of Barbara Hall, Martha DeLong, Julie Ann Kelly and Jacqueline De Jong. So, quite the combinations there. Very, very strong cruisers. The cruisers sitting in the middle of the field there, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This is a straight out final, and so they only one of these crews to miss out on a medal. And we can see the crews there. We can see that tandem rigs standing out there in the red boat. Pretty standard rigs from all the other 3 crews. We've just got an oar back. The crew in the Bunbury crew trying to keep that boat straight. You'll see that past the oar forward, the bows past the oar forward to the person in the 2 seat, and they're just tapping it around. It's the easiest way to keep that boat straight, as long as you can get it back and get it set. And you get plenty of time, plenty of warning when they're about to start the race. But we can see now that's happening in the Riverway Composite. So what that tells me, and I'm looking at the flags at the same time, is the wind has swung around. It's swung around more to the west, and it is now causing a little bit of havoc with that aligning. So we've just seen that slight shift in breeze around. So it's more of a cross breeze now, which the rowers won't necessarily like, because it makes for a very uncomfortable race. And that could well have contributed to that incident we saw in that previous race. So I think they're just about there now. I think the Bunbury crew will pass that. Well, I hope they'll pass that all back from the 2 to the bow and get ready to get this race underway. We're just about on time. We're a couple of minutes late, so the longer they hold it here, though, the more the boats will push around. So you tend to want them to get the race started as quickly as they possibly can. You can see the red lights on now, and away they go. Away they go. Just a little bit of a cautious start, I would almost say there, Travis, from these crews. They didn't seem to react quite as fast as I would have liked at the to the starters' orders. So, but we've got underway now. A few steering issues happening there. It does look like the Perth Composite crew is deciding that the lane they're in might not be the lane they want to stay in, but they'll get told otherwise. And you can see the umpire sidling up there before, and probably now they're back in their lane. He would have held his flag out, his white flag out either side, to dictate which way they need to go, to the left or right. Great start by this Bunbury crew, but I'll tell you what, you'd be hard pressed to pick a winner, or a likely winner, from where we stand at the moment. It is nothing in it. It's a straight line across this field.
The Riverway Composite crew, we can see bottom of screen, they were able to finish second last year. There's a couple of returning members in that crew this year, so they'll be looking to just upgrade to the gold if they can. It's the Perth trio, though, just above them in the red boat. They've steadied their ship nicely there and away and rowing. And then the Perth Composite crew, Perth, Fremantle, University of WA rowers in there. And then the Bunbury Rowing Club there at the right of screen. Definitely not out of it. As we've seen in a lot of these races, the Bunbury team have been pretty competitive. They've been able to feature in a lot of the finishes and get plenty of work done down there in Bunbury, just a couple of hours south of where we are today.
Yeah, and we can see in this this shot here, the Bunbury crew is moving over, and they're actually over the lane ropes in their lane. That has the effect of pushing the crew beside them, the Perth Composite, over. Now we've got the other Perth crew coming back on the other side, so it all gets a bit. Once again, the best plan here is to stay in the middle of your lane. The umpire's right up behind these crews now, because again, a little bit worried, because the crews are in close contact. Should one crew come across and interfere with another one, we've got some problems. It does appear that Bunbury, after a pretty reasonable start, have just dropped off a little bit, so they may well have got a little bit caught up in that the issues they have with steering, and they are back in their lane now, but not by much, and they're starting to creep back over into lane 4 again. So probably indicates there's a little bit more strength on one side, or the rudder's not quite straight when the foot's in the middle. So just a little bit of sorting out there to go in this boat. But these other 3 crews, they are powering through, and we see at the moment that the big move has come from that Riverway Composite crew, as we probably expect. The crew beside them, the Perth crew of Kennedy, Foster, March and Ride, and battling it out with the Perth Composite of Barry, Bowen, Main and Fennell. So we can see that umpire's boat. They say in fairly close quarters because they've got to be able to they get on the loudspeaker, or they have a flag, they get on the loudspeaker, and they've got to be able to call out to the crews. So this crew looking very good here now. They are pushing away. They are really putting the power on the end of the handle there, and that has allowed them to just gain about a half length over these two chasing crews.
So we're into the final rush to the line. The umpire, he's just had to drop back now and just let our crews battle it out for gold, silver and bronze. It's the Riverway Composite crew now starting to stretch their legs and firm away from the rest of the field. Perth Composite into silver. The Perth Rowing Club just trying to find an extra bit of power in the runs to the line and move up into the silver. They're in bronze at the moment, but it's the Riverway Composite crew saying, catch me if you can. We're flying and we're going to win this gold medal at Champion Lakes and become the Australian champions. Riverway gold, Perth Composite silver, Perth Rowing Club bronze. Bunbury have finished in fourth. The Riverway Composite, Barbara Hall, Martha DeLong, Julie Ann Kelly and Jacqueline Dijon have won the gold, and it's high fives all round for the Riverway Composite crew. They had to really work hard in that back half of the race because the two Perth crews were wanting their little taste of victory here at Champion Lakes. But well done, the Riverway Composite crew. A couple of those competitors there, they've upgraded the silver to the gold this year.
Yeah, it was another great race, and we are getting these close finishes. You know, there was only like 5 seconds between first and third in that race there, so that's just over the length of a boat. So we're seeing some great close racing in all these races, and we look forward to. We just seem to have. They just seem to keep coming for the afternoon. But we go right on to race 130, and we can see them in the starting blocks. We have a full field here. Or full field of 6 crews. We have in lane 2 Melbourne Rowing Club's Irina Benjamin, Elisa Gondolfo, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips and their coxswain Zena Marzi. In lane 3 Karen's Mary Hunter, Anthea Amos, Jackie Petley, Helen Kelly and Angelique Everett is their coxswain, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4 we have Curtin University's Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols, Sharon Ann Jones and Leon Stewart is their coxswain. In lane 5, ANU Composites, Amanda Cavell, Sue Edwards, Elaine Bissica, Sue Donoghue, Bonnie White is their coxswain. And Dragons Composite in lane 6, Christine Gray, Judy Mann, Jane Swinton, Martina Proctor, Sarah Sedgwick is their coxswain, coached by Kathy Phillips. And Cryo Bays, Joe Jones, Elaine White, Liz Bryce, Christine McGlade and Caitlin Murphy's their coxswain. And we're just looking at it now. We've just gone, they literally have gone 100 metres. The Melbourne crew of Benjamin, Gandolfo, Kilby and Phillips with Zena coxswain have stepped out to probably a length and a half lead in 100 metres, 150 metres. They have had an absolute flyer, Travis.
Yeah, you could see right from the get-go, as soon as they were released, they were on the power. They were just really egging each other on to try and get the boat up and moving, and no one was able to match that speed, and it's just allowed them to move clear by a couple of boat lengths very early. So we'll keep a close eye to see if they can just maintain that 2 boat length lead that they have at the moment. It's Karam who have slotted nicely into second place, and then it's pretty tight for the bronze at the moment. Probably, you'd probably say Curtin and then Dragons and Corio Bay all battling it out for that bronze. But for our leaders at the moment, that Melbourne Rowing Club outfit, super impressive, and they are holding that lead there, Rob. They haven't let that go at all.
They have not let that go at all, and they are just going on with it. This is just a phenomenal effort. You know, we're getting down to the coming down towards the 500 metres. They must be all of 3-4 lengths in front at this point in time. Just throwing up a little bit of water there, which is a little bit of a worry. But I'm seeing that amongst a few of the crews. So the conditions probably have calmed down, but not, just a bit. So it's just making it a little bit easier. But they've gone through the 500 metre mark, 1:58. So that's a great time for a Women's G Cox 4, I've got to tell you. And it is daylight. Karam going through 11 seconds. So we're up to nearly 3 lengths behind them. Dragons Composite next 0.45. So it's very close between Karam, Dragons Composite, ANU Manning River and Curtin University. Probably only about 4 seconds between, 4.5 seconds between those 4 crews. A little bit further back now to Cryo Bay, 12:36, a little bit out of it, and there you just see the umpire's boat just coming behind them now. But we thought they might not be able to go on with it, but boy oh boy, they have, and look how they are going. This is going to take some effort to get even within a couple of lengths of this crew, I would imagine. Carrum not giving up though. They're saying, well, we're out of ways, we'll give it a crack. And they look to have made a little bit of ground over that Curtin University crew. Over on this side, the Dragons crew. Certainly, we've got a bit of confusion in some of those boats, because Corio Bay certainly going very well over here on this side with Dragon. So it was the boat going out the back there was in fact the ANU Composite, which contained some. So yes, we've got to, I think that erroneous call through the 500 metre mark. But look at this Melbourne crew go. They are just getting further and further in front. The real race between Corio Bay, Carrum and Curtin University for second and third. And that's all they can hope for at this point in time, because there's no way they're going to catch this Melbourne. Very, very good Melbourne crew who have streeted away. The race absolutely on. Corio Bay look like they might have got the jump. They might have got the line. The others, they're a little bit far. The other two crews maybe will be concentrating too much on themselves and forgot there was a crew outside them. So Corio Bay are certainly pushing up onto the other crews, and they may well have just got into second place. The crew from Curtin University, though, they have put a move on the Carrum crew and have pulled away from the Carrum crew, and it does look like, though, the Corio Bay crew is going to hold it all the way to the line, and they are looking very good for this second place. And it will be the Corio Bay crew coming across for second. It will be Curtin University in third, and Carrum in fourth. A little bit further back to the ANU Composite, Dragons Composite, sorry, and then the ANU Composite coming in sixth place.
There are our ladies in blue enjoying the fruits of their labour with a gold medal, and they will no doubt enjoy celebrating that one. So it looks like we've moved over to our next event on the program, event 131. It's the Men's Masters G Double Sculls Final, and looks like we've lost an early crew here in lane number 6. It looks like Williams and Jusufowicz might have just had to pull out. We can see the rescue crew coming out to them. It looked like he was holding his hand or something like that. In terms of an injury, hopefully he's okay.
I got to say, I would have thought they would have been one of the favourites in this race. So that's a big loss for them, and that's left the combination of Horofunua and Aromaho Wanganui to get a great lead. And coming down to the 500 metre mark, it is going to be that crew of Tail and Horan, who look like they're going to go through with a handy lead over the chasing pack.
Yeah, they've been so impressive right through the afternoon. Have Tate and Horan, they've been able to move through the rounds with relative ease. It's Essendon's, Allsop and Nugent in second place at the moment. Johnston and Hunt in third. Fourth position, Dombrowski and Bergen in the Clifton colours. But our leaders are doing it really nicely. It's Tate and Horan who are well clear. They've got one eye on this gold medal, and they've stretched their legs now and are out by 3 boat lengths, enjoying the fruits of their hard work at the moment. The challengers will still wind up in that finish. It's Allsop and Nugent now just starting to emerge from the pack nicely. Johnson and Hunt in the bronze medal position, and Dombrowski and Bergen from Clifton still in fourth. They're about a boat length out of the medals at the moment, so we'll have to have a miracle on the water if they're to push up. But here's our leaders stretching away, just starting to feel that perhaps that gold medal could be theirs. They've been so impressive, the New Zealanders today. They've had so much strength. They've been able to control each of their heats and semis, and now They're going to just keep working hard to the final. They're going to leave nothing in the tank. They want to put their head on the pillow tonight and know that they've done everything they can to win this gold medal. It's been so impressive. And now they can salute as the Australian champions. It is a New Zealand affair. Tate and Horan will come down and take the gold medal. Terrific rowing. And the Allsop and Nugent crew in for the silver ahead of Dombrowski and Bergen. The bronze, Johnson and Hunt will take 4th position. But there they are, the champions of Australia. They get the high fives, the low fives. Well done, gentlemen. Terrific rowing.
Yeah, that was a great row. Now that was a race we thought was going to be extremely close, and look what that has done to us. That was the one that came through the heat semi-finals, and all the way through we saw it very close. Be interesting to see what's happened out in this the Mosman Essendon boat, because they would have been that we had them picked as being right up there in that race. So something has happened, obviously because the safety boat has come over. It's been a medical issue, and as you said, you thought there was holding a wrist or something. So it'll be interesting to find out what happened there. But we move on to the women's B double scull final, and in lane 2 we have B Rowe and Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe. We have Yarra Yarra's Eben Waldner and Sekfi in lane 4, Lower Clarence's McLennan and Jayo. In lane 5, Seidel and Tebnev from Goolwa Murray Bridge. And in lane 6, ANA's Lai and Smale. And in lane 7, Ledecker and Bignell from Western Australian Rowing Club. And it's an absolute crack of a start. The Yarra Yarra, Lower Clarence, Goolwa, ANA crews are all off to a flying start. Not far out of it though, the Western Australia and Glebe crews, but they'll need to pick it up if they're going to go with these crews, because they're certainly trying to put some time in. It does appear that Lower Clarence crew is once again showing a good turn of speed and holding down the slightest of lead over Eben Waldner and Sefke from Yarra Yarra. The crews on the other side only about a half length down, so it's going to be a very, very tight race.
There was only 3 seconds separating all of our finalists here through the heats, so we definitely know that there isn't much separating them, so it's going to come down to who can own the moment here at Champion Lakes, and it's the Yarra Yarra crew perhaps now just starting to make a little bit of a move at the halfway point. Eben Waldner and Sekfi, they're such promising. Well, they've had their promise, they continue to deliver. That's what they do, is this Yarra Yarra crew. They've now just made a nice move. So they're in front here, Rob. They've got less than a second, though, on the Goolwa Murray Bridge combination. ANA also right there as well. So it's going to be a sprint finish.
Haven't they turned that around? That's a great push by that Yarra Yarra crew. That has certainly taken the Lower Clarence crew by utter surprise. They have gone from a length or half length down to a length in front in the space of about 200 metres. So we also got the ANA crew up there and Lower Clarence. So it's a great row by this crew if they can keep it going. And as you look out the window, we can see that certainly they are going on with it. No, we're just looking out there, we're seeing that double go past now with the injury. So yeah, but this Eben Walder and Sekfi, they've had a very successful regatta so far, and that looks like continuing. The Goolwa Murray Bridge combination of Seidel and Tebnev are on the chase, though. They are absolutely on the chase. Also moving very quickly at the moment is the Western Australia crew, it does appear, over here in lane 6, the ANA crew, and they are certainly got some speed on at the moment. I don't think anybody's going to catch these Yarra Yarra, Eben Walder and Sekfi, but never say never. The Goolwa Murray Bridge crew really turning it on at the moment. A little bit further back to the Lower Clarence crew, and then A&A. So that's where the race is going to be on for that third place. I don't think anybody's going to catch these two in first and second. It does look like the Lower Clarence have picked it up again and just pulled away a little bit from the A&A crew. And I think they've just done enough to get them across the line, but nobody's going to get close to the Yarra Yarra crew. They've gone across it for a great win. 3:43 in that race. They've had a great win over Goolwa Murray Bridge, Lower Clarence about 3 seconds behind, and A&A crossing for fourth. West Australia Rowing Club coming across in fifth place, and it will be Glebe closing out the field in sixth place.
Smile says it all for our Yarra Yarra competitors. It's a golden smile here at Champion Lakes. Well done to Goolwa Murray Bridge for the silver. Lower Clarence will take home the bronze medal. Terrific action on the water. They've come through the heats a bit earlier today, and now they've enjoyed the final. The Yarra Yarra crews, they're always competitive, aren't they, Rob?
They sure are, and they did hold that form they held through the heats. They've certainly taken into the final, and just brought it out for all to witness. It was a great effort on their part to get home in that race. Now
we move along. We've got some eights action on the water. It's the men's Masters B eights, and it's a lightning start. You can see all crews have got away in the middle. It's the WARC composite crew that have started probably the best. University of New South Wales, they're rowing in lane 3. The WARC composite in predominantly the red colours in the middle, and then the ADF rowing composite crew, you can see their zigzagging line out of the start. If you just look at the top of the screen, you can sort of see how they've darted left, darted right. They've got things on track now, and are looking to just see if they can make some inroads onto the two boats in front of them. It's the University of New South Wales that are doing it nicely in second, but they're going to have to catch this WA crew. I just sense this is going to be a little bit closer as it presents itself. I think that University of New South Wales crew are just going to build nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, and they will, and that is the New South Wales State 8, the D8. So I'm not sure about the makeup of this WA composite and the age category that they are in, but certainly the University of New South Wales composite is a D combination. So if they are younger in that WA crew, they're doing particularly well at the moment. So we're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and going through the 500 metre mark in about 1:32, 1:33 for those crews. So that augurs well for a finish of it about, I would guess, just over 3 minutes, which will be a very good time for these crews. And the ADF rowing probably struggling a little bit back there now. They're about at 9 seconds, or about 2 lengths behind these other two crews. The WA Rowing Club composite crew now just putting on a bit of an effort. They're said Coxon will be looking across, and they'll say we've got 1 seat, we've got 2 seats, and they'll work their way up the boat. They certainly have lifted the rating, they lifted the intensity, but not letting go at all is the University of New South Wales composite in lane 3. They are really pushing on with it, and they've just pulled back some of that lead that the WA Rowing Club composite had etched out, and so it's coming home. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit closer as we come into the last 150 metres, and they are coming home like a train. The University of New South Wales composite ratings up, both crews. It is stroke for stroke coming down to the line. The one with all the work to do is a New South Wales University of New South Wales composite crew, holding just the slightest advantage. The Western Australia Rowing Club crew coming down to the line. They're holding about a canvas lead. It's been brought all the way back by the University of New South Wales composite crew, but they are just going to run out of space, and they will go across the line with the WA Rowing Club composite crew taking first place. It will be the University of New South Wales crew in second place. They look pretty pleased with their effort there, the WA crew, and a lot of fist pumps and high fives going through that boat. So well done to them. The time was 3:05. So that's a pretty good time in the conditions. A little bit bouncy out there now. The wind has dropped off. It's mainly a crosswind rather than a tailwind. In tailwind, it would have been a bit quicker, but certainly well rowed by that WA Rowing Club Composite.
There was no way the West Australians were going to let those New South Welshmen go past. They were pretty hungry for the gold on that occasion. Terrific finish in the Men's Masters B8s as we move to our next event of the championships now, and it is the Women's E pair who are in the water, and we'll take you through the roll call. And in lane number 2, it's Knight and Flecker of UWA. In 3, also from University of WA, Peacock and Hartman. In 4, Adelaide University's Ross and Franku. In 5, Corio Bay's Patton and Tona Joyce, who were super impressive in the heats. North Shore's Hodgkinson and McCoach, 6, and in 7, it's Rouge and Lai. But we have a standout runaway at the moment, Adelaide University, Ross and Franco. They've bounced out nicely and they've got a boat length up already, Rob.
Yeah, and so we're looking down at that boat. This is a very interesting thing to look at. If we look at that boat that's in front, they are rowing well and they're out in front, but you'll see that the boat is twisting, so the application of power is not together. You'll see that the boat is fishtailing through the water. It's very interesting to watch. So they would be hoping to just smooth the application of power out a bit, get a bit more even with that, and they'll get that much more. Speed out of that boat. So it's they're having a great row, but just something that they'll probably have a look at, later on and work on that. But certainly not affecting them in a big way at the moment, and certainly in the competition they're in, they're streeting away at this time, coming down to the 500 metre mark with a handy lead over the crew to their left, which is the Corio Bay, and on their other side, the University of West Australia. That looks to be where the first, second and third is going to come from, unless there's some other great change in this race.
So the Corio Bay crew, you can see them in second position at the moment. They won the silver medal last year, but our leaders have just straightened things up. No, they've still just got that little bit of a path that's not ideal. What are we seeing there, Rob?
Yeah, so what we're seeing is just it would appear that the bow's getting the pressure on before the stroke, and it's just throwing the stern of the boat over at the catch by about 3 or 4 inches. So that can't be the fastest way through the water, but that just comes in time. That comes in just practicing of that and then keeping an eye on that in training. So I'll probably have their coach up here in a minute trying to string me up. But anyway, it's certainly not affecting their pace in relation, as I said, to their competition in this race. And we saw them have a great race in the heat, and they have just continued on with that. I think we thought they're almost in another postcode in the heat, and they are displaying that again in this race. So Ross and Franku very, very good out here. Certainly just having a little bit of look around, just checking where they are. 250 metre mark, yep, tick. Okay, we've only got about 30 odd strokes to go, so we'll bring it home, and it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. They've just kicked it up a point or two, and they're making the run for the line. We'd otherwise call this the grandstand finish, but in lieu of that, we'll just go with the racing finish. And I think the smiles are already on their faces, don't you? Wouldn't you say, Travis?
I think they are, because it's almost a golden moment for Ross and Franku. They've been impressive earlier today. They were the fastest qualifiers coming into the final, and the smiles have just sort of turned into a bit of a grimace, because it's still no letting up for them. They want to finish off their campaign. They'll save the smiles for after the hooter, and they're going to come down to receive that. And it's been a beautiful row on Champion Lakes as they come into the finish line. They hear the sound. That's the win. That's the gold medal for our Adelaide University competitors. The Corio Bay team, back-to-back silver medals for them at Australian Masters Rowing Championships. They've had a terrific day on the water. University of WA have finished in third place. That's Peacock and Hartman. Next in, North Shore through Joe Hodgkin and Louise McCoach. And University of WA, Sarah Knight and Orla Flecker. Next in with Giza Rouge and Alex Lai, rounding out the final for the pair.
We move right along. The racing just does not stop. We're up to race 135, the Men's Masters E-Single Scull Final. So this will be followed by the lightweight men's E-Singles final. In line 1, we have Hawthorn's Shane O'Connor-Smith. In lane 2, Curtin University's Daniel Reid. In lane 3, St George's Alan Robinson. In lane 4, Fremantle's Rob Agnew. In lane 5, Powerhouse's David Mays, coached by Patrick Rocek. In lane 6, Brisbane Grammarians, Scott Austin. And in lane 7, Murwillumbah's David Hughes. So just trying to get these boats onto the starting blocks. There's a boat tinny up in the way at the moment, so I'm not sure. I think they're just swapping over some boat holders. And yeah, I think they're just swapping over some boat holders at the moment. So we've just got a little bit of a delay while they get that sorted. Yeah, look, we saw, I think I mentioned earlier, it was somebody else, but it was actually Alan Robinson in the double earlier on today that brought it home. They were a length behind the two leading crews and came through to win. I can't think, maybe it was the double scull. So he's known for also known for his big finishes and ability to rate. Shane O'Connor-Smith, we have seen so many races today, always at the front of the field. Daniel Reel, Rob Agnew, David Mays, Scott Austin, Dave Hughes. We're in for a great race. So that boat has now cleared the course, and this race will be ready to get underway. So the conditions still a bit variable. It looks like that wind's just kicked in a little bit again now. So it's up and down. So we'll just have to watch that through the afternoon. I think it's probably not strong enough that it's really going to bother these guys. Move back around maybe a little bit more south, and it's still a cross south wind. So you can see the scullers there. They're backing on the right and touching on the left, trying to keep that boat straight, as straight as they can. Don't want to have to think about your first 5 strokes, just trying to get straight. So ideally you can get organised, just let the boat drift back onto that straight line, and away they go. And that was a great start and great boatmanship by all those competitors. So they're away now, and once again, there must be something happening over that lane 1, because certainly that Hawthorn's Shane O'Connor-Smith, although we have seen him some fast starts, he has got off to a flyer. So I'm not sure whether they've got a little bit less effect of the wind over in that lane, but certainly using his place over there to good effect. Also going out there is Alan Robinson, as we suspected would be right up there. Fremantle's Rob Agnew, Powerhouse's David Mays, and over on this side, Murwillumbah's Dave Hughes, all getting off to pretty good start. So we'll see how they go as they settle down, but looking pretty good.
So Alan Robinson, our early leader, 4th last year in this event, so he'll be looking to upgrade up into the podium. Shane O'Connor-Smith, we can see him there right of screen in lane number 1. He was 2nd last year, so he was the silver medalist, and so he once again is going to be right up there in the medals. He started pretty well, Shane O'Connor-Smith, for the Hawthorn Rowing Club. Alan Robinson, though, he's our early leader, and he's just trying to put a bit of clear water between him and the rest of the field, isn't he?
Yeah, well, when we look back at that start, O'Connor-Smith probably held at one stage nearly a length over Alan Robinson, who didn't have the fastest of starts, but certainly he has made amends there, and his level pegging, if not, has gone to a little bit of a lead over O'Connor-Smith. So this is going to be a very good race coming down over as we come into the 500 metres. The last 500 metres of this race will be sensational.
So David May seems to be emerging from the pack and is currently in that bronze medal position. The battle for 4th is pretty tight between Rob Agnew and Dave Hughes, who's rowing out in lane 7 closest to us here on the banks. So it's Alan Robinson, 4th last year, just trying to keep the boat moving in the right direction. He wants that podium finish. He's going to see a flash of the Shane O'Connor-Smith Hawthorn Rowing Club colours if he looks to his right, because he's just starting to get a little bit of a wriggle on, as too is Rob Agnew. And David Mays is just still in that bronze, and we're just looking for the lift here, aren't we, Rob? We're just seeing who's going to get that moment, and I think it might be Shane O'Connor-Smith in lane 1, who's just trying to turn up the heat a little bit on our leader.
Yeah, and as we know, Alan Robinson has a great last 250 metres. So O'Connor Smith has to go now. He has to actually try to stamp his authority on this race. But I think Alan Robinson has cleared out from these two. I'd say he's probably a length in front of O'Connor Smith as we stand here with about 200 odd metres to go. And he is just continuing up with the rating, continuing to push ahead, and has that gold medal around his neck from where he sits. So if he can keep it together and just keep an eye on O'Connor Smith over there in lane one, the gold medal will be his. But we've got a fast finishing David Mays also over on this side from Powerhouse, and he is pushing up onto O'Connor Smith. So that's where the fight is also going to be for that second and third place. But Alan Robinson really turning it on out here, and he is holding on to that length's lead and looking very, very good at the moment. And notwithstanding a bad stroke or two, Alan Robinson looks like he's going to go across the line here and take out the men's E-single scull in a very, very clever row. He comes across the line in first. It was O'Connor Smith in second, followed by David Mays in third. Then a little bit further back, we've got coming across now is Dave Hughes and Rob Agnew. But yeah, we knew Alan Robinson had a fast finish. He's made a conscious choice to start that sprint at about 400 metres to go, and and O'Connor Smith was, I think, more taken by surprise than anything else. Oh,
we keep rolling through the big finals afternoon here at Champion Lakes. Hope you're enjoying it at home. It's Rob Glendenning, Travis Jenkins taking you through all the action. And we move to our next big final, the lightweight men's Masters E single sculls final. It's Rob Ellis, left of screen, rowing for Torrens in lane 5. In the middle, it's Rob Wrigley from North Esk and Ken Major from Glebe. Three very accomplished rowers here, three very well-credentialed men who are in the water, and all of them, they love gold, and that will be hard to separate them as this race unfolds.
Yeah, haven't we seen a difference in the conditions out there now? They even in between last race and this race, it appears that the wind has dropped a little bit more, and that is really playing into the hands of Rob Ellis. He's able to get into a nice rhythm here. He's keeping it long. He's keeping the boat moving. The race is on between Robert Wrigley and Kenneth Major, and they've still got overlap. So they're only a second or two down on the Ellis from Torrens. So they still could come back at it. We're looking at Rob Ellis and Rob Wrigley there as from the side on camera. So Ken Major, if he wants a medal, he has to get up onto in front of Rob Wrigley, because there's only 2 medals in this event.
Well, he won the gold last year, Kenneth Major from Glebe, and Rob Ellis, he finished back in the bronze, and now he finds himself leading the way. He could have an Australian title within grasp. The bronze medalist from last year currently sitting in gold. Robert Wrigley, he was back in 4th last year, and he now senses the moment and starts to wind things up. Don't discount the defending champion in Major. He's just starting to wind up. So Major just digs in hard. He wants to get that silver medal. It's bringing Robert Wrigley into the race nicely. Rob Ellis is holding on for now. It's Ellis just in front of Wrigley. Major throwing everything at these 2 men, but it's Ellis who's holding strong. He's responding to the challenge beautifully, and he gets the job done. He'll enjoy that one. It's Rob Ellis the gold, Wrigley the silver, and Major the bronze. And for Rob Ellis, he's upgraded the bronze to a gold, and that will keep him and his followers very happy.
Gee, it looked like they were coming back over the top of him, and he had to really respond. He had to dig deep into that pain cave, and look out for that canary, because he had to bring it home with using every ounce of oxygen he could get, and certainly did that in spades. Rob Ellis, congratulations! What a great win in the lightweight men's E-single scull.
He's too tired to wander around to the warm-up track. He's just saying, come on guys, just give me a breather. I've won gold. Surely someone can chop me out of here. Alrighty. So here we are in what will be another terrific final. So it looks like there's been a little bit of confusion here at the start, Rob, because a few crews are going.
Yeah. I think he's called. Has he called it? Yeah, I think they're all slowing down. Yeah.
Okay.
I think somebody hasn't heard it though. A few crews are still going. It's a bit hard to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. The umpires' boats coming onto the course as it normally would. There was certainly confusion from that University of. Where are we? Just getting the crews up. The H women's single. And certainly looked to be a lot of confusion from the Tableland sculler Bulch, who just sort of sat there and not quite sure, and Canberra's D Cook, so not quite sure what happened there. It looked like the sculler who's currently out in front, Commercials Hall, started ahead of everybody. So really not happy. We'd have to go back and watch a replay of that to understand what happened, but it must have been deemed a fair start. So we might just have missed something very early on this race. But it is Hall from Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane, who is out to a great lead over Perth Grant. Just off to her left, and a little bit further back to DeLong from Cambridge. Over on the other side, though, the Canberra sculler Walsh and Carams Hunter also still in it. So it's going to be a little bit of take a little bit of time to them sort out, because there was such a disparity in that start that got a little bit confusing about what was happening. So, but yeah, no trouble at all for Hall from Commercial out in front here, and followed by Grant from Perth, and that's where the race is. There is a bit of a race happening out there though between Canberra's Jay Walsh and the Cambridge sculler DeLong. So that's where we're going to get third place from. This is the final, remember, of the 8 single sculls. So this is it for them. First, second and third awarded in this race. And Hall from Commercial is saying, well, you know, you're going to have to work pretty hard if you've got any ideas of taking this medal away from me. As they come down to the 500 metre mark, it was Barbara Hall through about 3 seconds behind to Vanessa Grant. In second place, Martha DeLong has moved up into third over Judy Walsh from Canberra in fourth. So a little bit of a gap back now to 5th, 6th and 7th. So Judy Walsh is only 1.5 seconds behind Martha De Jong. I don't think Martha De Jong can catch up to Vanessa Grant or Hall, Barbara Hall, but she certainly has the opportunity to get back into that third position if she can push it. She's over there on the right hand side. We've got DeLong over here on the left. So that's where the race is. But at the moment, Barbara Hall, Vanessa Grant, they have just got a bit of space on them. You can see the different techniques happening here. Barbara Hall obviously liking a little bit of rate, and she's using that to good effect. We're going over and looking at Grant from Perth, comfortable with rating a little bit lower, so she's relying on power and just keeping that flow in that boat. So two distinctive styles, not a whole lot of difference in speed, so it's really what suits the oars person at the end of the day. It does look like DeLong now has put on a little bit more distance over Judy Walsh from Canberra, and we can see Judy Walsh, and certainly Judy Walsh's ample hair there, and making us extremely jealous up in the commentary position, and but using it to great effect here. But it is Barbara Hall. But look at this. There's a bit of a the Perth sculler Grant is coming back at them, and Barbara Hall just taking a look across. I think she was probably a little bit surprised that she hasn't pulled away as much as she was hoping for, and the Perth sculler certainly lifting that rating up slightly as she's coming towards the line, as is DeLong over here from Cambridge Rowing Club. They're coming home very, very fast. I don't know if they're going to have the space to overtake them. Also a big sprint happening over there from Judy Walsh from Canberra, and she's also still in this race, but I don't think with about 12 or 13 strokes to go, it does look like Barbara Hall's going to get home over the top of Vanessa Grant. Yeah, but just looking over, Grant just looking over now and going, well, we're a little bit close to the line. I'm not going to get it, but I'll settle for second nonetheless. And they cross the line now. Barbara Hall from Commercial, Vanessa Grant from Perth Rowing Club, and it will be Martha DeLong from Cambridge Rowing Club, followed by Judy. Oh, sorry, we might have got that wrong. It's Judy Walsh from Canberra Rowing Club. In lane 1, it was, we're just shuffling, Karam's Hunter and Canberra's D Cook finishing out the field.
So we'll continue on with our lightweight women's Masters H category. So for competitors 70 years or more, that's in the water at the moment in the single sculls. Our lightweight women's Masters H competitors are from Manning River, Gay Pullen from the Manning River Rowing Club in New South Wales, and Pauline Swan, coached by Vanessa Grant in the Canning Bridge boat today, as they make their way down. The sun not too far from setting here in the west on another glorious day at Champion Lakes. The rain has stayed away for the majority of the day. We've only had one shower a little bit earlier. The wind has just been getting slightly lighter as the afternoon has progressed. It's made for a very picturesque scene down here on the water this evening. A lovely evening for a row, and that is what Pauline Swan is just doing so beautifully at the moment. She's away and she's got a nice little lead of about a length over Manning River's Gay Pullen, who's managing to steer the boat quite nicely. It's had a little bit of a moment there where it just drifted off, but she's got things back on track nicely now. And it's Canning Bridge Rowing Club's Pauline Swan showing a nice technique, very familiar on her home ground. No doubt has family and friends watching on, and they'll be pretty proud of what Pauline Swan is delivering at the moment. She's out in front and doing it nicely. Gay Pullen is starting now just to make a little bit of a move, you feel. She's just starting to dig a little bit deeper as we come down to the halfway mark of this 1,000 metre event. The umpire just starting to wander over, and we reach the 500 metres, and it's 2:37 the time for Pauline Swan. She's got a 4-second lead, but we're now just seeing Gay just starting to make a little bit of a move. She had a little look over the left shoulder there and just thought, okay, I'm at the 500. I don't want to run out of water. I want to make sure that when I walk out of here this afternoon, I have to be carried. I don't want to have anything left in the tank. And she's starting to wind up. Here's Gay Pullen. She's got Pauline Swan to contend. Only one medal to be handed out this afternoon. So who will it be tonight? It's still Pauline Swan in front. She's had to withstand a couple of surges from Gay, who's now just trying to hang in there and trying to match that pace of Swan, who continues to just maintain this one boat length lead. It hasn't changed too much. The finish line about 250 metres away now. The banks just start to come alive as our rowers come past. It's been a big effort out here this afternoon for Pauline and Gay. Coach Vanessa Grant for Pauline Swan. Be pretty happy with what she's seeing out here on the water. No signs of fatigue just yet for Pauline. Timing right on point. The position in the lane absolutely perfect. And here they are, a couple of legends just rowing their way down. Gay Pullen has had a great row. She's got about 150 metres to row now. For Pauline Swan, she's got wind burn out there. She's going so fast. She's absolutely flying. It's impressive how well she's going. I do hope she's got her sun cream on, because that's how fast she is going. It's absolutely impressive rowing for Pauline Swan from Canning Bridge here in Western Australia. And Gay Pullen, she's been very, very courageous, has Gay Pullen for Manning. Our ladies here in the H classification, over 70 years of age, just absolutely all class on the water and doing a fine job. And it's Pauline Swan who will salute for the gold. Congratulations, Pauline Swan. 5:15.91, the winning time. Gay Pullen, gallant in defeat. Well done.
Yes, and unfortunately, when we have a race like that, it's unfortunate they're not handing out first and second, and certainly, but I think Gay goes away with the knowledge that she's had a great row. She hasn't been able to quite match the pace of Pauline Swan from Canning Bridge, and congratulations, Pauline, on that gold medal. And we now move to race 139, the men's Masters H pair. Just once again, we only have two crews in this race, Canning Bridge again and Melbourne. Canning Bridge is Alan Berry and Kenneth Price. We saw Kenneth Price in that distinctive timber scull yesterday, coached by Vanessa Grant, who we saw come down a couple of races ago in the H women's single, and faring very well. So I think she won't be quite around to the bank to cheer on her crew here. But in lane 5 we have Melbourne's Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. Now, we have seen them fare in a number of medals races over the weekend and have fared very well. So it's going to be interesting. We did see Price bring home that single the other day and had a great run in the single. Both crews just running a little bit out of their lanes. The Melbourne combination now moving back across into the middle of their lane. The Canning Bridge one, though, they've decided that they're just going to keep the boys running along the side of the boat. So it's probably safer there than getting them out at the end of the oars. So they're using that. And it does look like they've just picked it up a bit. They just increased that rating, 400 odd metres to go. Have just thought, here we go, we're in with a bit of a chance here. Remembering, only first gets the gold medal in this race. So it's going to be an absolute dash for the cash, as it were. The cash being the gold medal for 2026.
So for Rod and Peter McCartney, they're the defending champions from last year. Alan and Kent, they finished third last year, but they're on their home ground now, Rob, so they'll be looking to just make a little bit of a move shortly in front of their home fans.
Yeah, it does look like they're just got a few steering issues. They're just heading off to the car park. Maybe they've left the lights on and just thought they better run by and check that. But they've gone across a couple of lanes, so certainly not what they would have hoped for. You know, these pairs are very tricky boats to steer at the best of times. So just fighting with that a little bit, but still got the momentum in the boat though. Will they have enough? Can they actually turn it on now? But I don't think so. I think we're watching Stewart and McCartney just keeping their heads, just keeping their eye out. The bowman just looking across and having a look and seeing what's happening over in the other boat. We've got Kenneth Price in the bow of the Canning Bridge crew, and certainly have worked all the way, haven't lost any ground, but really haven't gained any ground. And that has meant that Melbourne's made Melbourne's job a little bit easier. They've just been able to sit there all the way, hold on to that lead. Look at their very compact, very no-nonsense strokes, and that's got them home for the gold medal again in 2026. It will be Canning Rivers, Alan Barry and Kenneth Price coming across in second place.
So Rod Stewart there on screen. He was the highest scoring male athlete in last year's regatta, and he hasn't featured so much today. I think that's the first time we've seen him. He was around a lot yesterday, so it must be a recovery day for him with just the one gold.
Yeah, probably.
He'll be back tomorrow.
A day on the gold, day recovering. Oh, look, I'll throw a gold in the end of the that second day. I know it's a recovery day, but yeah, look, I think the experience is certainly telling. We now move across to another pair race. It's the Women's Master C pair, race 140. This is the final. The Port Macquarie Composite crew of Kirsten Berry and Emma Molinar. The Sandy Bay's Sarah Birch and Eliza Richardson. Lane 3 is Karam's Kelly James and Jess Fishman. Then we move across, coached by Drew Holman. Then in lane 4, Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Wendy Miller. In lane 5, Riverside Samantha Jersman and Melanie Innes. In lane 6, Leichhardt's Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget. And in lane 7, A&A's Sandra Clark and Hilary Smale. And we have a nice line there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 crews. So this is going to be a great race, I'm sure. We saw a very good effort from that Leichhardt crew earlier, so it will be interesting to see if they carry that pairs form on. Bit of steering problems in the Riverside crew. They've just skewed across the course. Once again, these boats, you've got to get them moving to steer. Very close between lane 1, Port Macquarie Composite, and the umpire's boat. They came out a little bit of an angle off the start, and the umpire's boat didn't have the time to move, and we almost had a collision there. So that certainly would have been a bit of a surprise for that crew. We do look at this Carrum crew now. They look of Kelly James and Jess Fishman now look like they got into stride, and they have just pulled out a little bit of a lead over the Sandy Bay crew of Sarah Birch and Eliza Richardson. Over on this side we have the crews of ANA and the distinctive black and white stripe, and Leichhardt's Zonger and Bourget in the, it looks like to be a red boat that they're currently rowing in it. But the boat with all the speed at the moment is the Carrum crew of Kelly James and Jess Fishman. So they've obviously had a late change in that boat. And that certainly hasn't slowed their progress at all. The boat over here on this side, ANA's Sandra Clark and Hilary Smale, I think they're actually looking pretty good. They look a little bit more composed than the crew beside them, the Leichhardt crew of Zonger and Bourget. The crew beside them, though, the Riverside, continuing to struggle with their steering. If they can get that sorted, they will pose a real threat. Back over to the other side we go. Carrum, about a length and a bit ahead now of the Sandy Bay crew. A little bit further back to the Port Macquarie Composite, but certainly this crew now turning it on as they come down towards the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, I really felt this last couple of 100 metres for Carrum was the moment they wanted to just put their foot down, and you can see a 6-second lead now for the Carrum crew. They've been so impressive over the first couple of days here. This would be a great way to finish day 2 for the Carrum team. They've a small but very accomplished crew, and they're just starting to really move away now. They've increased their speed again. That rate looks like it's gone up another 1 or 2 notches. So that's impressive rowing from Carrum. The silver medal still anybody's, because there's a bunch of crews that are just battling it out for silver and bronze. It's really tight. Leichhardt, Riverside, Sandy Bay are all right there. But we get a great shot here of the Carrum. You can see they've cleared out now nicely, and they're leading Riverside probably in silver, and then Leichhardt won in the bronze. But ANA, as you picked out, Rob, so beautifully, have just moved up nicely and are starting to push forward into the medals.
Yeah, certainly. And I think we just flash back to when we were watching the Carrum crew, and here they are again. We notice about them, they are compact in their movements, they are flat through the draw, no fuss. It is all about moving that boat forward. You've got very little movement up and down in the bow. This is a well-rowed boat, and that is showing by how they are moving through the water and where they are placed at the moment. But the race is on. That Riverside crew, had they had it straight, who knows where they would have been. And they certainly have got into stride now and have passed the Leichhardt crew. Probably a little bit of a surprise for Leichhardt. I'm not sure they were expecting that. And here come ANA. ANA are looking for a big finish. There's nothing in it. We're looking out the window here, and the ANA crew is really motoring now. So whether they're going to have enough to get over the top. Leichhardt coming back at Riverside now. Riverside need to actually pour it on now if they want to stay in that second place. But here come ANA, and the Carrum crew going across the line. It's going to be nothing in it. We've got a flashback to these crews. In a second, it's there coming across the line now. It is Riverside who are holding down the slightest of advantages. And here comes ANA. It's going to be on the line. Oh, it's just going to miss out. Leichhardt are just going to pip out ANA. 0.7 of a second. It was only 0.8 of a second. Leichhardt behind Riverside. A good gap they were, Carrum over Riverside though. And a little bit further back to Sandy Bay and Port Macquarie, Newcastle. So what a row by this Carrum combination.
Really tightened up in the line, didn't it, Rob? Yeah. Sandy Bay also flew home. They finished 5th, but they were only 1.69 further back. Sarah Birch and Eliza Richardson absolutely flying home. Well done.
This crew, yeah, that crew from Riverside as well, they were in all sorts of trouble off the start. They were going all over the course. They were well behind Leichhardt and ANA, and they have rowed through both those crews, and so an exceptional row by them as well.
All right, the big final is coming up. Fortunately for Brent, Luca Del Wells, he's had to withdraw from the start line, so there'll be no lane 7. Damien Derleek, the defending champion, he goes right of screen in lane 2. Tom Wilcox is in 3. Andrew Simpson 4. Warren Wellbeloved for A&A is 5. Trent Rogers of Mosman is 6. Big final for these C Division men. Start all important. Rogers, he's blasted out of there beautifully. He's probably got an early lead and he's going really nicely. Wilcox is also starting nicely. And the defending champion right of screen, look at him digging in there, Rob. He's put his foot down early.
Oh, hasn't he? What, he's sprinted off the start. And certainly that worked a good advantage. He got out to a little bit of a lead there. We can see Tom Wilcox in the lane beside him has been taken by surprise. He started off equally as fast in the last one, but Derleek has not let up. He's got to be up around 36, 37 strokes a minute in his single style, and he is taking it away. Will he be able to keep this going? I think he's going for that well-loved strategy. You know, fly and let's see what happens. And certainly Tom Wilcox now, he's just come out of winning a race a little while ago as well. So he's going to be probably a little bit tired. The Simpson from North Shore faring pretty well. And as we now see Simpson coming back at Derleek. So he's put a lot of effort in early. Can he maintain that and contain that speed? We can see the real speed coming out of Simpson now, and he's overhauling that early lead of Derleek. He's still got about a length and a half to make up, but he's probably looked at it. Derleek has still not let up. He has still not let up. That rate is up there. So where does he go from here? If he gets challenged, where does he go from here? Unlikely he can take the rate up higher. So, we see Simpson now overhauling him. So this is going to be the different strategies here. It's going to be so interesting. So we're about to come through the 500 metre mark, and certainly Derleek's gone through first, but only 1.39 seconds. 2 seconds back to Trent Rogers, 0.8 of a second back to Wellbeloved, 1.77 seconds back to Tom Wilcox. So the work that Simpson has put down early in that late in that 500 is certainly working for him. So as I said, the Derleek still got that rating up, still going on that same plan, but we now have overlap. We now well and truly have overlap with Simpson.
So Simpson in the middle of our picture, he's now just moving nicely. He's ominously just saying to Derleek, I'm here, I want to win this gold medal. Can you stop me? Rogers has probably now got a bit of a challenge from Beloved on the A&A crew in that fight for the bronze medal. It's Derleek and Simpson, though, tussling it out for gold. Stroke for stroke at the moment as they come down Champions Lakes. Rogers and Wellbeloved in lanes 5 and 6 will battle it out for the bronze. But we have a race because Derleek has responded. He's maintaining that cadence and that pressure. Simpson just trying to stretch out those legs that little bit more. Can he break the spirit of Derleek? It's Simpson in the middle going stroke for Derleek. It's going to be an absolute thriller here on Champions Lakes for the gold medal. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Derleek and Simpson. Simpson, Derleek trying to battle it out all the way to the line. The lungs must be absolutely burning. It's Derleek trying to strengthen his stroke. Simpson's coming at him. He's coming at him. Derleek fighting him off with every stroke. It's determination. Who's got the bulldog in them tonight? It's Derleek and Simpson. Away they go. Derleek is now going to stretch out and he gets it by a half boat, and it's a famous win. Derleek will win for Adelaide University. Simpson, absolutely sensational for the silver. Wellbeloved, he fought off Trent Rogers right to the line, didn't he? It was a fantastic finish. Damien Derleek, wowee.
Yeah, and as you could see, as Simpson came back at him, there wasn't a lot he could do. He just had to hope that Simpson couldn't hold that lift all the way to the line, and he timed it to perfection. 1.16 seconds, 3 seconds back to Wellbeloved, 2.5 seconds back to Rogers. So what an exciting race we just witnessed there.
Gee, the defending champ, back-to-back wins for the man from Adelaide University, and he's not in a hurry to leave the course either.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of movement out there, does there?
Enjoy the moment, boys. You put on a great show for us. Enjoy the celebrations after that one. It was a fantastic race to watch. really enjoyable.
Yeah, and the umpire just getting around there, just checking on their welfare, which is a great thing to see. Race 142, the lightweight men's Master Seaskull is up next, and we have in lane 2 Western Australian Rowing Club Steve Parks. In lane 3 ANA's James McGrath. In lane 4 Fremantle's Javier Ronda. In lane 5 ANA's Alec Monga, and in lane 6 Essendon's Tony Siratic. So this is going to be a good race as well. We know that a fair bit of speed in all these rows. They've all fared in the medals, I think, this so far this week, and they're underway. And we can already see a very fast start from James McGrath and Javier Ronda, and they have stepped out. Going with them, though, largely is Steve Parks over there in lane 2. So the race is on. Probably ANA's Alec Munger and Tony Siratek have dropped just a little bit out of it. We've literally only got about 150 metres, so the gaps are opening up fairly quickly. ANA strategy, James McGrath, he's probably just heard our broadcast and thought, well, I'll give this a bit of a crack. Probably not quite the rating that Damien Delic displayed over the 1,000 metres, but these guys have really pushed off the start. About 250 metres gone. At the moment, the Fremantle and ANA Scullers are absolutely neck and neck as they come over the first 400 or 500 metres. So we'll wait till we get to the halfway mark and get a better update. The breeze does appear to have dropped.
Yeah, lovely conditions now. So the 4 West Australians and the 1 Victorian in Tony Siratic. He's the defending champion from this event last year, left of screen. He's come up against the West Australians here, and they're putting on a good show on their home deck, and it's pretty even. Probably top of screen there. Steve Parks, Rob, I feel like he is just starting to make there a bit of a move now.
Yeah, he just seems to be looking fairly comfortable there. He's only 2 seconds off the lead. Yeah, I'm surprised about Siratek though. I'm not sure what's going on there. I would have expected him to be right up here, but just probably reflects, these guys have worked extremely hard on their sculling, over the last 12 months. We can see Javier Ronda now. He's decided that the 500 metres was his point to go, and putting in quite a sprint here at the moment, trying to gap himself. I don't know if he's hoping that he can hold this all the way to the line, but certainly looking good at the moment. And there, as you said earlier, you picked early, Steve Parks sitting there is now coming into gear, and he is looking very comfortable over there. I too believe that he could be a real threat as we get down to the line. But Javier Ronda though is continuing this charge that he set off at the 500 metre mark.
So Ronda from Fremantle Rowing Club, he now needs to just probably respond to the challenge that's been laid down by Steve Parks, because you can see him there right of screen. He's still just buffering away and etching into this lead that Ronda has worked so hard. How's the form looking there, Rob?
Yeah, well, I think he's just starting to wane a bit with this high rating, and you can see that Parks over there on the other side is a little bit lower rating than he is, but he's going to continue on that strategy. You really don't, when you commit to it, you really don't have a lot of choice to change that. So it looks like he's just doing enough at the moment. And he's just picked it up again, and just to pull another fraction of a couple of metres away from Parks, and it looks like he will hold it. No, it turned out it was a really well judged race, and as we said, that high rating again working. This is a lightweight sculler, and he's gone across the line. He takes Javier Ronda takes first place. Steve Parks, a great row. He was very, very calm right down through that course, and in the end put a fair bit of time on him and James McGrath from ANA. So it was a great row by Ronda, followed by Parks and McGrath.
He doesn't look to be enjoying it at the moment there, Rob.
No, he's just trying to remember where he is and how that breathing thing works. So, yeah, he certainly has rowed himself out, and that's what you've got to do if you want to be at the front of these races.
Beautifully said. And we will turn our attention. Gee, this is going to be one of the feature events as we work into the last few races.
Yeah, look at the combination of crews in this race. We saw 2 great heats earlier on in this, and
they're poised, aren't they? They just really are ready to fly down the course here. We'll go through the roll call for you. On the right of screen, it's the Endeavour Drummoyne crew of Hextel, Vernon, Furness and Nisbet. Then we have the Sunshine Coast Composite of Rolfe, Street, De Jong and Nash. In 4, Ulverstone A&A, Blake, Cameron, Kirkwood and Wilson. In 5, Dragons Noosa, Gray, Mulrooney, Taylor and Proctor. In 6, it's Ward, McCready, Coos, Wood and Bunbury. Fortescue, Bartholomew, Clump and Delasale. And away with a flash of strokes is the big final in the Women's Masters. Quad, Skull, and a good start here, Rob, by lane 6. The Exeter St George crew have got away from the start line nicely.
Yeah, and certainly the crew in lane 2, the Endeavour Drummoyne, also getting away. Just continuing with that theme of crews in those lanes 1 and 2, just getting away to very good starts, but certainly nothing in it. There's overlap with all crews. Probably just the crew over here from Bunbury in lane 7 that's just slipped a little bit off the pace, but certainly the Endeavour Drummoyne crew and the Exeter St George crew is where all the pace is at the moment. They seem to have stepped out. Now, whether they can keep that going, it's going to be interesting to see. There's a lot of strength in the Sunshine Coast Composite, the Ulverston and the Dragons Noosa Composite. So I'd expect as we get further through this race, it's going to allow those the bigger crews to actually start working through it. But at the moment, it's an absolute race on across these 5 crews, and just what we look for in the final of these races.
There was only 3 seconds separating all the crews from the heats earlier today, and you can see everyone's just emerged out of the tents on the hill here, Rob, because they're pretty keen to see how this one's going to unfold. And at the moment, the early leader is the Exeter St George crew of Ward, McCready, Coos and Wood. And then on the other end in lane 2, Hextel, Vernon, Furness and Nisbet just putting their stake forward in for the silver medal. But then it's pretty tight. Ulverstone and the Dragons are right there. They're all there, Rob. It's going to be a thrilling second half. So at the halfway, it's 152 for Exeter St George. Endeavour Drummoyne half a second behind. Ulverstone are in 3rd, Dragons 4th, Sunshine Coast and Bunbury. And they've all come up on the screen relatively quickly. And now we're into the race for home.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is where the third quarter of this race is where it all happens. So we can see a big move now coming from that Ulverston A&A crew. They have moved through. They're probably level pegging now with the Endeavour Drummoyne crew. So may well have just got on to second. The crew over here, the Sunshine Coast Composite crew. Is that the one we're looking at? Yeah, certainly not pulling away like I would have thought, or are the crew from the Exeter St George crew. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting... that's them here. So we've got the shuffle them around. Exeter St George crew not pulling away like this, but they've now got into stride again. So they've now turned it up again. That Ulverston crew has come through now. So the one that's in danger of missing out on a medal here is the Endeavour Drummoyne crew, who are just a half second behind at the 500 metre mark. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want this medal, and they need to go right now because the Ulverston A&A crew is coming home like a train. So it's absolutely on now, but this crew now has, Exeter St George has now put the accelerator down, and they have just moved away. They are out to about a half a length lead over the remainder of the crew. It's going the remainder of the crews. It is going to be very hard to see them getting beaten from here. The real race is on between the Drummoyne Composite and the crew from Ulverston A&A, and that's going to be a very, very close affair as they come down towards the line. Just a bit of a look around in the St George boat, Exeter boat, but they have gone across the line. Oh, just Ulverston A&A just pipping out Endeavour Drummoyne. It was Sunshine Coast Composite 3rd, and then followed by Dragons Noosa. So a well-judged race. So Andrea Coos sitting there in stroke seat has done a great job in getting that boat home, and very strong crew, that one. So very good row on all their parts.
Australian champions Ward, McCready, Coos and Wood made their move at the 500 and were able to hold on for what will be a very enjoyable victory. Well done to all of our crews as we move through. We've got the Masters F4 about to hit the water. Big final coming up.
Yeah, we've got just the 3 crews in this Coxless 4, F4, race 144. In lane 3, we have Melbourne's Stephen Mollard, Jonathan Mollard, John Dollison and Timothy Mollard. In lane 4, Swan River Composites. It's Swan River and Drummoyne. It's Colin Beckett, Michael Fisher, Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne and Roberto Blasqueta from Swan River Rowing Club. In lane 5, Manning Rivers, John McCallum, Mark Couchman, Rhett Patterson and Nick Johnson. And they're away, and as we'd expect, that Manning River crew has got off to a very, very brisk start. I think we saw them race a little earlier, and certainly I was just talking to Rhett Patterson a little while ago, and he said they're feeling pretty good in this crew, and they're certainly looking like that at the moment, as they've got away to a flying start. We're looking across there at the Melbourne crew, who are just having once again, a little few steering problems. Well, both they and Swan River Composite are having a few steering problems, so they need to get that sorted. Probably just keep it as straight as they can for as long as they can, and then drift back over if they think they need to. So Melbourne holding down second place. It's a great start from the Manning River crew. They have shot out of the blocks, and they want to really ram this first 500 down so they can probably back it off a little bit over that second 500.
So Manning River, our leaders. Melbourne is currently in second position, then the Swan River Composite crew back in third. The Mollard family very well represented in that Melbourne crew. 3 Mollards in the water at the moment for Melbourne Rowing Club. So they'll be just looking to get around each other and probably just hype each other up a little bit in the race to the line. They're currently in second overall. Our leading team, Manning River Rowing Club, just doing it nicely at the moment as the sun just about comes to a close on what has been a terrific day 2 of rowing action. Hope you've enjoyed it all. We'll be back tomorrow. Day 3 is going to be a very big day with the interstate championship races taking place, so it's going to be on right from the first stroke tomorrow morning. So we look forward to welcoming you back to Champion Lakes as our Manning River crew, they've gone past the 500 with relatively ease, and they're just now probably starting to have a little bit of a chat. What's for dinner? Where are we going? Who's booked the restaurant? Because they're now just enjoying themselves out there.
Oh, absolutely. Haven't they made short work of this race? That's a great lead they've established, through that first 750 metres, and they're just enjoying the run to the line, and probably would appreciate a bit of a cheer on from the crowd at this point of time, late in the afternoon, cruising along, as you said, probably saying, oh well, we just would have expected something to be coming from the crowd. So just a little bit of payback there, and as they're coming down to 200 odd metres to go, they have made this look easy. This is the final of the F4 minus, and we can see these guys just cruising along. We've got big Rhett Patterson there, just keeping that rhythm, just plugging away with John McCallum, Mark Couchman and Nick Johnson, and a well drilled crew. They would spend a lot of time on the water up there in Taree on the beautiful Manning River. As we said, it's been a little bit of flooding up there of late, so may well have affected some of their rowing. Their shed's been underwater a few times this year, so so they've recovered from that very well. That's Manning Rivers coming across the line, 3:35, a very good time too, I don't mind saying. The 3:35, and so they probably cruised a little bit over the last bit. They didn't let up a whole lot. It appears that Swan River. The Melbourne crew, though, they've just decided that they're just going to wind it down now. There's no real need to push it overly hard, and they'll come across the line to take second place. It will be Swan River in third, and unfortunately just missing out on that bronze medal due to the number of crews in the race.
The hip hip hoorays in full voice down here at the finish line. Well done to our Australian champions, Manning River, the Coxless 4 Masters F champions, And now the Cox Fours will be taking to the start line. We can have a beautiful look down. The sun's come out now and the breeze is just easing off beautifully for the next final. We've only got a few races remaining, but this will be one to watch. We've got Yarra Yarra competing here in lane number 3 with Colin Rawson, Andrew Gray, Stuart Critchell and Jack Chatsiakumis. Sam Lincoln, the Cox. In lane number 4, it's the Melbourne Rowing Club. Gregor Thienschnack, Gregory Hansen, Warwick Grant, Hugh McVicker, Zena Marzi, the Cox. In lane 5, the second of the Melbourne Rowing Club teams, Craig Smith, Stephen Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Matt Harrison and Justin Rhodes, the Coxswain. And in lane number 6, the Ulverston Composite team of Robert Wrigley, Simon Nowell, Roberto Ojeda, Michael Wilson, Claire Gregg is the Cox, and we are underway for the Cox 4 final. And we can see across the water a pretty even start. It's Yarra Yarra right of screen, Melbourne Rowing Club team number 1 and Melbourne team number 2 in lane 5. The Ulverston Composite have just gone a little bit left, a little bit right, and are now on track as we take these live drone shots. And it's the Melbourne team of Smith, Reynolds, McPherson and Harrison fastest away. They're leading it early. Ulverston Composite trying to go with them and match that pace. And then Yarra Yarra in third, and the second of the Melbourne teams are off and away.
How is this? You know, they've how deep the program is at Melbourne. 2 in the crews in the Cox 4 and a crew in the Cox's 4. So you know, there's 12 F-grade rowers in the one club.
Brilliant.
It's a great testament to the depth of rowing in that club. And I would suggest that some of these crew are the reason for that. They have been in the Victorian State crew for many years. I'm not sure what the status is now, but certainly have performed a great level, very successful with that Victorian crew over the years. And this crew out in front now, the Melbourne crew of Smith, Reynolds, McPherson and Harrison, Rhodes as their coxswain, have cleared out now. They've got about a length's lead. They're coming down to the 500 metre mark, and they are through the 500 metre mark. And there it is. That's about 3-second advantage over the Ulverston Composite just off to their left. A little bit further back now, the Yarra Yarra about 5 seconds behind. And the other Melbourne crew about 4.4 seconds behind. I must say it's probably the furthest back we've seen a Yarra Yarra crew today off the actual front of the race. So that'd be a bit of a surprise. But this is a quality crew, and they're just going on with it now, looking like they're very comfortable in their rate. Yarra Yarra now stepping it up, and I think they're going to give a bit of a push to see if they can overcome Ulverston Composite. Ulverston Composite probably still have ideas that they can get the Melbourne crew, but just looking from that overhead shot now, they look to have moved a little bit further in front, but all looks pretty comfortable in that Melbourne crew, and powerful but comfortable, and they look like they're down about 250 metres to go. They would be probably starting to get that feeling they may have this one in the bag. Ulverston Composite just kicking it up a point or two now. They've started their sprint for home. So they're just going to have to be a little bit careful, the Melbourne crew. I think Ulverston was more intent on putting gap between them and the Yarra Yarra crew.
So Melbourne, they were able to take the title last year, so back-to-back victories. A few crew changes from last year, but they've still got a very strong team. They've got the depth, as Rob Glendenning mentioned, and Melbourne about 100 metres away from another golden moment here in the west as the sun sets on Champion Lakes. It's golden hour for our Melbourne team. They are absolutely sensational, and they will bring it home with style and grace, and they will be the champions. It's been close, but not close enough. It's Melbourne who take the gold. Ulverston Composite, they lifted in the closing stages. They'll finish with the silver medal. Here's the Yarra Yarra crew coming in for third position ahead of our second of the Melbourne teams. And it's a big victory. Celebrate, Melbourne. Well done.
And here's the thing, the Cox's 4 went over the course 5 seconds faster than the Cox's 4, which should be the other way around, but that'll give you an idea of the quality of that row we just witnessed.
So Melbourne Rowing Club back to back in that Masters F category, super strong. That would be a very interesting training session throughout the year down there, trying to get in the number one boat. There'd be a few elbows going around in the F divisions, just trying to get a row in the 4.
Yeah, but competition in training gives you, results in races. So, they certainly are. It's a bit of a luxury for a lot of clubs. So, very interesting. But anyway, we move on to race 146. We're down to the last 3 races of the day. It's a women's I Masters single scull. In lane 2, we have Mossman's Anne Taylor, coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane 3, Derwent Mercantile Collegiate, Eve Beecroft. In lane 4, we just got to check on that. In lane 4, Tableland's Prue Fitzpatrick. In lane 5, Newcastle's Susan Kemp. So we're just wondering whether Eve Beecroft she's entered in this and the following race. So she has actually scratched from this race to row the lightweight race. Yeah, we're seeing Sue Beecroft coming in and scratching, which I'm not quite sure. Why that would be, and be that there's only one entry in the lightweight I scull. But anyway, each to their own. So we go Masters I single scull. We're just backing the last crew, the Newcastle Susan Kemp, just backing into her lane now, and we'll get this race underway. We're pretty much on time. If they go. If they get away in the next minute or so, we should be able to get the last 2 races in before the last race starting at 5 o'clock. We see the after a long day spent on the course, we can see the athletes starting to leave the course now, and we wish you a good evening and a lot of discussion, a lot of stories, I'd imagine, are going to come out tonight in the various accommodations. As we said, we look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning for the interstate races starting at 9:30. The races actually start before that, but the interstates kick on at 9:30, and they are a great set of racing, very exciting. Get your parochial, hats out of the bag and get ready to cheer on your state. And we encourage anybody that's listening in on the live stream to turn the monitor at work away from the boss, and try not to cheer too much as they come to as the races are underway. They're 5-minute intervals, so they'll get through them quite quickly.
There'll be so many stories tomorrow, won't there, Rob, with the South Australians so strong last year. They won 3 of the 6 big races, and the Victoria Women's Quad, they're looking for their 9th consecutive win. So there's going to be a lot of stories out of tomorrow, isn't there? There
are going to be a lot of stories. They're going to be very happy stories and not so. Now we see they've combined these races. So we've got Eve Beecroft trying to get out of racing against these heavyweight scullers, but yet here we find we're back in together, and I think that's a great call. She'll still be racing under the lightweight banner, but probably makes sense to just try to combine these races to just get a bit more efficiency in the program.
So the next couple of races are all I category races, so that's for competitive 75 years and over. It's nice of the officials to leave the final races to the I division, just the late night for the 75-year-olds. They'll be pretty keen to head straight to the bar after this, I would think.
I would say it'd be the bar and bed. It's going to be a very, very quick transition. And Eve Beecroft has got off to a lightning start. I'm not quite sure why she thought she might not be able to match it with them, because she has moved away very quickly, as has Mossman's Anne Taylor. Now, Anne Taylor is a very credentialed sculler, and I would suggest she would have been in the results last year in that I or probably H. She might have been last year. So Anne Taylor, once again, a very accomplished sculler. I think it's caught the Tablelands and Newcastle scullers by a little bit of surprise. Anne Beecroft, as we said, Eve Beecroft from Derwent Mercantile Collegiate. has got away to a flyer, but it is Ann Taylor who now has got into her stride there, and once again a very compact, effective and efficient sculler. And Kieran Glynn, certainly a quality coach over there in the Mosman Club. Spent a little bit of time at Queenwood School. I think he's still at Queenwood School, girls' school in Sydney, but spends the rest of his quality time at Mosman Rowing Club, and they have been a club that's growing their junior ranks quite substantially and becoming quite successful, reliving their old days of about 10 years ago. So great to see. But Ann Taylor certainly laying down the gauntlet here. She's got about 400 metres gone and would have to be probably about 2 lengths up on Eve Beecroft from Derwent Mercantile Collegiate.
We're going to have a new podium here tonight, Rob, because Crouch, Walter and Whiting from last year, that was how the gold, silver and bronze fell in the I category. And
Sue Walter. So Sue Walter may well have gone up a division. So we might still see her in the Skull in the in the next day or so. I'm not sure. She certainly is here, but. Going through now, coming down to the 500 metre mark, we can just see the coaches, the umpires launch just off to the right-hand side there. As I said, sometimes if they're a bit close to the course, it can be a bit disconcerting because it's not expect what you think you're going to be seeing out there, and all of a sudden it appears out of nowhere. Ann Taylor just through the 500 metre mark. She's holding down about, I would say we still haven't got Eve Beecroft through the 500 metres, but no, I think we may well have missed that time there. So they've missed Eve Beecroft's time. So they've been expecting 3 scullers to come through. There's been 4, so there's a bit of confusion there. I would suggest Eve Beecroft is about 5 seconds behind. Susan Kemp's getting pulled through the 500 a couple of times. They might have already got into the
Cage Roads.
The Cage Roads, Cage Roads. So it might be happening over there in that 500 metre hut. I might stop in there on the way back. But Ann Taylor certainly untroubled out in front at the moment. You can see there, not fast. Once again, the noticeable thing we see in all these good scullers, a very compact style. Very efficient in their movement, very flat in their draw, and they're just keeping that boat flowing, keeping the boat moving, keeping the run in the boat, trying not to let the boat slow down by just being on it all the time. So she's having a very good row out there, and Eve Beecroft certainly also faring very well. A little way back now to the Tableland sculler. The Newcastle sculler Susan Kemp, and a little bit further back to Prue Fitzpatrick from Tablelands.
So a big thank you to all the volunteers who have been in action today and yesterday. They've put on a great show. Our volunteers here in the West enjoying the rowing as well, and it's great to have such a great support from all of the Rowing WA volunteers and all the volunteers who have come over from the East Coast. It's great to see such teamwork in play, and it's a beautiful night for a row, and it's a beautiful night here for our leader. So impressive. You can see now, not even gasping for air, just very comfortable, almost a smile on the face.
And we saw Anne there just take a glimpse over to the other crews. She didn't turn her head. It was just the ever so slight, acknowledgement that where that other crew was. And as we can see now, she's just crossing the line, takes out this very good win in this women's I single scull.
And Taylor, Australian champion for 2026. Congratulations. Next in, Eve Beecroft. She'll take the gold for the lightweight women's masters I single sculls. Well done to Eve Beecroft. Terrific rope, and a great moment here for our remaining competitors on the water. Susan Kemp has come down to the welcome sound of the buzzer. Well done, Susan, from the Newcastle Rowing Club. She rounds out her evening, and
Yeah, and
will
I know that Newcastle, like all clubs, celebrate their medals in these things, and I think that's going to be a very proud display in the Newcastle Rowing Club newsletter with Susan with her silver medal.
And here is Prue Fitzpatrick from Tablelands. She has got the job done tonight. Well done to Prue Fitzpatrick. She has finished off in style. As we now move into the final event of day number 2, and with a flash of blades, we're underway. Let's go through the roll call for you. It's Melbourne University on the right of screen with Ferguson, Wood, Kerrin and Longden in the boat, and then Melbourne are in lane number 3. They started well too, of Phillips, Wright, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney. Murwillumbah Composite, David Rafter, John McDonald, Robert Gunningham and Gary Betts. The team in action now in lane 5 for Manning River, Graham Nix, Sam Mollard, Mark Tijen and Roy Halliday. They too are pressing forward. And then Sandy Bay in lane 6 left of screen, it's Peter Walker, Alistair Burns, Kenneth Price and Chris Potter. So a line of 4 across Champion Lakes as the sun sets here in the west. Beautiful scenes. Our final medal moment is about to unfold, and it's the team from Manning River just edging their nose in front. The Murwillumbah Composite, they've just fallen back a little bit now from this lead group of 4. The Melbourne team are in second place. Third, the Sandy Bay Composite, and Melbourne University right of screen are good enough to push up into the medals if they can just keep that momentum going.
Yeah, certainly as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, it does look like the Manning River crew are holding a slight advantage over the Sandy Bay Composite. Still very, very, very close, as is Melbourne over there in lane 3, with the Melbourne Uni and Murwillumbah Composites now just falling back a little bit. And we're coming up to that 500 metre mark, and it will be, looks like it will be the Manning River crew just going across with ever so slight, I think it's going to be too close to call. I'd say it could actually be, as Melbourne's gone through with a 0.25 second advantage over Manning River, then Sandy Bay and Melbourne University. So only 4.5 seconds between those 4 crews. So it's still anybody's to win, but I think the race is going to be between the Melbourne crew and the Manning River crew. They're going to have to start their sprint very soon, because these crews are so equally matched at the moment that there's not a lot between them. They're going to have to make a decisive move just to throw it down, and I think they're both doing that at the same time. So it's going to be a sprint all the way to the line.
In last year's final, only a second separated these 2 crews in the sprint to the line. It was the Melbourne team who had managed to take the victory on that occasion. Manning will now need to respond. They had the silver from last year. Can they upgrade to the gold? It was an amazing moment just before that 500 when the Melbourne team were able just to show that little kick, and they start just to wind things up now. This Melbourne team, Manning River, now need to respond. You can see them there just trying to get a bit of a lift, and you can see the urgency. It went up really quickly for Manning River. They sensed the moment. They sensed the time is now, and you can see they're now drawing level and about to come up with on the Melbourne team, who respond again. They've kicked nicely. This Melbourne team looking for back-to-back victories. They're responding beautifully. This Melbourne team, well drilled, well executed. It's almost like they're expecting the pressure. They were just waiting for the Manning River team to come, and they said, catch me if you can, boys. We're going to go straight to the bar, and you're going to come in there second because we are first. It's impressive rowing from Melbourne. They're in front. They're going to round out day 1 with a big gold medal. Manning River throw everything at them, but they won't be able to get there. It's Melbourne with the victory. Manning River so strong, 0.6 behind for the silver. The third place team coming in right now is Melbourne University, and they have rowed beautifully, 3:46, thereabouts their time. Well done. A tremendous finish to day 2.
What a way to finish up day 2, and it's pretty hard to believe we're only halfway through the racing. We've had a bunch of big races and a bunch of close finishes and excellent rowing, displays of rowing in at times fantastic conditions, at times very testing conditions. So we've seen the whole gamut here over the last couple of days. Big day tomorrow morning. Interstate races, state against state, mate against mate. It's going to be on for young and old in the morning, and I can't wait.
Well said, Rob Glendenning. Rest up, everybody at home and everybody here in the stands, because we've got a big day 3 coming your way. Our teams in the Masters Eye, they'll just wander around and enjoy the recovery and the cool down, and they will no doubt be back in action tomorrow with the day 3 action heating up here with the interstate challenges. We've got some big racing to continue tomorrow. Rob Glendenning, it's been a fantastic day 2, and tomorrow, well, we'll need to get an early night, won't we?
It will be an early night. I've got an early start. I'm out here for training with the New South Wales State Quad in the morning, so looking forward to that. Great day. Thank you, Travis. And it's been a great 2 days up here in the commentary, and look forward to the next 2. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob Glendenning. He will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you. What a beautiful scene it is here from Perth. It's been a wonderful day 2. We have plenty more action for you still to come over the next couple of days. Enjoy your evening, and until tomorrow, it's bye for now.